Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Wednesday, June 10th. Please stick around for a fun-filled, exciting day of trading and tradertainment. That's the word I was looking for. Tradertainment, live trading and tradertainment. I'm JD. You know the man in the middle, John the Goat Hoagland. Over on the right, Coach Ray, our resident gold and NQ trader and educator. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling today? Hoag, what's going on?
Hey, happy Wednesday, hump day, halfway through the week. GD, always a pleasure to see you. Uncertainties continue to mount here, traders. It is going to be another interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable trading day. Ray, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling great, feeling great. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to provide some insights in the markets and help our traders navigate them.
There we go. That's what we're here to do, right? All right. We've got it's CPI day. We're going to get some inflation data out at the bottom of the hour. Normally we'd sit around for the next couple of minutes and talk about this gold opening range breakout trade, which we can still do, but we're likely not going to take it ahead of this number coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Do not want to get caught in any type of knee-jerk reaction, which is likely to happen when these big inflation reports come out. But let's go through the motions anyway, guys. If we were going to take this trade, how would you feel about it? We're sort of out of balance, which makes me like it a little more than usual.
And
kind of got the go ahead.
We're sitting right on the weekly kickoff low in gold here, 41.60. Just sitting right on it. Just sitting right on it. Just see if we get any good movement away from it. So we were going to be taking the opening range trade today. I do like the fact that we're, testing that important inflection level in my eyes. And the fact that we are out of balance, out of range, the market is continuing to push to the downside. I don't know if I understated the importance of that break below last week's weekly kickoff low on what was that Friday. I mean, we said there were going to be a lot of stops there, and those stops keep popping off here. We keep losing open interest on the way down here. It's not like there's a bunch of new shorts coming in. New long is getting squeezed out of this market. So I don't know. Just where it is. If we didn't have CPI today, I would say for sure we should look into this.
Yep. All right. Hoag, how do you come up with these wonderful, magical, magnetic numbers? 4160. We are on top of it right here, right now. Let's see what happens. Ray, you got an opinion?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we're breaking some downside structure on a higher time frame chart. We're at extreme, so yeah, I think this is a great level to entertain. Trades like the opening range trade because seems like you have a good amount of momentum behind you. It's going to force participants to have to make some sort of decision, and that's what we want them to be. We want to shake them out of the bushes and come back into the markets and have to force them to do something.
Exactly. Well, my alarm just sounded. That means it's 7:20 a.m. Central Time, and gold is open for business. The bell has rung. I've got a 1-minute chart of the micro contract up. We're just going to paper trade this, I think. Again, core CPI coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Not really a number you want to jump into the market ahead of. It would be a crapshoot taking a trade right now. But very, very thin.
Pretty aggressive selling here right off the open. We're already at negative 200 delta, and the volume point of control is the bottom tick of the session and the overnight. Bottom tick, highest volume.
How about that? 41.5620 is the low tick in the micro contract so far. Pretty thin opening range. We've got a high of
yeah.
Put on a high of 41.5960, low 41.5620, 34 tick wide opening range. We're not used to seeing them that thin, are we? I almost want to take the trade just because the risk is real small. But practice what we preach, right?
Yep. And it's going to get thinner as closer we get to 7:30. It is going to.
Yeah.
Some of these
we did take out
they're going to evaporate.
We did take out the high of the opening range by just a couple of ticks, so it's either it's long or bust right now. What were you about to say, Ray?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say it peaked above, but didn't really close above yet. So we're still kind of teasing us, like you always tell us all the time, teasing us.
Teasing us. We've got a poll up in the chat right now. What is your outlook for the markets today? Bullish, bearish, ranging? We want to hear from you. Go ahead, respond to that poll in the chat.
That's a tough one.
Bullish, ranging, or bearish? What other options do we have? Flat, sideways? Yeah, that would be ranging, right? All right. Nothing working, nothing done on this opening range trade. What's up, Hogue?
Bearish winning right now. 50%.
Bearish is winning?
Yep, 54%.
We did have some headlines out overnight. The president is expected to keep exerting maximum pressure to get a deal done in Iran. There was some conflict overnight also. Sent markets moving a bit.
Yeah, it's 6:04 this morning on the wire. It came out. Trump was saying that Iran has taken too long. Iran will have to pay the price. Apparently, some Qatar negotiators are in Tehran in an effort to finalize an agreement after consulting with the U.S. And it's 6:25. Trump says he is close to ordering strikes on bridges and power plants. So headline risk is, of course, has been an issue and is always an issue. And I'm thinking the ACH factor, like anything can happen today, is very high. It is going to be an interesting trading day, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Headline risk is high, folks. It's been that way for months now. Always make sure you're keeping one eye on the news. Speaking of which, the eco calendar for today. What do we have to look forward to? We already had the MBA mortgage applications number out at about 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Let me get the results of that for you real quick. Actual nice boost in mortgage applications. The composite index week over week up 10.8%. The purchase index week over week up 7.3%. And the refinance index up 15.3% week over week. Those are pretty solid numbers for those MBA mortgage applications. Coming up next, we've got core CPI. Let me get you some projections on that real quick. I should have had this ready. My apologies. But here we go. We've got a CPI month over month consensus of 0.5%, year over year 4.2%. Core CPI month over month expected 4.3%, and year over year 2.9%. Those are your consensus ranges for the CPI number coming up at the bottom of the hour. We've also got crude oil inventories at 9:30 a.m. Central Time, a market mover, especially with the conflict in Iran right now. Crude oil inventories can potentially move the crude oil market and equities market at the same time. We get a 10-year note auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time and the monthly budget statement at about 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That's what's on the calendar for today. Say again, Ray?
I was just going to say, it looks like gold caught a little bit of a bid here before number.
Oh, yes. Just a little bounce. Took out the high of the opening range by a couple ticks again, trading back inside that range. Hogue, over that checklist. How should everybody prepare for their trading day? What needs to get done? What kind of homework we got to do?
Absolutely. Yes, you should have a daily checklist. This is Topstep's pre-market research. So we're doing here, looking at these markets in context, establishing some hypotheses as to what might happen today. Your morning checklist, of course, you want to take the walk with the dog or whatever, get some coffee, get fed, get some water, stay hydrated, traders. Mindset check. You're in the wrong frame of mind to trade. It can bleed into your decision-making process. Happy traders make better traders. Trade entry checklist. What are you looking at? What are you thinking? What's going to get you into those trades today? Write them down. Do your journaling throughout the day, of course, because at the end of the day, your post-market checklist should include reviewing those trades, finishing and rereading your journal, and watching At the Buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. If you've done your homework, you get to go to the party, and it looks like it's going to be quite the party today.
It certainly does appear that way. Well, we said longer bust, and that's happening right now. And gold definitely triggered a long. Did not take out the low of the opening range, not in the micro contract at least. Did it in the mini? Can you see?
No, it did not. Although there's a little divergence in that. The low in the minis, I always call it the big contract, 41.5650, and it's still the high volume note of the day. Looks like it may be getting taken out right now. We've got negative delta. There we go. We just took it out. That was it.
That is a reaction right there. All right, guys. No trade in gold. Would have gotten taken out if we jumped in it. Before we get these inflation numbers, before CPI comes out, we got a little news to run. Inflation is expected to top 4% for the first time in 3 years, driven by a war-related spike in oil prices. Let's run this clip before this number comes out, if you please. Financial experts anticipate the May Consumer Price Index will show a 0.5% monthly increase, pushing the annual rate to 4.2%. Fast rising prices are already outstripping Americans' paychecks and driving up the cost of everyday goods. The official report drops in about 1 minute, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. 2 minutes, minute and a half. We're getting closer. That is what financial experts are saying. How you guys feeling about this? I'm glad we stayed out of that gold trade.
Yeah.
We definitely would have been stopped out.
It's getting real thin now.
Real thin. I'm looking at the gold market. What are you guys looking at for this number? Ray, do you want to look at gold and I'll look at one of the equities?
Yeah, I'll take a look at gold.
Okay. I'm going to pull up. Hogue, what do you got?
Ready, yes.
All right. I've got the NQ then. There we go. Let me check out the ladder. NASDAQ ladder, super thin. It's almost 3 points wide.
Single digits in there. Single digits in the ES ladder. Some pretty decent gaps in gold. Pretty decent gaps in the NASDAQ. Onesie, twosie, getting very, very thin now. Very, very thin.
Very thin, very thin. 30 seconds away. 30 seconds. Very thin in the NASDAQ. Very thin.
I find myself wondering if these are hot numbers. Does that decrease the probability of rate hikes later on?
Good question. Good question. We'll have to analyze this data. And the numbers are out. Oh, man, the NQ ladder just evaporated. Just completely disappeared. U.S. CPI year-over-year actual 4.2%. Forecasted for 4.2, previous 4.3. So we got a decent boost in consumer prices year-over-year. Core CPI, this is the number we're looking for. Core CPI year-over-year actual 2.9%, forecasted for 2.9%. Previous 2.8%. So a little boost in core CPI. Month-over-month, actual came in at 0.2%, forecast for 0.3, previous 0.4. So month-over-month down a couple ticks, year-over-year up a couple of ticks. And that looks like it. So not coming in hot, but look at that knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah,
equity spiked.
Gold caught a bid.
Yep.
Wow.
JGC says, what'd I tell y'all? Lols. What did you tell us? I don't know. Speak up. Here we go. We got some more buying coming into these markets. Again, we stayed on the sideline for this report. Let us know in the chat if you wrote a position through that number. Did you take a chance? Is a coin flip capital Wednesday? Who got into this market before this number? And are you still in it?
All right. We're going to have to keep an eye on this, but Ray, gold has negative delta, so there's a delta divergence coming off these lows.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's negative almost 600 right now, but we did see a pretty good pop to the upside, and you know that pop to the upside is actually, positive delta, but we're still showing negative delta.
Negative.
And if we can't break this market below this weekly kickoff low 4160, and we see delta continuing to decrease in value deeper into the negative numbers, and we can't break this market, we may have found some buyers here. One of the things we're going to be talking about in the charts is we've been losing open interest on this push to the downside. It's not like there's new shorts coming into this market, which is not necessarily a strong auction. That, of course, can change at any time, but we'll be keeping an eye on this for you, Ray.
Very good, very good. What do you say we dig a little deeper into these charts, guys? Tell us everything we need to know about gold this morning.
All right. So headline risks, of course, are high. ACH factor is also high. Thinking about coming up with some sort of an equation to say how much of anything can happen are we facing in these markets. And today, of course, that is very high. This is the daily chart. Now, we've seen liquidation since our break last Friday below that weekly kickoff low. We've been losing open interest. We've only lost 1,700 in open interest yesterday, lost open interest the day before, and before that, the market was kind of waffling as far as open interest is concerned. So, what that's saying to me is it's probably not longer time frame traders, getting into shorts here. It's probably shorter time frame traders liquidating longs in this. It's a lot of speculation of gold continuing to push to the upside. I heard speculation of 20,000. I also heard speculation of 3,500. So if we're going to 20,000, maybe we go via 3,500. I may have understated the amount of selling that I thought we would come in the form of stops when we broke last week's weekly kickoff low on Friday of 44.53 even. That was a really decent push to the downside. We're still not seeing huge volume here as well. So again, kind of looking at this as a shorter time frame or just some weaker hands getting out of some of the longs. We've got the weekly kickoff low for this week in play today, 41.60. We took a little bit of a look down below that, 41.52, $8 below it, and we're seeing possible rejection of that area. These weekly kickoff levels are meant to kind of fish out areas where longer time frame traders may be forced to adjust inventory. And they also offer opportunity to hopefully limit risk. 80 ticks, we went through it. Now we are seeing the market continuing the push back to the upside. So maybe a little bit of understatement of how important I thought that breakout was on Friday for continuation to the downside. We were looking for a whole bunch of stops, which we got. We lost open interest. We've been losing open interest at lower pricing, indicating not necessarily that strong in a downside auction. I'll be watching this weekly kickoff low today, probably like a hawk, to see if we get another opportunity at it and to see if we get the opportunity for an execution to limit risk there. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, barring those numbers that you shared with cumulative delta there, you're looking at this market. We're breaking structure here to the downside. We're below our moving averages. Our DMI is kind of indicating that there's a fair amount of strength in this move to the downside. So had you not shared that number, I would say, hey, this is probably a pretty good auction here to the downside. We're getting DMI readings and negative DI readings and ADX readings up at the 30 level, which is indicating a good amount of health in this market to the downside. So I'm seeing right now, since it's daily levels, obviously this is carries a fair amount of weight when we break structure, because that is kind of indicating kind of like the 3,000 pound gorilla kind of pushing the market down, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. But I think the fact that we are coming into weekly levels, expectation is that maybe we get a little bit of a relief rally is kind of what we're looking for, I think, right now. But we'll take a look at that maybe a little bit more closely when we get into the 30-minute chart and lower time frame charts.
All right. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been below this 200 session simple moving average, and that was the first break to the downside. Downside structure still remains. Weekly kickoff low is very close here to this March 23rd low. Although the fact that that low is in had very little to do with the calculation of this week's weekly kickoff low. Strangely enough, wasn't really part of the equation, and I just kind of did what I do, looking for these levels, and I said, wow, look at that, lines up with the lowest we've been this year, pretty much. Yeah, the lowest we've been this year. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm going to take a good look at the 30-minute chart. So there is our break. We had support, 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 stops a go-go, rest, continuation yesterday. And again, we lost open interest yesterday on a pretty decent trend day to the downside. I'm not all that impressed with this downside auction and how it is performing right now. And even with the indicators that Ray is looking at are saying that this is, pretty good participation and a decent move down. I just don't like the fact that we're not bringing in sellers down here. We're getting out of longs. We're not seeing, people barreling in, putting money into the short side here, which again is a little bit of an alarm clock for me. Now we're starting to see a pretty decent bounce off this weekly kickoff low. Overnight inventory is short. Here's where we opened last night. Here's where we are trading now. We do have a session gap. The session gap closes basically at value low from yesterday, which is right around 42.60. So gap guidelines tell us if we can't close this gap relatively early, continuation to the downside is likely. Watch the weekly kickoff low here, 41.60. That can be a horseshoe in the works here for continuation to the downside, as we've seen somewhat already this morning. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart? Anything sticking
Yeah.
out to you?
So I'm looking at this, and it seems like we're creating a little bit of an ending diagonal, right? So it's kind of an end, potentially an end to this impulsive move that we've had in the gold market, right? So if that isn't indeed the case, then we're probably looking at the possibility of maybe price kind of making its way back to this point of control here up at 43.57, which obviously would be a welcomed opportunity, right? I'm looking at the DMI, and the DMI is really not showing a whole lot of strength at the moment. The ADX is kind of falling, right? As we kind of coming into this ending diagonal, ADX is kind of falling. The negative DI is sloping to the downside. So yeah, there's a fair amount of strength that is potentially coming into this market. Now, I would like to see maybe a little bit more confirmation of that, move. I'd like to see price get above, say, 42.30 with some volume, right? To kind of really kind of support that hypothesis of maybe potentially coming back to this area of point of control. But given that we're at weekly levels, I think, right around that 41.60 level, we don't necessarily have to risk all that much to potentially participate in a move that could take us back up to these point of control of this visible range volume profile. So 30 minutes, slightly telling a slightly different story, I would say, than the daily at this point in time.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So if we were to see buyers come in above this weekly kickoff high and bring us back into range from yesterday, value was very low yesterday. Again, it was right around 42.60. If we do get up there and we close that gap, first thing would be, closing the gap could be an opportunity with the overnight inventory to the short side up against a support level. A continuation above that level to levels that Ray was kind of talking about, up around that 43.40 level, I think was what you were looking at on that visible range volume profile. But reacceptance inside of value yesterday could, and I say could, nothing is for sure, right? I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but value reacceptance could bring us back up to value high 43.45, which is very close to the target that Ray was just looking at. When we look at the profile from yesterday, the market opened, it looked higher, and it trended to the downside pretty much the entire session, closing relatively close to the low. So a bit of a trend day yesterday, trend day to the downside. Volume hasn't been great for the past couple of months. And the fact that we lost open interest yesterday, what I think we really need, Ray, for the continuation to the downside, we need new sellers. We talk about this quite often in the equities when we're up near the highs. We need new buyers to come in and continue this market higher. If we don't see new selling coming in gold, then that lack of new selling coming in could attract buyers, and we could see this market resolve back to the upside for today. We've got a ways to go before we're going to break any downside market state in this market, but it may be due for a little bit of a pullback. And if we can take advantage of that, we can take advantage of that. Anything else you want to talk about here, Ray, in gold?
No, I mean, I think we've kind of covered it. I mean, I just kind of just drew a couple of other levels here. 42.59, which is the low end of value from yesterday, and then 43.48 and 43.58 are kind of my upper end levels. This 43.58 is the point of control, slightly higher than the number that you mentioned, and I think this is our 200 moving average up there as well. So that would be obviously a very, very welcome to move that we could potentially participate in, right?
Yep. All right. Awesome, Ray. Great stuff. That's what we've got for gold. Back to JD. What's happening?
Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed lower for the session. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.64%. The Nikkei closed down 1.89%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 0.42%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. Also, the DAX is currently down 0.73%. The FTSE down 0.3%. Also, the CAC 40 down 0.34%, and the Stock 600 down 0.35%. The US dollar index currently down a couple of ticks to 99.847. The VIX is up almost 5% again this morning to 20.86, about to breach that 21 mark. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note currently unchanged, back to unchanged on the 10-year, 4.528% going into the equity open. Back to you guys. Let's get into those S&P charts, if you please.
All right. So in a normal market, if you can figure out what a normal market is, let me know. I'm looking at yesterday's daily bar as an excess low. Markets have a tendency to die in excess. Now, this is probably the largest excess low that I'm able to find on this daily chart for quite some time. Maybe here, but the excess was limited as far as its ability to push price higher. I mean, we're looking at a pretty substantial excess low on this. If it holds, okay, that would be in a normal market. These are not normal times. This SpaceX IPO has everybody freaking out. It seems as though the uncertainties in the world overall seem to be increasing, and all of that can put a definite spoiler. That can definitely put a spoiler to any excess that we saw in the range from yesterday. We added 17,000 contracts yesterday, and when we see the opening, when we see the volume through the regular trading hour session yesterday, that looks to me like we've gotten a few new shorts into this market. And if that is the case, and they can't continue to see themselves getting paid, well, we might run into a situation where we've run out of sellers, or we're short the market again, and we're going to start eating those shorts as well. That would be in a normal market. These are not normal times. This too shall pass. We added about 44,000 contracts from the all-time high in open interest. Another little caveat to that, we are in rollover. 21,000 contracts were added in the September contract, so we lost about 4,000 in the June contract, but it's still indicating that sellers came into this market with new positions to the short side on an excess low. What else did we take a look at yesterday? Well, 5% off the all-time high pretty much put in our low yesterday, as well as the 50-session simple moving average with confluence there. So if we can't take out these lows, then we may end up with a situation where we're going to end up too short, even during rollover, and we may see this market, continue to resolve to the upside. Again, the ACH factor is very high. Anything can happen with the amount of uncertainties that seem to be mounting. We know that markets don't like uncertainty. So got to keep your eyes on the headlines, because it's just going to be, ACH, man, anything can happen. Headlines can happen. In a normal market, I would be looking for this as some sort of a base and some opportunity, perhaps, for some more upside movement. We have a poor high up here. We all know that this is not going to last forever. It's just a matter of how deep this market is going to pull, when the situation is right, when the bottom gets put in, and we go back to BTFD. Not quite yet, I don't think, but we're seeing a sign of excess on the low yesterday. It's going to be tough to take out that excess low. Ray, what are you thinking on the daily chart here in the ES?
Yeah, I mean, I think after maybe a couple of days ago, we had bar that we had on Friday, and we drew that 50% line. I think everybody was expecting maybe a little bit of a retrace back to that level, and then we were going to head lower. But instead, what we've gotten, seems like we've gotten some buyers to come out of the shed here and maybe gobble up whatever the shorts have coming to them right at this moment in time. I'm looking at the DMI. The DMI is relatively flat. I would say I'm seeing that the negative DI is flat, and we still have on the daily chart, we still have a falling a positive DI. So we really haven't necessarily turned the corner here, but I would say if we do manage to get above this 50% level, I think that maybe all is not lost as far as the bulls, because again, we see a fair amount of interest. We got into this low volume area and this visible range volume profile. And what did we find? Well, we found some buyers off of the 50 EMA here. So as long as, as you mentioned, Coach, as long as we maybe stay above this 50 EMA, above this excess here, I think there's a reasonable chance that we can maybe revisit some of these highs. But like you said, I think there's a lot of headline risk. And assuming that the news is aligned with that view, then I think we have a reasonable chance of maybe at least coming back into range.
Right. Let's take a look at the 30, and we'll see where that open interest came in yesterday. So there was two good longs yesterday. There was the opening range breakout to the upside. If you took that, if you saw money and took money on it, great for you. But we rejected weekly kickoff high here, 74.66. Rejected. We had a trend day to the downside for the better part of the day. We tested down to this 5% off all-time highs. We're not the only ones looking at these levels, folks. It didn't really pay in the NASDAQ, but yesterday it sure would have paid in the S&Ps. We saw an excess low on the 30-minute chart. We saw buyers come in. The market kind of came back. We closed above the halfway mark in the range from yesterday. But if we're wondering where the open interest came in, and of course we would be looking at the September contract, but we see most of the volume occurring to the push to the downside in the June contract. You can assume the same in the September contract, which doesn't have near the volume right just yet of the June contract. But I'm looking at this and saying, okay, if we added 17,000 contracts on the good volume to the downside yesterday, we've added a whole bunch of shorts to this market. So the question really is, do we see continued selling? Do we see continued uncertainties coming into the market, keeping downside pressure on this market? Or do we start to eat all of the shorts that have been coming in since the high, really? I mean, we've added 44,000 contracts. Don't forget it's rollover, but I think it's going to be a tough rollover for our rollover participants. Those that are trying to move those positions from the June contract to the September contract are going to have a hard time keeping this market in a range bound or easy rollover market state. Range bound makes it easier, I believe, for them to roll over. It takes concentration. They're trying to make money on the roll. And sometimes it just doesn't work that way. So overnight inventory, I mean, we don't really have anything as far as overnight inventory. We've got value high up here around 7,400. We've got value low down here around 72.75. We're inside of that, indicating maybe we'd find better trade location after a little bit of time elapses during the regular trading hour session. And I'm really interested to see if we can start to eat some of those shorts that have been coming in since those highs and see us resolve back to the upside. There are so many uncertainties, and there are so many ways that this market can get kicked in the teeth if we do start to rally. So just be careful, man. Manage risk today. All the uncertainties, the CPI numbers came out as expected. We can, I think, make an early hypothesis that the numbers were already in the market from yesterday's activity. Now we'll be moving on, of course, to PPI and the SpaceX Spectre that is coming on Friday. Nobody knows how that is going to play. There are so many opinions and so many differing opinions as to what it's going to do to the market, who's going to do what, blah, 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 blah. And nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So protect yourself. Protect yourself. There's no reason to get all biffed up and get yourself the wrong way. Just be careful. Again, probably going to be seeing better trade locations as the day goes on today. Might want to look for some direction as the day begins. I don't know. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I know that we haven't been able to make a new low, right? So we got a little nice little reversal pattern that's underway here, right? We had a nice little impulsive move from the lows, and we're not able to book a new low, and we kind of now have this kind of little demand zone right around 7,300, right? So 7,300, we got a nice little reaction away from it, and we're starting to kind of show some signs that maybe we have some strength here to maybe begin to entertain evaluating some of these highs again. I look at the DMI. The DMI is kind of aligned with the general, direction. We had a very sharp move here in the positive DI and a very sharp decline in the negative DI. ADX is still kind of hovering above that number that we're looking for, 25. If we can get that ADX to kind of align and then that continued fall of the negative DI, I think there's a fair amount of interest here. Now, I did kind of some extensions here off this recent swing, and it's lining up to these highs, right? So I took a measure from this bottom to this most top here swing, and then the retracement is the 100% extension is coming in at the very highs here at 74.70. So yeah, I think, and then we have the 200 moving average. So there's a lot of confluence, the point of control, the measured move, the 200 EMA. I think these are all confluences, and the fact that we're coming into rollover, it seems that they want to maybe kind of keep price in this kind of range to facilitate that move. So anything can happen, obviously, but right now I feel like there's maybe some interest in this market to the upside.
Well, it sure would make the rollover participants happy to keep this market relatively range bound. This coming Tuesday will most likely be switch day when the volume will transfer over into the September contract. So in the meantime, there's a whole lot of open interest still in this March contract that many investors and many institutions need to move into the September contract if they want to maintain those positions. There is over 2 million contracts, 2 million contracts still in the June contract, 108,000 in September. So there is a lot of work to do to get this roll finished. Range bound would make them happy. I don't think they're going to be able to maintain that. Too much going on, too many uncertainties. The profile yesterday started out looking like a trend day, but that reversal at the end of the day puts it into a normal variation day. Pretty high close as well. That excess on that daily chart. If things were more normal and there was less uncertainties in these markets, I would look at that as a potential kind of blow off low, too short. We see this market resolve back to the upside. But hey, ACH, man, anything can happen. Everything that we're talking about here is about context. We're not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything. Make your decisions. This is not financial advice. We're doing what we do every day and attempting to put some accurate context over these markets, and hopefully that is going to help you. And that, my friends, is what we've got for the ES.
Very good, Mr. Hoagland. Thank you, Coach Ray. All right, let's talk crude for a minute. Oil prices are fluctuating following U.S. Iran strikes. Let's roll that footage, please. That is right. Oil prices fluctuating early this morning after fresh U.S. Iran military strikes. The global oil benchmark edged slightly higher, while the U.S. benchmark remained just a little bit flat. The overnight escalation comes after the downing of a U.S. Army helicopter yesterday. However, U.S. officials do not expect the latest exchange to derail ongoing talks to end the war in Iran. We're going to be seeing many more headlines come out before the end of the day revolving around the conflict in Iran. We've already seen some this morning. Headline risk remains high. Keep your head on a swivel, folk. We will always keep one eye in the ditch for you. We got one eye on the news, one eye on the charts, and piping in as much information as we possibly can to keep you as well informed as possible here on Topstep TV. That is our job. We're here for you guys. We're here for you. We're all in this together, right, Hoag? Right, Ray?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We are.
We haven't said that in a while.
Cue the song.
All right, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on this 1 minute crude oil chart for an opening range breakout. We've got about 90 seconds until crude officially opens. Regular trading hours for crude oil, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time to 1:30 p.m. Central Time. 90 seconds. What do you guys think of this opening range trade?
JD, when you said we were going to talk crude, I thought you meant we were going to just start swearing.
I almost let a bomb drop yesterday. I stopped myself. I'm getting better, Hoag. I'm learning. Every day, in every way, we're getting better and better, right? I believe I remember that quote from the Pink Panther movies. Every day, in every way, we are getting better and better.
Fabulous.
The Lunatic Dreyfus.
Fabulous movie.
That came from the Lunatic Dreyfus. All right, here we go. 40 seconds. 40 seconds.
I don't know what I think about opening range in crude oil today. It's
very range bound right
very
now.
Flat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no real overnight inventory. We bounced off value high just now. Do we gauge it by risk? Do we gauge it by risk?
I think we might. We got 10 seconds to the open. We got a new poll up in the chat, guys. This is a good one. We want your honest to goodness feedback here. Should on-air talent use more colorful language? Your options are yes, all the time. Yes, only if the market is down. And no, you are professionals. What is your opinion? Should an F-bomb be subject to a stern talking to? Or is it okay to let one rip every once in a while?
All right. 18 ticks so far, JD. 18.
It's pushing.
23.
We've got a high in the micro contract at 89.15, a low of 88.96. I'm sorry, 88.90.
I mean, we're right at overnight VWAP on the 30-minute chart here. We're right in the middle of the overnight range.
Mm-hmm.
Right below 200 on the one.
The chat comments. Bless all your hearts. Happy Wednesday. It's hump day. Get it all out of your systems, guys. Get it all out. All right. So what are you thinking? It's a pretty thin, it's not very wide, the opening range. About 25 ticks, right?
Yeah.
We are mid-range right now.
Both sides.
Mm-hmm. Little
Might
pop there. We got about 10 seconds.
Yeah, there it is.
Did that just trigger a long?
It did.
And nothing done yet. I want to see if this starts looking trappy. But are we okay with the long, guys? Any
Yeah, I think it's
the
okay.
signal.
It is the signal.
Not a huge opening range.
No, it's not. 25 ticks. We're still taking. I mean, I could pay up right now. I'm just going to work a bit.
Nice little excess wick on the attempt lower. I like it.
I threw a bid in. I'm going to play it that way. 55 lot on the 34 bid. It just got taken out. See if they come for us. I'm not going to chase it.
I thought you were saying you were buying 55.
Yeah.
Oh, there was 55. There was 55 on the 35 bid. My apologies. I should have been a little more clear there.
I said, let's go JD.
Another small bid coming in on the 28 bid. 28 bid for 30. The micro contract. I think we're going to get filled on these 29s. Are we going to still want them, though? That's a question. This market's been so trappy on these opening range breakout trades. I'm going to let this bid marinate for a couple minutes. Why don't we start running through charts? We're getting a little long on time here. Tell us everything we need to know about crude oil, and I will monitor this trade and let you know if we get into it.
All right. So starting with the daily chart here, we're in rollover also in crude oil. Okay, so keep that in mind. We lost 11,000 contracts yesterday as we looked below the weekly kickoff low of 87.20 and rejected. The market is doing what range-bound markets do: high to low to high to low. Could we rotate back higher? It is entirely possible. It's just what rotating markets do. Of course, headlines are going to be a big part of this. If something changes, something happens overseas, there could be a knee-jerk reaction that could change everything, and increase the volatility, which it's still volatile, just basically in a longer time frame, very range bound. Balance to rotation is still intact. Losing 11,000. I don't know if I said gaining or losing. We lost 11,000 yesterday. Longs liquidating. That's what ranges do. They get everybody long and they liquidate. They get everybody short and they cover. They get everybody long and they liquidate. They get everybody short and they cover. Seems to be sort of the pattern that we've got going on here. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the knee jerk expectation I had was that we were going to kind of maybe have some momentum here to the downside, but this downside momentum that we've been getting of late into crude oil has kind of stalled here a little bit, especially given the current developing candle that we have here on the daily. I'm looking at the DMI. The DMI is also kind of overlapping, positive and negative, and we have an ADX reading at 11. Okay, so that is telling us that there's really no real direction in any direction at this moment in time. So we'll have to see which one of these is going to end up becoming more dominant here. Maybe we'll see that in the lower time frame charts. But right now, based on the daily, it's telling us that we're in some sort of range. And I don't know about you, I'm not really too fond of participating in range type of markets unless I have a pretty wide range to participate in. I usually get chopped up in range kind of markets. I like to see a market kind of give me a definitive direction. So based on the daily, it's probably a hands-off kind of market for me until I get a little bit more in the way of direction. And maybe the 30-minute chart will help us in that.
All right, well, let's take a look. So when we look at the 30, the recent high was a island top. We had a gap from Monday to Tuesday, Monday to yesterday. We had a gap. So there was a possibility of an island bottom here. that possibility is now gone. We've opened in range and above value. So, the question is, in the overnight, we close that session gap. Are we going to go ahead and continue to close that session gap in regular trading hours? If we do, I can see a couple of visual targets pricing higher at 91.40, naked point of control for Monday. And then right between a gap here, we've got another naked point of control up at 92.65. I like the 91.40 level because it's up against the 200 session simple moving average if we can get price up there. But looking at last night and looking at today, we opened right in the middle of the overnight low and the overnight high. We opened in range above value. We've rejected value prior to the open. So I don't dislike longs here, but again, we're trading. We opened right at VWAP. It's just kind of a coin flip here. We'll see what plays out for this opening range trade. But Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, we got a nice little, kind of trend bar candle that kind of broke the range that we were kind of in, but there really hasn't been any sort of follow through on that move, right? We're now retraced back. I'm looking at the DMI. The DMI is also telling me that we've lost a little bit of strength here to the upside. And again, the ADX it's just barely at the kind of a strong rating, right? Maybe giving us an indication maybe there is a little bit of strength here in this bullish move. But we do still, I mean, we still have a lot of bearish structure above us, right? So we have the 200 moving average that could serve as maybe a potential area where we could potentially roll. And I have this upper end of this, I think. Triangle was actually a line that I had drawn about maybe a possibility continuation. But yes, I would say that this 20 moving average could serve as maybe a location where we can continue lower. And if we do manage to get above that, I do see this point of control at 92.84 maybe as another possible location or destination for this bullish move. So I don't know what to make of this, honestly. I'm seeing a lot of indifference right now on the daily chart, and I'm not really seeing a whole lot of drive behind on the 30-minute either. So I think it's more of a wait and see kind of market and see what kind of initiative price action we could detect, maybe with initial balance or something along those lines before we take on any sort of opportunity in crude.
And if you are trading crude today, make sure you protect yourself with a stop.
Yeah,
we've already seen hints of things happening. If that begins to start, if we start to get news of things happening overseas, that's going to change things in a heartbeat. But we can only trade what we see. We trade technically. We got to trade technically, and fundamental information can change everything in a heartbeat. That's what we've got for crude oil.
Yeah, just remember that we have EIA today, right? So we have inventories coming in today as well. So that could actually contribute to things as well.
Excellent point, Ray. Excellent point. Thanks for remembering that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, crude oil inventory is 9:30 a.m. Central Time. I'll tell you what happened last week with crude inventories. 1 second. Last week came out at week over week. Last week was down 8 million barrels. Gasoline inventories were up 3.4 million, and distillate inventories were up 1.5. But crude oil inventories week over week were down 8 million barrels last week. We'll see what they come out to today. Nothing done on this crude trade yet. I'm working a deep bid in case we it looked like we're dropping there pretty fast, but nothing done yet on crude. All right. Let's roll into some news. Anthropic is back in the news again. Artificial intelligence company Anthropic is releasing a Mythos class model to the public with some guardrails. Let's roll it. The model, called Claude Fable 5, blocks questions on dangerous topics like cybersecurity and biological research. It will allow users to ask Mythos questions, something Anthropic itself once considered too dangerous for general release. Now, if users ask about sensitive issues, they'll be redirected to the older Opus 4.8 version of Claude. Fable 5 will cost more than Opus. Anthropic says Fable is better at remembering, thus a better option to do large, complex tasks with fewer instructions. about 150 corporations like Microsoft and Verizon have access to the full version Mythos for testing against their cybersecurity projections. Sounds like AI has some information stored that they don't want the people to know. Who's searching for that kind of stuff anyway, right? Dangerous people. Nah, I'm joking. I shouldn't project like that. It's not my typical...
Scary.
Yeah. Considered too dangerous for general release. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Machines are hiding things from us, folks.
They are. Yeah. The learners have now become the masters. All right. Let's give the people what they want. It is 8:12 a.m. in the Central Time, and it's time to run through NASDAQ charts. Still working this crude bid down below. I'll let you know if we get hit on it. Take it away.
All right. Thanks, CD. So on the daily in the NASDAQ, again, we're seeing some pretty deep excess on this daily chart. It's the deepest excess, on the end of a downside auction than we've seen recently. And if this were a normal market, I would be looking for this market to leave that excess and to start to push price higher. But again, these are not normal markets. There's the SpaceX Spectre, things changing overseas, a little kerfuffleation in tech stocks, all of these things. There's a lot of uncertainties, folks, a lot of uncertainties. And markets do not like uncertainty until they're good with them. The markets also seem to have sometimes some pretty short memories as well. So what does that mean for us today? Well, it is in rollover. We added almost 8,000 contracts to the downside yesterday. Okay, if we've trapped those shorts, those are something that we can dine on if price does continue to resolve to the upside. We've been adding shorts from the highs, and what happens in these equities is when things get too short, everything looks great at the bottom until it doesn't, and you start to see the resilience, the buyers coming back in. But are those buyers going to be coming back in? Or are they holding pat? Are we waiting for Friday? Are we waiting for SpaceX? What are we waiting for? Well, maybe rollover is part of that. Ray, what are you seeing on your daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, on the daily chart, kind of similar to kind of what we saw on the ES. To be honest, I mean, I'm looking at my DMI. I see a falling positive DI and a relatively flat, negative DI and ADX. So again, whatever direction we're moving, it's not in a strong way, right? So again, contributing to the idea that there's still a fair amount of rollover that contracts of folks that are trying to get out of, right? So I'm not seeing necessarily a whole lot of direction. I think we were kind of holding out, and not necessarily hope, but maybe a view that with this trend bar that we would head lower. But that's been kind of diffused here with these buying wicks. And so again, I think in the normal market, as you mentioned, Ho, I think there's maybe the possibility that we'd head higher. I think this area certainly is an important area to watch, because if we do break below, well, there's a lot of room below that we can maybe proceed with this downside auction. So I think it's kind of a wait and see based on the daily right now, I think. And then we still have a fair amount of news for the remainder of the week here. So we'll have to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, and you can see we walked right through that 5% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ. That was the tech pull-off, right? We haven't yet reached the 50 session simple moving average, where we did in the S&Ps, but that 50 session simple moving average was basically right at 5% off the all-time high. So not seeing any confluence at these lows, just the excess low that occurred yesterday. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart now. So here is yesterday. Market opened, looked higher, sold off all day until about noon, right? And then we saw buyers come in and bring price back to more than the half back of the session. It closed relatively strong. Looking at the volume at the bottom here, if we had to say what side the open interest increase came in, it was new shorts coming into this market. Now, are those new shorts that we're going to be able to dine on as price continues to move higher? There's a lot of uncertainty out there As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we're looking at the market opening maybe slightly short. However, we are inside range and inside value. Value low on this platform, 28,408. Value high on this platform, 29,297. And we're right in the middle of it. So again, this puts me in a situation where with little change in the perception of value, I'm going to be probably staying patient, looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. And we're going to have to wait and see if we have a temporary low end or if we do see the market continue to rotate higher. ACH level, the ACH factor is high, headline factor is high. Anything can happen. Ray, what are you thinking here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the DMI indicator, everything's converging here, right? We have a falling negative DI, we have a rising positive DI, and we have a falling ADX. So I don't know what that tells me. It seems maybe there is some buying pressure that's coming into the market, but that hasn't generated any sort of momentum in that direction either. So until I can get some of these lines to align and maybe a little bit more in the way of structure broken to the upside. I think I'm gonna hold tight here and maybe wait for some more evidence of maybe some participation in this market to maybe revisit some of these highs. I see the point of control. I see the 200 EMA as kind of an area of confluence here that could be a destination for the market. That could also serve as an area where we could see the market kind of continue in this sort of downward direction that we've been in of late. So it's interesting levels. I think right now, again, it's probably more of a wait and see. I think I'd like to see price break a little bit more structure here to the upside before I'm really kind of willing to participate in this upside move.
Okay. Yeah, it's in rollover again. Seems to be. We were thinking that the market might fall into anticipation for the SpaceX release on Friday. Maybe that's what happens today. Anything can happen. Make sure you protect yourself. Hopefully, this look at context is going to help you in your trading day. We'll see how this plays out. Ray, thank you very much. And
You're welcome.
JD, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. Who's going to be on Topstep TV, you ask? It just so happens I've got the answers for you. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre and Jay are here to drive the ship. They're going to be joined by Doom and Mandy from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue will be dipping in with a little market analysis, chart analysis. Dakota's going to be here from 9:30 to 11. Enrico from 10 to 11. We've got a couple special guest drop-ins. We've got Drew Dosek from Verified Investing and Jessica Inskip from stockbrokers.com. They'll be joining. Drew Dosek at 9:20 Central Time and Jessica Inskip at 10:40 a.m. Central Time. Hogue will be back with the morning highlights at 11 o'clock, do a little more chart analysis, and go over any trades that we might be potentially taking during fast markets. I will be back for Power Players with our buddy Antonio and Dolby Time. Group coaching today. We've got Hogue, Coach Ray, and Hoop. Ray's going to be back at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time to answer your questions live here on Topstep TV. If you've ever had a question for one of the performance coaches here at Topstep, this is your opportunity to get it answered live on Topstep TV. We are going to post a form to the top of the chat in just a little bit. Grab that form, fill it out, and click submit. We will answer your questions live here. Trade with Topstep, 1 o'clock. I'll be back with our buddy Cole Creary and Coach Vince. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre Muhammad and Dolby Time. We've also got a very special treat for all of you during Power Hour today. Jack Schwager, author of Market Wizards books, is going to be here for a little interview. That's at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. Make sure you're here for it. That's huge, right? Who hasn't read the Market Wizards books? Who hasn't heard of the Market Wizards books? Raise your hand in the chat. We will have to educate you. All right. That's what we've got going on. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. We are there for you. That's right. Jack Schwager is going to be here during Power Hour today. Make sure you're here for it. All right.
I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It will be cool for sure. All right, guys.
We've got
one more
crude.
No, nothing done. Nothing done. I pulled that bid.
Okay. Okay.
So nothing working, nothing done in crude. Delete it all.
Okay. Understood.
Nothing doing. All right, guys. It is that time. After nearly 4 years of planning, waiting, and for many fans, saving money, the FIFA World Cup is now 1 day away from beginning across the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Ivan Rodriguez reports from Mexico City, where a big conversation leading up to this World Cup has been ticket prices and overall how expensive it will be for fans to witness the tournament. Let's put up a poll in the chat too while this is going on. Does anybody plan on checking out a FIFA World Cup match in the coming weeks? Let's roll that though.
For Mexico City, the FIFA World Cup isn't just a tournament. It's a homecoming that's consumed the city's streets. Ever since the US, Mexico, and Canada were announced as host of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, soccer fan David Herrera was excited to witness the moment at home. But the high price of tickets, especially compared to previous World Cups, put a damper on his plans.
The Azteca Stadium is 5 minutes for me, and more than being able to get a little closer, obviously, I'm not going. I don't have a ticket for the game, no, but just to see a little, to feel the closest of the World Cup. On the contrary, everything is fenced off.
Those fences aren't only seen around the stadium, but also as you make your way to El Zócalo, the location of FIFA's Fan Fest, which officially opens its doors Thursday. People had to wait in long lines to pass through the first set of barriers, only to be met by another closed-off area directly in front of the vibrant main square.
It's a little frustrating to be so close and yet so far.
Mihika Streeter and Vishal Patel traveled from different parts of the U.S. to Mexico City. Although they don't have tickets to the game, they're excited to experience a World Cup.
We're definitely going to watch one of the games at a bar or something on Thursday, see if we can cop some tickets. But other than that, the other days are just going to be exploring Mexico City.
That will be really fun to see locals having a good time, and if there's people who flew in or drove in from all around the country, I think that would be really, really fun.
In Mexico City, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
I'll be watching a couple games. What's the closest venue to Chicago? Is it like Kansas City or something like that? I don't remember. Kansas City? Yep.
City, yeah.
Thumbs up on that. I have no plans to make that trip, but that's just me. All right, guys. I think we are just about ready to roll. We're going to stretch this for just another minute. We're checking in on crude oil. Did not get any fills. I deleted that bid in crude. What's up, Hogue? You're going to say something?
Just not doing anything. It's just hanging around in the middle of the rain.
Yeah,
we got gold back down.
Could be a result of the IA coming up.
Low in gold, 41.60 weekly kickoff low, and we did see a little bit of a bounce off there. We are still holding negative delta, Ray, in gold, negative 1,470 right now.
Wow.
How about that?
Could be
all right,
spicy.
guys.
Great. Might be out of cellar.
Indeed.
Yes.
All right, Ray, we will catch you later this afternoon. Coach Ray's going to be back for group coaching at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Make sure you get your questions in if you got one, or our training coaches here at Topstep. That is it. That's all the time we got for the opening call. Fast Market's coming up next. We get the equity open in about 5 minutes. We are going to roll on out. Hogue, take us home. Do the thing. We'll catch you later.
Do the thing, JD. Ray, always a pleasure. Thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. I've got the top of the chat. Very popular top of the chat today. Shubham. We got Mike 1970. Coog, Ella Gale, good morning. Just Elias, good morning, Tommy C. Crypto Trades. Gorillion Air, it's good to see our good friend. Tandra Takeoff. We've got John Hukel. We got Tony. We got Philly Trader. We got Dan Trader. We got all of you. Again, thanks for joining us. Sitting down to trade today. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. It's time for Fast Markets. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go.
Turn the machine back on. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Andre, we got some inflation data out of the way, slightly higher than expected, but Supercore CPI came in a little bit lower. So everyone, those prices that you see at the grocery store, they're only in your head. Andre, I don't think they count ticket prices either in this inflation data. I saw you raise your hand. You said you're going to the World Cup.
I am.
What game you going to?
I'm going to LA for round of 32. Ticket prices are indeed not coming down. And yes, we'll talk about CPI here in just a bit. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets because we've got lower left-hand corner. We got Doom. Lower right-hand corner. Looking very chill right now. Mandy in the house. Upper right-hand corner. You saw Jay. Let's get right into it. Mandy, we got 2.5 minutes till the opening bell. CPI seemed to be taken in stride. I'm looking at these NQ prices. Last trade, 28,845. Long ways from all-time highs. We saw that selling come in again yesterday. Thoughts coming into a massive, massive day. Hello, Mandy.
Yes, seriously. Right now, 15-minute, we are in between VWAP, overnight VWAP at 912. Just bounced off of my 15-minute EMA. That's currently set to 5. That number is around 830. So I don't know if I'm going to enter in anything until we are above VWAP and holding or below that EMA. I might even wait until we break below 800s before I get into anything. Very cautious today. I'm going to size down with all of this news and data. It's a lot. This week has been, the last couple of weeks, man, it's been a lot for traders. You've got to be resilient. That's for sure.
To say the least. Mandy, very chill right now. Just feeling it. We'll see what happens when that bell rings in about a minute and 15 seconds. Mr. Doom. I see the shirt. It says truck driver. Oh, they can't see it, but very cool shirt.
Very old t-shirt.
Good
Bring
to
some
see
memories.
Again, my friend. Thoughts, 60 seconds to this opening bell. You got any prices of interest levels, trades on position? What's up?
Giving me mixed vibes, man. Typical rollover, mixed vibes. Really low time frames, long, mid, short. Higher time frames, continuation, but maybe big wicks. Tricky, very tricky. I size down. 2 micros max. That's my plan. Maybe by the 800s. Maybe sell the break of 630. That's the game.
Break of 630s under beneath 30 seconds till the bell rings. New York session 50-50 across the board. The tilt. Jay, I'm gonna throw it to my guy, my main man over there. What are your thoughts?
I'm keeping an eye on gold, man. Gold looks pretty heavy on a higher time frame. I took some shorts last night in gold during slow markets. I may still be leaning to the downside here. You heard Hogue mention the weekly kickoff low. There's a lot of pressure in gold right now, so I'm looking at that to the downside. Of course, we got to pay attention to the equities. We got 5 seconds here. A little bit of overnight inventory to the downside. Let's see if they reconcile, and here we go.
Okay, the bell has rang. The bell is ring. Let's take a look at these prices again. Let's take a look at these. Dow trading 50,680. Gold, like Jay was saying, gold down, 41.75 last trade. A little pop here in the NQ. ES catching a little bit of a bid. All right, here we go. Seeing this again. Dow selling off. NQ catching a bid. And ES again stuck in the middle with you. Also, crude oil trading $89.34 at the moment. 50-50 on the tilt in the equities. You got 71% long in crude oil. Also, to that point of sizing down with micros, I've turned over to micros as well in the MNQ. Reason being, obviously, control risk. It's more liquid, much more liquid in MNQ, and perhaps reduce the possibility, chance of slippage as well, especially when we get those. We got Velocity Logic yesterday, Jay, with that massive sell-off.
Yes, we did. That's the second time this week. Dakota saw it Sunday night during slow markets, and we got it again yesterday. So definitely an environment where you want to be conscious of the liquidity in the order book, even if you're not a depth of market trader, right? We're telling you, as people who watch the volume on the books, it's super thin right now. So sizing down to those micros, Dre, there's probably a 2-tick spread in the micros when there's a 5 to 10 tick spread in the bigs.
Yes.
Something you got to take into consideration if you use a market notice.
100%. Velocity Logic. What is Velocity Logic? Essentially, trading is halted for that particular instrument due to lack of liquidity. Prices going too fast. They try to halt it for a few seconds, minutes, just to get that the ladder, get the liquidity back in that instrument to trade or product to trade. So
Can't put my finger on this. It's
here.
It's a buy and a sell.
Yeah, what did you mean by that? Short term is a sell, long term buy?
The kind of opposite. 4-hour potential continuation. Downside. 5-15-minute looking up. Go figure. I want to be cheap, so it's going to be something cheap. Got to be the index streams.
Pretty
Current value area low. I got 897 and 889 as levels. I was short early in this consolidation and long the low, but I got out before the CPI, man. You've seen those candles. Book becomes illiquid. It starts skipping 18 ticks, 24 ticks, 34 ticks. You don't want to be in that.
Mandy?
We got it. We did have the president this morning on Truth Social. A little bit of a response to Iran. We saw a spike in oil there. He also was just on Truth Social talking about Citibank. So if you're a Citibank investor, you might double here. Go ahead, Doom. You short?
Yeah, 849.
49's 849. 849.
I don't hate it.
Mandy doesn't hate it. Do you love it though? She says she doesn't hate it, but do you love it?
Not enough for my trade plan. Not yet.
Fair enough.
Not yet.
Well, Doom short from what are you short from? 49?
Yeah, instant L. I got my stop at 902 and a tick. If it takes that little previous 2000 tick chart, it's probably going to go further up. If not, this is the sweep to 800s and lower, in my opinion. I'm aiming for at least 1-to-1. Get $100 out of this. That's what I'm risking.
All right.
Let's go, Doom.
Seems to be going.
Little bit of selling here in the NQ and the ES. Again, CPI came out about an hour ago. Consumer Price Index is expected year over year, 4.2%. Month over month, 0.5%. And then you got core that excludes food and energy prices for whatever reason. That came in line as well. I guess a little lighter than expected. The core CPI. I think you got super core, Jay. Super core came in even better.
Super core came in lower than expectations. It does not include food, housing, energy, all the stuff that we need to live.
The stuff that we use.
Includes haircuts, right? If haircuts are essential.
What does it include? Very interesting.
I had to Google it, man. Not a lot.
With that being said, bond prices yields came down just a bit. That's interesting to see. However, there is inflation. We're seeing it with whether it's forecasted or not. We are seeing an uptick in inflation. We'll have Drew Dosek, Director of Business Development for Verified Investment, joining us in just about. Go ahead, Doom. We are continuing to sell off here in the NQ.
I got my 50 points. I'm a happy chappy.
Well done.
Hey, 50 points here, 50 points there. Next thing you know, you're up 1,000 on the day.
Adds up quick.
There you go.
What do we have on the calendar today? Top of the hour, the president signs the Secure America Act. We have 9:30 a.m. Central, about an hour from now. We've got EIA, crude oil inventory number, noon Central. We got a 10-year note auction. And then later this afternoon, Power Hour, we will have the author of the series, Market Wizards, joining us this afternoon, Power Hour, Mr. Jack Schwager himself.
You guys keep bringing big names, man. I love it.
This is a big one. This is a very big one. Jessica Inskip will also be joining us in Fast Market. So we got a lot. Jam-packed day. Nice cover there. Doom here on Topstep TV. With that being said, thousands watching us all across the globe. Click subscribe, click like, click notify. If you'd be so
I was planning to buy the 800s. I closed there, did buy to cover. I thought about double buying it so it can be long in it, but the velocity that this thing started coming down, I kind of it sketched me out a little bit. So
it's too.
I may be getting long here in a second.
Lungs. NQ ladder so thin. NQ ladder very thin.
I'm gonna wait.
It's gotta be MNQ. MNQ's I'm with MNQ. It's too thin.
I got two queued up. Let's see. Yeah, I'm long 2 micros.
Oh, I heard it. I heard it.
MNQ. Long 2.
MNQ. Yeah, 2 micros, 887.
Okay, 887.
really
84% long
them,
tail
but
crude. 84% long tail crude right now. $89.27. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. Jay, what is your upside target along from 887?
I want to see us take out the high of this 3-minute opening range, 954s, and then we'll see if we can make a run towards 29,000 here.
Yep.
In the chat, Jay Torres asks, what does the thin ladder mean? Hold that thought, or remind me to answer that question here in just a couple minutes, but I can explain to you. It just means that not a lot of size on the bids in the ask, but to hold that question. We're continuing to pop here. Nice trade, Jay. Nice cover there. Doom.
I'm getting a negative point for not executing my plan to buy the 800s.
What do you mean? You took a winner? To turn it, or
to turn it.
Gotcha. You'd be getting cute there. That'd be getting cute.
It's rollover. The rollover been smacking me around like a little kid past 4 times. Gotta be cautious. This time I'm on the edge. Gotta be cautious.
All right.
Took one off, stops and profit on the last one. We'll let this try to run to 29,000s here.
Nice trade, Coach. Very nice one.
Wow.
Look at this candle, power.
Some size at 29,000s, about 150, I think there.
Okay.
180.
Almighty Kukumba. Look at that candle.
Am I reading this right? This 5-minute candle is a 200-point range. Yeah.
Insane, man.
200 points. And continue to pop.
Good catch. I bet you to chase into this, just can't. Also, typical retail guy. I bet you to short it too. So,
I'm about to short it. Wow, what a rally. What a rally. I'm sure.
Next target here is the pivot. We hit that 29,000, so I'm going to trail up a little bit more. We got the pivot at 29,060. So we'll see what happens there. I want to see some extension above.
I have 71 on MNQ.
70% long, both ES and NQ. Nice trade.
Absolutely jump in the middle of the train and cut the ride. Very nice one.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
All right. High of the opening range needs to hold now. What was that price? 954s. So my stop's at 33s right now.
250-point range in this 5-minute candle in the NQ. Low of this candle, 5-minute, the low of 28,771. High of this 5-minute candle, 29,022. ES 40-point range on this candle on this side. Okay, markets are rocking right now. We got gold continue to push higher here. Again, 70% long tilt.
Russell's moving
as well. Higher?
Yeah, upside. It's probably the leader right now. It's staying higher. Nasdaq's pulling back. The Russell's staying on its highs.
Interesting. Good stuff, Jay. Okay. Again, 70% long tilt, ES, NQ, and crude oil. Gold on the move, was on the move higher. Gold on this 5-minute 30.
Cheap short. I'm going to sell one. Very
President
cheap.
sitting the wire. Okay, I took a short too. What price do we got? President hit True Social.
951. I'm going to trail out. 3, 2, 1.
951. Short from 9.
All right, what did I get here? I don't know. 15 points.
Nice trade, guys. I'm flat.
Nice trade all around. Nice job. Nice job, dude.
11 points. Commission, not bad.
President, we got president here. Trump praises cities a big comeback on True Social.
Thanks for letting me know, Dre, that he's on the mic.
Doom, I'm not. It's not just for you.
The headline risk is setting the past 6 weeks.
He's been active this morning.
Has he?
He's been active. Yeah, I mean, we saw that. I took a crude oil long earlier because he was just saying that Iran took too long to respond, and now something has to be done. I get these volume notifications on my phone. I got it. I opened up Topstep X on my phone and just instantly got long micro crude for a couple $100. Because that volatility, when it hits, it is a pretty good trade. So
I'll switch it.
He's active this morning. We're probably going to get more of it.
Yep, good call. You heard Mandy, you heard Doom, you heard Jay talking about levels, prices of interest. Well, where can you find those? Well, you see them pinned too, though. They're pinned to the chat as well as on Topstep X. You click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X.
I'm sure.
Type in Topstep daily levels. You have them slap overlaid right there on your chart because those are updated refreshed before every New York Open.
7, 3, 6, 2, and 3 ticks. Short 1 MES. If that's the continuation fall, to the previous low, it's going to get the job done. If not, it is what it is.
Wow.
When the market is volatile like this, these micros print, man.
Plenty. Micros are plenty.
Especially a small account, a 50K account, these micros print.
It's the slippage.
Absolutely.
Lowers the possibility of slippage. Obviously, slippage is definitely distinct possibility of volatility continue to increase. However, it's a little bit more liquid in those markets.
Major components are down right now.
In the back. What do you got? Break it down.
Looking at the Tech 9, NVIDIA down 1.1, Apple down 1%, Microsoft down 0.3, Amazon down 0.8, Google flat, Broadcom down 4%, Tesla down 0.5%, Meta up 0.8%, Micron up 2.9%, Walmart down 0.3%, Intel up 0.75%, and the semiconductor ETF down 1% right now.
Good stuff.
So a lot of red.
Dow finding some buyers, gold as well. ES. What price you short the ES from, Doom?
73.62 and 3 ticks.
62. Okay. 62. I mean, in the back of my mind,
Yeah, turn around.
It's
fine.
Size here. 29,000. So we got some size. 1,000 lot. 29,000 in the Nasdaq.
NQ.
Yeah, bigs. Yep. 1,000 sitting there.
Really?
First time there was 180s. Those filled, but 1,000 now.
There's nothing in. Really? Oh man, there it is. Yes, it is. Using that level 2 data, Topstep X sticking out like a sore thumb. It is so thin on this ladder.
Pulled.
Pulled. Yeah, pulled. Wow, 1,000.
There they go.
We're trading higher now. 29,022.
I should have longed it. Should have.
Buyers continuing to
get out of here.
Pump this thing. ES on the move.
I'm out. Stop a better entry.
You can't trade this NQ ladder. I mean, I can't even have this NQ ladder is non-existent.
Now short
super
76 and
76.
Yeah, just because it's hitting pivot on Nasdaq.
Oh, I'm gonna have them NQ.
And that's probably my last counter trade on the day.
Okay, more buying going here. New session highs ES, new session highs Dow, and the NQ. Gold as well. NQ continuing to pump here. 29,079 now last trade. NQ up about 300 points. 300 points here in the first 15 minutes. 15 minutes of this New York session. ES up about, damn. Yes,
1 minute ATR is 60 right now.
60.
Wild times.
Settlement 29,117s in the Nasdaq. We got a settlement 73.92 in the S&P.
73.92, so about 10 points away from the ES. Continuing to pump, more buyers stepping in here. We got a number there.
I want to find a spot to maybe get back long here for this settlement test.
You
guys are leaning long. Okay.
Yeah.
We just found it. Let's see here.
Do we have another yesterday? I don't know. In the back of my mind, do we have another yesterday in store or Friday?
Great question.
We kind of saw this, right? We saw the buy up, the rally, first 15, 20, 30 minutes into the New York session, and then it just became
great point.
Below.
I made that money to the long side yesterday, and then we had 1,600 points to the downside. So, yeah, is this just short covering here? Delta's positive, positive 1,000 in the S&P. Sorry, positive 1,000 in the Nasdaq, positive 4,200 in the S&P. What I do like though, Dre, is that gold is ripping to the upside as well.
Gold is. I was just looking at that.
I'm long one.
Let's go.
Just a settlement.
Okay.
Base hit.
What price, Mandy?
Right here, right now, 76 half.
76 half. And settlement is about 40 points higher. 117, 29,117 or so.
Yeah, 117.
1,000 odds at like 110s right now.
110s. Okay. Nice. Jeez. 110. All right. That's about 50 points away from here. 76% long tilt in the ES. 76% and 70% long tilt in the NQ.
Very nice. Very good.
So we're seeing for the first time this morning a little bit of negative delta between 25s, 29.25s, and 29.85s in the NASDAQ. So somebody trying to hit the bid here. We'll see if they can gain any traction. Very similar to what we saw yesterday.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Yeah. We'll see if it plays out the same way. But this is when I started to get a little... This is when I started to trail, when we see that negative delta coming in up here. Size in the S&P as well, 1,200, 1,230 at the 73.85 offer.
73.8. Jay is locked in. Yes, it is. 1,200 offer to 73.85. About 8 points higher where we're at right now. That level 2 data really coming in handy. NQ continuing to catch a bid here. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. This is Fast Markets. Why am I telling this? Well, if you'd be so kind, hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. If you'd like to share some proof of payouts, trader wins, share station setups, anything you'd like for us to turn around for you in, well, Power Hour. Again, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X. Can we get another?
Coming up on that 1,000 lot in the NASDAQ here. 110s. Let's see if they pull. They pulled at evens.
Evens. Yep.
And we just shot up 100 points. It's insane.
I'm locking it in at 102.
Nice trade,
We're
Mandy.
out $50.
Nice, Mandy.
I just don't need a fat rejection right here at 110.
Partials. They
Filled.
got filled.
Going
Indeed.
through.
I'm gonna write that down. Write that down. I'm gonna get short. 110. 29,110. What time is it?
Partial in the S&P as well.
Oh, I want to get short here so bad.
Sheesh.
Wow. Okay.
Filled.
All
right. Let's see now. Yeah. Is there more behind that? That's the question. It's near the high of the day. So they took it out. A bunch of positive delta there. They need to hold that level now.
What was that total?
It's like a long above, short below level now.
What was that? 110?
Oh, man,
1,000 lot. 1,000 lot. Wow. We are continuing to pump here. Mandy, you still in this thing?
No, I got out. I chickened.
Okay. No.
I didn't want to get that
tradies.
That rejection right there at 110, but it is all the way into 50s.
Wow. Here we go. We are continuing to pump here. Size.
ATR is still at 57 on the 1 minute. So big.
Okay.
Oh, we have overnight. What is that? At 170s. So we haven't quite tagged that yet. 168s, maybe.
Nice job getting in there, Mandy. I had my finger over the market button. I should have just hit it. It looked good. See what happens at these 110s now. S&P back below that order. So the order in the S&P filled at 73.85s, 29 110s in the NASDAQ. If you guys want to put those on your charts,
100%.
See how the market responds to that price.
100%. See if it's a good fill or bad fill. Good job, Jay. And Mandy and Doom.
I probably should take the blessing here. I kind of missed it. It's all good. It's all good. The entry becomes support.
Yep.
Can indeed. Again, we are, look at this. We're talking about 400-point rally in the NQ so far. Just the range, I should say. This is in the first 20 minutes of this New York session. Low around 28,772. High 29,162. ES also big range as well. We're talking 70-point range so far. Opening range. Got
they don't pulling back. Could get shaky here.
Oh man. I mean, that's got.
I'm targeting 370 even, 7370 even for 3 micro ES. Close enough. Yeah, let's take 3. I'm down to 1, risk free. Good stuff. It wasn't ideal to add into the loser coming in close to the stop, but yeah, 144 was a major level for me on MNQ, and kind of based on that and back to that 43 and pivot 70, it was a good reversion to the mean. If I'm wrong, I'm sized down and this will make another higher high. If I'm right, we'll see session lows and 1 micro will get it done for me on the day. I'm plenty up.
Round 3 here?
Okay.
Is this round 3? Is this round 3?
1,000 lot in the NQ? Are you kidding me? 1,000 lot in the NQ?
Yeah, is this round 3?
I got short with it. I have to. We'll see.
Great trade, Doom.
Yeah.
Hey, I get lucky.
That's not true.
No.
That's not true. It's preparation.
No,
It's
not at all.
preparation's locked in.
The system that I'm using is kind of complicated. When people ask me like, how do you trade and stuff, and I just tell them I get lucky to save them like a 6-hour TED talk.
You also don't tell us either on Topstep TV. You just say I get lucky even on TV, and that's when the chat gets.
I just mark prices of interest. I will monitor the sessions and I'll see where bigger lots come in to execute, but don't really distort the market flow. And later on, they come in very valid. Kind of, what are you guys looking at that delta to get filled, covered, executed, and so and so.
that amount of size, that takes a lot of buying power out of the market, right? Somebody has to come in and buy 1,000 lot, and then you're hoping for the weaker hands to continue upwards. That's tough to do. So
we're 100 points lower from it right now. What was the fill in
85s?
85, 7385 thousand. Okay, same time too. 8:48 a.m. Central. Okay, remember that trade. Filled. Okay.
Semiconductor index did go green for a little bit. I'm looking at SMH. It went green for a little, back red now. Everything else still pretty much red. We are only 20 minutes in.
75%.
It's already been wild.
That 1,000 lot is where could they be long from? Or obviously it could be hedging, could be offsetting some risk. It also could be them calling the top. We'll find out.
Back below value area.
Yes, we are. I'm gonna write this.
Still short with them?
Yeah.
On the same currency.
085.
Beautiful. 28,973 is the regular trading hour VWAP for the NASDAQ right now. Kind of just took a look at that really quick. Seeing a little bit of buying. Delta is still positive 2,000 in the NASDAQ, positive 5,200 in the S&P. With taking out that, right, you got to be positive.
1,000 lot.
When Dre's short, and it's special.
I'm not.
Extra conviction.
I'm following market generated information. Market generated info. 1,000 on the offer. So they're asking, was that a buy or a sell? Well, it was both. However, the initial came in and offered 1,000. 1,000. They were willing to sell it, and they did. But takes buyers to fill it as well.
Pretty much the second trade was kind of low probability, risky. It covered my previous loser. So can't lose money stance is the best. I sure apply it more often than I do.
What was that?
Can't lose money stance.
Another one?
Your take profit in the money. Putting your stop in the money. Can't lose money stance. It's the best.
That's you. Oh yeah, Doom loves the trailing.
500 at 40s.
What is it?
500 lot at 29,040
on the offer again.
On the offer again, yeah. Somebody's
okay.
Adjusting some inventory in this range here, chat.
Yes, they're
roll over, man. Go figure.
Oh man.
Could be. Yeah, you're right, Doom.
They're gonna go fill that though.
Something's going on. It definitely is something. But do we know?
Yes, it is. Okay, we are about 20 points higher. Let's go fill that. It was
partial.
I'm long.
Filled.
It was filled. I'm seeing no. Mandy, you're long. What price?
42 half.
042. 042.
Yeah, looks like it. I'm probably getting out. $30.
I figured out this one too.
Hey, look! I hit the 1, 2, 3, 4 P&L.
There you go. Make a wish, Doom.
It was filled, Jay? It was?
Yeah, partial.
And they pull it? Where's it at now?
Yeah, pull the rest. It filled like 200.
Well, that changes things. Oh, it's for 660.
It's a big boy candle.
Oh, these are wild candles. Okay. Top of the hour here, 4 minutes to the top of the hour. Already we're seeing these markets absolutely rocking right now. We're seeing huge size in the NQ, 1,000 lots getting filled, 500 lots getting partials. ES with 1,200 lots there on the offer did get filled. Top of the hour, the president will be signing the Secure America Act. This is an interesting spot right now.
I'm long
Definitely.
one micro right now, real small size.
Okay.
See if this area holds. 64 quarter.
064 quarter. Okay.
Roger in chat telling me now I gotta hit the 6-7. Dude, that probably gonna be
Look
on
at Doom.
and
Oh, he's got his shades on. Look at this guy. I didn't even realize he's got his shades on, man. Look at this guy. That's my guy right there.
You know why, Dre? Because I can see the future and it's too bright.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Look, he loves it. Vignette. When you say there's 1,000 lots filled, does that tell you if it's on the offer? You can see that on the ladder. See on the ladder, it was on the offer.
So the way I like to read it, right? Like, and you said it, Dre, right? There's a buyer and a seller. The buyer in that situation is the aggressor, right? In order for us to trade higher, the buyer has to take it out. So I think what you gauge from that point, I'm flat. What you gauge from that point is, okay, great. You bought 1,000 lots there. Do you have more behind that? And if there's nothing else behind it, then the seller is going to win that transaction. If there is more behind it, and we'll see when we get back up to this price, then maybe the aggressive buyer does take control here. So
I look at the opposite. If there's more, like if 500 lot came in, if 500 lot came in, there was more behind the selling. I guess that's how I view it. Yeah, you're right.
Trail that. Here we go. Come on, 15 minute.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Because you could just have offers continue to step down as well, right? I think it's just gauging the participation at that price, right? There's a big player on both sides.
If they continue to reload and they flash 1,000 filled, they come with another 500 filled, it's going to take a lot of buying power to push through it. It's going to take a lot, especially 1,000 lot in the NQ is a lot. All right, here comes the top of the hour, 40 seconds.
I think we're reading the same thing from a different perspective, right? Reading it from either side.
Right.
Yeah. Ray, you know what? I would love to be the guy that it's at the desk that puts the 1,000 lot out there.
That's what they're saying. Like, if I won like $1 billion in the lottery or something, would I quit? No, I wouldn't quit. I'd be throwing around 1,000 lots in the NQ. That's exactly what I'd be doing.
Right.
There's more where that came from filled. There's another 500 filled. Oh, there's more where that came from.
I'm kind of practicing to step back into minis with these kind of quick scalps and managing it. Because that recliner type with the hands off haven't been working that well for you, boy.
Doom.
Yep, you got to be in and out quick, especially in a market like this. We're contracting on the 1 minute MNQ. If you guys want to take a peek, boom. We're doing the Dorito pattern that Adobe so loves, kind of contracting into a little tip.
I'm trying to hold it.
Often bullish. Rollover, can't tell.
What are they going to do here? Still 86% long tilt in crude right now. 86% long tilt in crude.
Oh.
Average price of $89.42. They're about 40 cents in the money right now.
So that's what we're going to do, Dre. We win La Lotto. We storm the CME. We start dropping 1,000 lots on the retail.
We're not going to be storming the CME. Doom, we are not going to be storming. We are partners with the CME. We will not be CME. We will not.
All right. Okay. 1,000 lots?
Right.
We will be, we will provide liquidity, though. CME would most certainly welcome the 1,000 lots getting thrown around.
You always have the best advice, I got to admit. You always have the best advice.
Yeah,
always.
Well, Chet, Doom's got the best advice. I also buy that crystal ball from you with...
I pawned it.
Right back in the middle.
Someone was asking why I got out of that trade. It was an attempt to see whether or not we were going to run that 1,000 lot up there at 110s, but buyers are not showing that they're ready yet. So when they're ready, I'll go with them. But if they're stuck, and like Andre's saying, if that seller up there is winning this fight right now, I don't want to fight against them. I'm trading micros. My couple of micros, especially on the sim account, is not going to get it done against 1,000 lot. So just reading the flow right now.
Seller just got rejected. You still long, Mandy?
Yeah, I just barely held on to that.
Okay, yeah.
Literally missed it by a tick, getting stocked out. So I don't have a lot of faith in this, but
honestly, if the market has a blessing for me to come back down into the 800, 805s, I will buy it. Definitely buying it.
It's holding bid right now.
We're holding this 29,000.
We are indeed. Gold down ticking just a bit.
Kind of, but we made a lower high. It's kind of sketch for me.
Lower high.
Sketchy. Nah, I really like the advice Dre gave, I think a week or so ago, about, on your bad times, on your draw periods, have a little money on the side so you're safe and you can keep on going and hop over the hill.
For a retest of the highs here at 142.5.
I might be getting right back in with you here, Mandy. Let's see if they want to run it again.
They're holding this thing bid. I might be cutting shorts.
Yeah.
Shorts.
I'm going to be watching how we react at settlement again.
Man, I want it.
ES new session highs. ES new session highs. ES new session highs. NQ.
Oh, come on, get this size out of here. Who's at 120s now?
More? There's another
800
one?
lot at 120s. They're gonna keep
really
away. Filled. Or they pulled.
Okay.
Massive size flying around.
Well, 3s and 4s and 2s and
how can I get one? Oh man.
1s and 2s, and then they're throwing out 1,000 lots. Somebody
I
got
know.
it, right?
I know. So 120. You know what? Okay, let's just manage this trade.
A bar fight with knives, and they show up with
one flat again.
Flat. Yeah. There's a saying out there that the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And
100%.
100%, man. Do you agree? I mean,
oh yeah.
That's going in my book. Doom, I know you're trying to copy my book. Mandy, you'll get a free signed copy of that book that eventually will come out. I'm told we got let's get Hogan here after this. We got a little
I got my book right here.
Run a little bit here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What do we got? And then Hogue coming in after this.
Mute Ski Hogue.
Mute.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's good to see everyone. Get a good look at what's going on here so far this morning, and focusing first here on the S&Ps. When we looked at the daily chart this morning in normal markets, and these are whatever a normal market is, we've got a lot of excess on this low here, traded right down to 5% off the all-time high 50-session simple moving average. A little confluence there. Buyers did come in at that point and left a lot of excess on this daily bar. Auctions die in excess. Is this downside auction over? Who knows? There's a lot of uncertainty still out there in the markets, but we did have the CPI numbers come out today, largely as expected, so they were probably largely already in the market. We were looking at overnight inventory to the short side in the S&Ps. We did see some buyers coming in, bringing price back right to settlement. If you wonder what settlement is, it can be a magnet, and it has been a magnet so far. So we're seeing buyers coming in. We're seeing positive delta in the S&Ps, about 4,400 positive now. No divergence there. Market really just unraveling that overnight inventory. We'll see how this plays out from there. Same situation really in the NASDAQ. Excess on the daily bar. Market was a little bit short coming into the regular trading hour session. We've unraveled that overnight inventory. Guess what? Back right to settlement, 28,980. One of the markets that I'm very interested in seeing how that plays out this morning is gold. Gold traded down to our weekly kickoff low, 41.60. Went through it by about $8. The regular trading market opened. It did not leave an opening range and either the high or the low. But when we were dragging along the bottom here, we saw increasingly negative delta. That's telling us that sellers are more aggressive, but being unable to continue to push price lower indicated possible longer time frame buyers down here. And we see the market has kind of pushed up above the initial balance high, closing above the initial balance high. We're going to see if we can hold that initial balance high in gold. That initial balance high on the 720 to 820 range is 41.9730. Seeming to have a little bit of trouble here at overnight VWAP. We'll see how this plays out, but a pretty decent opportunity for longs off that weekly kickoff low. Crude oil, we saw a pretty good jump early this morning, about 6 o'clock. There was some information about Trump talking about Iran taking too long. Iran will have to pay the price. So, of course, price did push higher. We just looked above the initial balance high here, leaving a potential failed upside auction. Not very confident in that, as we are probably going to be hearing new information in the headlines. And that is really what we're kind of looking at. We've seen some pretty good trades here this morning. Short time frame traders, Mandy and Doom and Jay carving it up this morning. Great stuff. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Doom. Good morning, Mandy.
Morning, Hope.
Good morning.
Andy's
I'm
still
mute.
on.
Yeah, but I just added a second contract. I'm gonna tighten up risk here.
I like it.
Looking again for these 142s.
Mandy's back in long. I'm with you here, Mandy. I want to see if we can make a run at these 120s here. They're not making this easy, Hogue.
They're hard.
Every time it looks like
So
we're going to go,
hard.
they're throwing some size out on the order book, Hogue, and stopping us here.
I know. I've been watching that. It's crazy. As thin as it is, and that size in the NASDAQ.
Here we go.
That's one
500 at 120s.
Either it's going to blast up
120,
or give me the pullback I want.
It's going up to get that liquidity. Let's see if it can get up to that 120 level.
Back at the 110s here. Yeah, here we go.
This thing moves so quick. Oh,
there it is.
It's filled.
Nice trade, Mandy.
I hit it, you guys.
Nice.
My first 100 pointer on air.
There you go. Let's go, Mandy. Market conditions.
There you go.
Facilitating big trades.
Top of the candle.
Love to see it.
Looking for some sort of hesitation. Might not be the easiest thing, but that's where the top of those candles were at, was at those 140s. On our previous high. Let's see if we can break this real quick.
All right, I'm down to
100-point banger.
100-point banger for Mandy right here on Fast Markets Chat. If you don't like that, I don't know why you're here, but if you do, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. We got some great trades going on right now. I am still long from 29,090s. Stop is going to be under those 120s now, where those just filled. Let's see if they want to hold there. Going to be a little area of contention, but we'll see what happens there. Doom, any trades for you right now? Or are you flat, Doom?
No, I'm flat. I'm probably going to call it a day here. It's staying below prices of interest, 144. I skipped on the dip, and you know how the story goes. If you start chasing into it, you ain't going to make it.
Absolutely. And I'm flat there because this is a war zone, Hogue.
Dude, 144. Look at it.
Get out.
It has been a very strong support. Has been.
Absolutely.
Dakota. Previous support, now resistance.
That's exactly what it's looking at. Again, that we had 1,000 lot fill at 29,110s in the NASDAQ about a half an hour ago. We just had another 500 lot fill at 120s. What do those mean? I see, we're talking a lot about order flow today. What do those orders mean? It means as much as the market's reaction to those orders, right? Yes, someone was filled there. How does the market respond? Is there more buying above, or does the seller in that transaction win currently? Long above, short below is kind of the way to look at it. Sometimes, Hogue, what I'm looking at is, can I get a better price than the buyer that took out that order? Worst case scenario, I make money to their position. Best case scenario, if I'm long already and they continue to buy at those highs, then we make money with them. But there is a lot of overlap going on right now.
There's so many different things that those big orders can mean.
Right.
One thing about it is we don't know if those are entries, if they're exits, if they're speculators, if they're institutions. I mean, there are speculators out there that do trade that kind of size. The fact that we're positive delta 2,400 in the Nasdaq, positive 4,500 in the S&P is, this all feels and seems like shorter time frame participation to me, shorter time frame speculator grade. With that excess on the lows yesterday on those daily bars, this would be normally what I would expect on a day like today, if there wasn't so much uncertainty out there. So if we're going to trade what we would think after yesterday, we would probably be looking for longs, and that has been certainly paying out today.
Yes, it has been. We got more size up here, 1,000 lot at 180s now. Shout out to Taro of the Wood. So now here's how I'm reading this. The market we're seeing a little bit of hesitation at these bigger orders, but eventually someone comes in and fills, right? So buyers are stepping on the gas here. We can see that in the positive delta as well. So now I think we're just measuring participation. Do they continue to buy, or at some point do they run out of steam? 500 lot here, 73.98s. We got the initial balance getting set here in about 15 minutes here, Hogue.
Looks like buy the bomb type of conditions.
Agreed, Doom. Agreed.
Kinda. And that's always bravery to do so. What's next on the news at 10:30?
Let's see. Do we have it open? Well, we got an interview. We got Drew Dosek joining us, and bottom of the hour we got crude inventories. Okay, wow. Big buy-in there.
Yes.
Yep, that was very wiki. I'm gonna add one. See what happens here.
Does this low volatility make this rally seem a little bit fragile to you, Jay?
A little bit, Hogue. Yeah. Especially with what we've been seeing over the past couple of days. Yeah, it kind of feels like yesterday, right? And it's why I'm trailing these trades so aggressively. Yesterday on the open, we were up 200 points before we sold off 1,600 in the Nasdaq, right? So, I do have a little bit of faith in buyers that they're taking out some of these bigger orders, but that's a lot to get through. You say it all the time, Hogue. All these bigger offers are taking buying power away from the markets, right? If somebody has to buy 1,000 lot and then another 500 and then another 5, I mean, I know there's some deep pockets out there, but how deep? And they're fighting against some sellers as well. So,
what takes more effort?
I think it depends.
Up the hill or fall off of it?
It depends, Jay. I mean, if you take out a whole bunch of bigger offers and price continues to push higher, if those are shorts, eventually they may turn into buyers. This is all inside of range from yesterday. To me, none of this is initiative activity. It's all still inside of the value from yesterday. So there's very, very little change in the perception of value. And, we're getting all excited about all this size. It's very difficult to understand what it means. You can speculate on it. You're not going to know for sure. And with the low liquidity, it just seems like this market is doing what I thought it would do, but it seems a little bit fragile. I'm not really all that impressed with the volume that's been going on here.
That 144 and 43.5. Wow.
Hogue, that's a great point you made. On a shorter time frame, right? We're pretty zoomed in right now. On a shorter time frame, we're seeing the volatility, and it's kind of even crazy to say that this is low volatility with a 400-point regular trading hour move in the Nasdaq. But we've seen huge moves over the last couple of days, right? We're in a different environment. On a higher time frame, we're not directional, right? We're, like you said, inside yesterday's range. What it does mean, what all this size does mean, is that these prices mean something to someone. There's some inventory adjustment going on. We saw this maybe about feel like it was about a month ago, Hogue, where we saw similar size trading that kept us in a range. And one of the things we said was we're not going to break out of this range until they're done adjusting this inventory. So if we continue to see size like this, I'm with you. We may not, it may just be an inside day. And we know we got more catalysts coming up later in the week.
Moved up about 60 points. Point of control moved up about 60 points. And I'm keeping an eye on the profile and starting to put in that P shape. We're getting a lot of transactions up here. It's, I like the long, but it's such a no-go zone for me. I miss the low lows, and I'm getting itchy to get into it. I'm going to wait for more confirmation if I choose to trade this account further down today, or I'll probably lock in my win and enjoy a beautiful Wednesday.
There you go. It's a great day.
The perks of being a trader, you know?
Up 12 G's right now. We did have a poll up in the chat. Did your account survive the opening 20 minutes? Yes, we thrived. Yes, we stay flat. Note we didn't. 56% saying yes, we thrived. That is good to hear. Let's see what we got. 29,098 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Again, a lot of that size filled at 110s. 73.85 last trade in the S&P. There's still a 500 lot up there at 98s in the S&P. Gold pulling back a little bit here. 41.93s last trade here in gold. $89.76 last trade here in crude oil. Biggest percentage movers on the quote board. We got platinum down 0.6%, micro Ethereum down 0.72%, and gold down 2.2%. Upside, we got RBOB gasoline futures up 1.7%, crude up 1.83%, and natural gas up 2.5%. All right, Mandy, Doom, this has been a great, fast markets. It went by so quick, man. It feels like we've been trading for 3 hours, and we're only 45 minutes into it. But we got to make some space. We got Drew coming in here with Andre. Mandy, any words you want to say before we head out for the day?
Should I go?
Play it safe. Yeah.
Play it safe.
Use those risk settings. And yeah, it was fun. Really wild day, but it was a blast. Always a blast with you and Dre and Jay and Doom. Hogue, thanks as always.
100-point banger for Mandy today.
Yeah, man. Hit the thumbs up in the chat. Let's see hundreds in the chat. Use those 100 emojis in the chat. Doom, good trading. You said you're going to lock it up. Enjoy the beach. Anything you want to say before you head out of here, Doom?
I'm going to quote the man in the bottom left corner from Quote Unquotes. To thrive in life, you need 3 things: a wishbone, a backbone, and a funny bone. Stay funny.
There you go. Stay funny, Doom, with the shades on. Mandy, Doom, we'll see you in just a little bit. I'm going to throw it over to Andre and Drew here for a little macro picture. Over to you, Andre.
Thank you so much, Jay. Yes, welcome everybody. I'd like to welcome Drew Dosek, the Director of Business Development and Verified Investing here on Topstep TV. Drew, welcome aboard. Got some questions for you regarding these markets, where we're at. We're seeing some big-time selling the last 2 of 3 trading days in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We had a little bit of a hot CPI reading coming out today. Your thoughts on where this market may be going, and is this a healthy pullback, or is there more room to the downside, Drew? Welcome aboard.
Well, hey, thanks for having me. And we've really had a fantastic last couple of weeks, really loaded with information, right? With the hot labor report, we had the hot JOLTS report. We've got enough job openings to go ahead and cover all of the unemployment. So what happened on Friday was all of that started to culminate, much like what's happened in 2023, 3 years ago, when we started having interest rates increase and actually get to 5%. That's when the market got a little bit concerned and pulled back over 11%. Now, the CPI data today did come in hot, but the core data was less. And that's why the markets are breathing a sigh of relief. If we had that core data actually increasing, now core doesn't include energy or food, but if we had core increasing, we would be seeing a lot of selling pressure in the markets. And so if you really digest really what's going on right now, it's simply repeating what happened in 2023. That's the great part about analyzing with time cycles. We can expect and anticipate sort of reactions with similar scenarios that are bubbling up right now.
Oh, good stuff, Drew. All right, let's talk about 2023. You said 11%, correct? 11%. When we saw history repeating itself. We're about 5-6% off the all-time highs right now. But this rally that we continue to see, we just made new all-time highs a couple days ago, last week in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. This feels like it might be a little different, though, Drew, with just this resilience with obviously the semiconductors sector as well. Just continue to drive the NASDAQ higher and higher and higher. Is there a disconnect here, or is this is earnings rule supreme with what we're seeing here?
Well, I think what we're seeing is a combination of really stimulus, right, with this CapEx spending into the AI space. So that's really what's keeping the SMH afloat. Now, historically, once the SMH has pushed up over 230% without a substantial pullback, we generally pull back about 30 to 40% on the chart of the SMH. So this run for SMH is, needless to say, massively historic, because we have a push up right now with this current run from the lows of April of 2025. We pushed up over 277%. Now, with that huge selling pressure last Friday, we actually turned a weekly topping tail on the SMH. And for those that are aware, weekly topping tails are notoriously bearish. Now, the one way to negate that, obviously, we got to get a weekly close back above that topping tail. But this is starting to paint the picture of worrying concerns with no rate cuts in sight. The Fed rate probability tool is actually predicting that we're going to have rate hikes this year. Now, if you remember at the beginning of this year, we were rolling into 2026 anticipating rate cuts. And guys, that's not on the table anymore. Matter of fact, we're looking at rate hikes coming as early as this December. So that's why that core reading today was so important. It did drop down to 0.2% increase. Now that 0.2% increase was very minimal, right? However, that was the coolest in months that we've had. But the headline CPI is the highest since 2023. That looks like it's setting up a very similar run for the 10-year yield to go and attack the 5% mark.
10-year at 5%. Oh boy, that would not be. That puts the Fed in a bit of a predicament, Drew. If we got a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, will have his first FOMC meeting next week. Obviously, the boss wants rate cuts. His boss wants rate cuts. Obviously, the data is saying quite the opposite. Speaking of rate hikes, ECB is pricing and will be perhaps raising rates later this week. How's the Fed going to thread this needle with what we're seeing in terms of, obviously, the boss wants slower rates? The market's saying, I don't think so. We saw jobs did. Hot jobs reading sent rates higher. How do they thread this needle? And how, in terms of trading it, how do you analyze what we're seeing?
Well, the Fed certainly's got their problems stacked up against them. You're exactly right. They're going to have pressure to have rate cuts, even though most recently our administration's kind of easing off that pressure and saying they're independent and they're going to operate on their own. But we'll come to see if that does pass, right? The main key driver, though, today, and what the magic wand could be for the Fed, is to get the oil prices down. If you get oil prices down, that's going to alleviate the concern, much like what we saw today with the 0.2% increase with the CPI core. That's not including energy. That's the magic trick. If the Fed can somehow, and they can't manipulate the oil prices, but that will at least take away a lot of the problems on their plates.
Oil prices, somehow get the oil prices down. No, they can't. And there's certainly, we saw China release some oil out of their strategic petroleum reserves. We saw the United States do the same. Strait of Hormuz still seems to be jammed up, to say the least. From what it sounds like, these oil prices, we're trading around $89 or so. These oil prices aren't going anywhere, Drew. It doesn't seem. And how are they going to get if oil prices do not come down, if get it back in the 50s and 60s where they were, coming into this year, inflation is going to work its way through the system and get passed on to us. We're seeing in CPI. I know we say it's a cooler than expected reading. It's still, core year over year is still above 4%.
Right.
It's how long do we ignore these crude oil prices? And
well, that's what I think we're really in the midst of now. We're kind of, and that's the neat thing about the markets, right? It's very hard to pinpoint a top, but once we experience this volatility, particularly up here at the top where we're at, I think that's giving us the red flag. It's throwing up these signs where, guys, Yes, we've run up. Can we run up more? No doubt about it. Eventually in the future, we are going to run up more in the markets, but we've run up so fast, so quickly in a short period of time. And now these concerns are still bubbling about. And I mean, remember in January, we had a lot of private credit issues too, and those aren't really being talked about that much at all. So there's still a lot of other problems under the surface. But if we increase these rates, if the 10-year yield continues to go up and attack near 5%, every tick higher, you're going to have investors want to exit the markets, because that's just how it is. It's going to be a risk-off scenario. Put the money into something that's a little more stable. So that's the scenario we're getting into. And with the Fed rate predictability tool all showing just rate hikes, guys, it's looking a little bit more like we're going towards 5%. And if you look at the charts, I've shared a few charts. We've got the 10-year yield that is literally in the weekly time frame putting in a bull flag. If you look at this chart here on the 10-year, you can see this was the time when we reached up to the 5% mark in 2023 that I referenced. Now, we quickly recovered on the markets. If you look here on the SPX and I go back over to 2023, we can see this was a small correction here in the markets, right? And it all ended right here in October, and then the markets had a nice rally back up, as you see. Well, in October, that's when we put in the high on the 10-year yield. And so if we're going to be attacking this 5% mark, which is up here, we're likely going to be seeing a very similar occurrence with a lot of pressure on equities. Now, the funny thing is that it already happened, but yet we're not anywhere near that. Now, if we get closer on this weekly time frame, even click it into the daily, we can see this attempt to get back up over 4% was rejected, but now we're starting to attempt to come back up again. So near term, I'm watching the 10-year yield like a hawk. I see it here at 4.55% as the resistance for another break to go higher. But as you see here, when I scroll back, 4.8% is at the bottom of this parallel, which corresponds to the pivot high in 25 in January. But then that opens the door, once we get rates above this declining trend line, for us to reattack the highs, which is back here, as I pointed out already, in October. So we're bubbling against, in essence, I like to say, like the warning track. We're starting to see signs of pressure hit the markets. Will this AI play continue to keep the markets elevated? That's a major question. How are those returns going to be in the future? If you look at the SMH, I've got one other really interesting chart I want to show you.
Bring it, Drew. Bring it, Drew. Drew, bringing the heat right now. Let's see.
I got some heat. I got tons of different charts. I live in the charts, guys. I love analyzing charts.
Hell yeah.
I break them down through timing, through different cycles that we've gone through. And you can clearly see I've annotated this chart on the SMH, illustrating what I touched on before. When we've gone up 230%, we've seen 30 to 40% drawdowns in the SMH every single time. And you can see I've even mapped it out as far as timing. Each one of these patterns took about a little over 600 days. They reduced by 20 days, okay? That would anticipate us, if we continue the same pattern, we're going to be rolling with around 616 days of upside. However, we've accelerated so quickly compared to these other charts that we may just be reaching that topping point now. And with this current run, we're at 277% of a push compared to these 239 and 232%. So we're beyond the extension of what would be real for pulling back. However, this is the really interesting part. Once we got up to this high, look at this. We've already pulled back 13%. So that's a substantial drawdown and a very quick recovery, illustrating just how many investors are still on fire for the AI trade.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Drew Dosek, Director of Business Development, Verified Investing, bringing the heat. Last question for you, Drew, before we let you get out of here. Go check them out. Two more. First of all, your thoughts on SpaceX. SpaceX IPO on Friday. Bullish, bearish, or hype, or what do you think?
A lot of hype. The valuation of that thing is way sky high. I'm going to sit back. I'm a technical trader. You see with my charts, I want to see history and data before I start pulling the trigger on an investment. I don't blame anybody for wanting to dip their toe in the water, get a little bit of piece of the action. It's exciting, right? However, with these sky high valuations, and I'm staring at this chart of the SMH being as high as it can be, I'm not necessarily eager to just be jumping on board and trying to catch the last little bit of the wave. I'd rather wait for a technical pullback, reevaluate, then jump in.
Good stuff, Drew. All right, last question. Thanks for joining us here on Topstep TV. Where the chat's absolutely loving it. Where can the people find more Drew Dosek if they so choose?
Yeah. Hey, find me at verifiedinvesting.com. I put out daily articles as well as Twitter posts, all of which are for free. I'm on X. You can find me at Drew Dosek, as well as I started, and this is at the genesis. So it's the very beginning stages. I started a YouTube channel, only put out one video about a month ago, but that is going to be rolling and kicking off in the near future. I'll be putting out videos covering different aspects of the markets and my time cycles there too. So find me at YouTube at Drew Dosek. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thanks so much for having me, guys.
You the man, Drew. Basically, he's saying Google me. Where do you want to find me? Google me. Drew, thank you so much. And we'll see you again here soon. Thank you so much for that, Drew. Let's get back to our folks here. Who we got? We got Jay. We got Dakota. We got Mr. Hogue. Mr. Dakota. Welcome aboard. Drew, bringing the heat. That was fantastic stuff from Drew. What's up, Dakota? Thoughts?
How's it going, man? How is it going? Well, we just broke through yesterday's high and rejected. So that's not the best sign for the bulls. You can see how we had that nice breakout through the 150s, popped up to 220s, and we're starting to see some selling pressure. Markets mixed today. We got inflation data this morning. We have inflation data tomorrow. We have the big SpaceX IPO. We got the watch party here. So there's a lot going on this week. Today seems like kind of I want to say like a quiet consolidation day, but off those lows, we're up 600 points. And these big point moves seems to be the normal with the VIX above 20. I'm just going to be patient. Be patient. Watch it. Tyler G joined Jay and I last night, and we had a hell of a time. We have a hell of a time, and we're up.
Awesome.
I'm up. I'm green on the screen. So lock in, see if we could find some good trades. Be patient.
Okay. Yes, indeed. All right, Jay, I want to come to you real quick. Right after I want to get Hogue's. What's initial balance high, initial balance low prices for ES and NQ Hogue? And then coming to you,
All
Jay.
right. Initial balance high, just coming off of it now, 74.0475 in the ES. ES initial balance low, 73.35 quarter. NASDAQ initial balance high, 29.231. And initial balance low in the NASDAQ, 28,772 and a half. Still largely inside range, largely inside value in both of these products. No major changes in the perception of value here just yet.
Okay, good stuff. Jay, when Drew was on, I believe there's there was another 1,000 lot that jumped in the NQ.
220s. Filled at 220s.
It was filled. It was filled.
Filled at 220s,
okay.
Yep. And we're coming back up on that right now. So, I'm mapping these all out on another chart, on the on tower chart, and we're holding each of these as a support now, right? We had the 1,000 lot that was filled at 110s. We just came down, tested that area as a support. There was another 500 lot that filled at 120s. We used that as a support. And this is where we were, saying gauge the participation, right? Who's the aggressor? The buyers are the aggressor right now. They're the ones that have to come in and take out these passive orders, and they're not hesitating at all. I think it's a long until they hesitate. And here we just had another 500 lot fill right at the highs. 500 contracts trade right at those highs. Again, that 1,000 lot filled at 220s, and buyers are not hesitating right now.
This is interesting.
It is.
I mean, I'm looking at this. Let me just read this off.
Okay.
Every single Tech 9 stock, major stock in the NASDAQ, is red besides Google. And we're just breaking session highs. We got NVIDIA down 3/4. Apple red slightly. Microsoft red slightly. Amazon's down 1 1/4. Tesla's down 1.6. Broadcom's down 3.5%. Meta's down 1/4%. And we're breaking through session highs. This is a
trending too.
Interesting market,
and it's trending also. Continue just to pullbacks are being bought, but this. What do you got, Delta Hogue? Positive, yeah.
Yeah, S&P is positive 6,400, positive 3,700 in the NASDAQ. I'm not viewing those as excessively large for the kind of price action that we've been seeing today, which is another thing that kind of gives me willies about the strength of this current upside auction in the short time frame. It does seem a little bit fragile to me. And again, we really haven't changed that much. We're still inside range, still inside value from yesterday in both of these markets. So again, major changes in the perception of value, no initiative buyers or sellers because we're still inside range from yesterday. So just kind of watching. This is what I would expect to see today is the market to find some buyers after that excess low yesterday on the daily charts. I'm just not trusting of it just yet. Too many uncertainties out there.
I'm short too from 183.
Yeah, I'm short up here. I'm short with you, Dakota.
All right, you guys
are short, man. I gotta give up that paper, man. I gotta give up that size.
Jumping in short.
Dakota, what do you got?
Trade.
Yeah, 2, which is a small size relative. From 183.
Okay, 183.
It's been a good trade to get short with that paper for a little bit at least, right? We've seen, someone was saying in the chat, it's crazy to say that an 80-point drop isn't hesitation. We're just in extreme volatile times right now, right? The daily ATR on the NASDAQ was 480 points before Friday. It's at about 650 right now. So an 80-point move is just par for the course right now, counter trend. So small size, wide stops. And these counter trend moves can make your week. Oil catching a bid here, $90.16. That oil number did come out. Crude oil inventories actual came in at negative 7.2 mil. Forecast was negative 2.2.
Not even close.
Less oil than expected, right?
A little update on gold. We did see a pretty decent rally off weekly kickoff low 4160. We tried to hold above the initial balance high. We were unable to do so. That would exit any longs looking for better trade location. If you're still looking for longs, we're seeing a pretty deep pullback off those highs.
Gold hit yearly lows, right?
Yes.
100%. Today,
Yeah.
40.
Yep.
41.53 would be that price. We are about $25 higher from there right now. Seeing a little bit of solid coming in here. NQ and the ES and the Dow and gold.
Yeah. The stupid short.
Fragile rally.
I'm up 50 points almost. So I'm gonna just take one contract off. It's a small size. I'm happy with it. I mean, this market is very volatile. 50 points and you blink. So I'm gonna be happy with what we're getting. Man, I still think we could go back down to settlement here though, with what I'm seeing in tech.
What's settle?
Settlement is 40 points lower from here.
Why do you always say it like that? Do you not know the price? I'm
No,
not
I
being
don't.
okay, no. You always say it like that. No, I'm not being an idiot. You always
No,
say
I do not.
40
I have
points
no
lower.
idea what the price is. I
Okay,
just
fair
see
enough.
the change, and I see we're up 35
Gotcha.
points today.
Okay. So
29,
That's all that
117.
matters to me.
117. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I love the way you say volatile too, Dakota. I say volatile. You say volatile.
Wow.
Yes, it is. 50-50
Oh,
tilt. Except for crude. Crude 82% long tilt.
Pretty quiet on the news right now.
Yes, it is.
Or now.
So far.
Eerily.
Yeah.
When it's been. So if I was flat right now, look at the NQ. If I was flat, look at the 5-minute. This would look like a trend. This would look like a pullback to buy. I mean, I'm
To get
short
long?
right now.
Yeah.
To get long, yeah. I'm short, but I've got that in my keeping that. I'm always thinking, if I was flat right now, what would I be? What would the look be? What would the trade be?
What would Andre do?
get caught short in the hole.
There's nothing wrong with
I
a
like
short
your
in this
short. I
market
like your
environment.
shorts, to be honest.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little short in this environment. Maybe a month ago.
It was so bloody, man. It was so bloody. Yeah. Okay. You sure from what?
Right back
182? Yeah. What is that size? Yeah.
They filled 220s and then another 400 filled in a second right above those highs. Those look like stops going off.
Really?
More than anything. More than aggressive buying, that looked like stops going off up there.
But there was the order was on the ladder, correct? I'm doing micros right now.
No. At the highs, no. At 220s, yes, but at the high, no. There was nothing there.
Okay.
So a little bit different at those highs, but we'll see what happens here. Oil holding above $90, $90.09. What's the tilt saying right now? 85% long oil.
No, it's been like that all fast markets. It's been like that.
400 here now, 210s.
Jeez, come on.
You're looking at the depth market on NASDAQ?
What are they?
Yeah.
Those orders are coming in on NASDAQ. That's
yes, they are.
Size.
In a thin book too, right? We're seeing a spread, we're seeing gaps, and somebody's just throwing out size.
What the hell
Bitter
are they
ass.
doing?
On the offer,
Offers,
210
offers all morning, all fast markets.
And they've been filling them. How close are we to rollover, Hogue?
We should be close.
Next Tuesday. A week from Friday's expiration.
I mean, what they've done about 3,000 now, give or take.
With that size, yeah, about 3,000.
Sheesh.
I mean,
and that's what Delta is, positive 3,000.
There you go. And they keep reloading. They keep reloading.
Means something, Dre. It definitely does.
Yeah, it means short the shit out of this. No, that's not financial advice. We're just paying attention to what's going on, market generated information.
I did add two more here, looking for that breakdown, retest a settlement. We got 30 points to go.
You know, to add fuel to the shorts here, we do have a potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ.
Say no more. Sell you more. And
all right, Hogue. In both the NASDAQ and the S&P, or just the NASDAQ, Hogue?
Not the S&Ps, just the NASDAQ.
Interesting.
Short, Dakota short 4.
Yeah, 167.
Maybe NASDAQ's the snitch.
I don't even know if they're snitching. They showed 33,000, man. They've got 3,000. Where's the player's card when I need it, Hogue? Where's the player's card when I need it?
Yeah, right.
It's golden.
Oh, if we could only see that.
Oh, man. When about 15, 20 years ago, back in my day, when we were trading, you could see who.
There we go.
On the screen. You could see who the counterparty was to your trades. Basically, you can see the clearing, and on the screen, you can't see that anymore. But if you knew you were filling Goldman and they came back in thousands of times, you knew you were in trouble.
They were in control.
Yes, they were.
Yep.
They were in control.
So
I see some people.
You send a runner out to the pit, say, "Hey, go get a player's card." So you'd ask a broker, who's been playing today? Well, Goldman sold about 5,000. Morgan sold a couple thousand. This, that. They tell you what the institutions had been doing that day, and we don't get to see that anymore.
There we go. There's a push. I took one off right here. There we go. There's a flush through settlement. Took another one off.
Look at this.
Man, look at that.
Nice trade.
Look at that.
Fragile rally.
There's some questions in the chat about when we're calling out some of these bigger orders. When can we call out bid or offer? If we're calling out an order and it's above price, it's always going to be an offer. If it's below price, it's always going to be a bid. We'll try to help you guys out with it. Offers are getting paid right now.
Yeah, so far so good. Use that level 2 data. That level 2 data. Topstep X.
There we go.
Ready to go now?
110 points right there. Flat.
Nice trade.
$3,000.
Have you come in every day this week and just sell it and make money?
Yes.
You got long the other day. You got long yesterday. You got long in that sell-off, man.
I did. I did get long a little bit. Made some money on both directions yesterday, but my big trades have been shorts.
There you go.
Do you still like shorts?
I'm actually wearing some sweats right now.
Hello, that's my guy. That's the star of slow markets right there. Yeah, that's bringing the tip of the week. Why don't you stick to your strategy? Stick to your strategy. That is what Mr. Dakota has been doing. Avoid chasing trends or reacting to short-term market noise. Ain't that the truth? Consistency comes from discipline. Process over profits. Author of Market Wizard series, Jack Schwager, always talks about the process. He'll also be joining us in Power Hour today. I'm very excited for that. But Dakota, sticking to your strategy. I've got pants on. Do you still like shorts, like selling to the downside here?
Yeah, depending on the price action. My target was settlement. We hit it, and now just wait for another setup. I'm still looking at the equities, and we're red across the screen. Like I know there's and Jack has more details than I do whenever he's on about the semis. Even though the the major Tech 9 stocks in the Nasdaq are red, there's still a good majority of the Nasdaq that's green, like Intel, the semis. But we have Nvidia down 1%. That's pretty. That weighs heavy in the Nasdaq. We have Broadcom down 4% now, so it's two-way trade. You can make money both ways in this market.
I added into these shorts.
Kind of really liking this short. Yeah, I'm seeing maybe
added into it
back down to 900.
Now selling off.
See.
Paper on the sellers. 50-50 tilt. Top of the hour in 13 minutes. 13 minutes to the top of the hour.
I'm short one micro 93s.
Okay. 093.
We could get 29,000 evens here.
Well, damn.
Man, these are some freaking huge moves, man. Like that's
huge moves.
I'm gonna add into this.
70 points right there. We were talking about this last night with Tyler. Just the average, the ATR on points, not percentage, just points, is just so high. It used to be hard to make $10 or 10 points in the Nasdaq. Now it's almost feels like it's the bid and ask.
And gold closing back in on those year lows. Gold about $12 away from those year lows. Gold trading 41.64. 41.
So what I'm looking at here is the midpoint of yesterday's range. We just, on that sell-off that Dakota just got out of, we just tagged that right at the 30s, 35s. Selling below that, this could get pretty ugly here. Let's see.
I might sell the smoke. Okay. Yeah.
We might
sell off.
Go to where we opened.
Could be some more sell. I might sell some more here.
Something looks off. Sometimes it works.
I'll sell you more
right now.
Sell you more. Okay, shit. Here we go.
Yeah, look you guys go. Look at this. Yeah, something looked off. We came, we tapped those highs, and the Tech 9 stocks were red.
Sellers, man. Hope failed upside auction. Gold $8 from those year low.
Put the puzzle together, Jay. Put the puzzle together.
That's what it. Sometimes things line up. ES selling off. ES down about 40 points off the session highs. Gold continuing to push lower here.
The 250 point sell off in the Nasdaq.
The fact that was a stop run at the highs instead of an order sitting out there changed a lot.
We keep selling this thing. Yeah, we'll see. I can't on TV. That's straight. I can't tell on TV. Cannot.
All right. I'm out there. Took another 50 points out of that one. So just adding. Someone was asking, Jay, how's your P&L where it is you're trading small size? That's why we keep saying trade micros. I have taken a couple of minis. There was one trade in a crude oil mini that I took earlier, but everything else has been micros. And that was just $100 in a minute and a half. These markets are presenting more than enough opportunity that you don't have to be over leveraged. And now if you want to make $10,000 today, $100,000, then you got to trade size. But trading ones and twos, there's more than enough opportunity.
Yeah,
I know I do. I know. I'm watching gold. Oh, here come the buyers. Here come the buyers.
Man, gold.
Yeah, or if you want to lose 10K trade size as well.
If you
do that. You can do that
someone
as
was
well.
throwing in 500 thousands of contracts.
Here, why are they buying this? What are we doing? They're buying gold. I got some of these. Oh, sellers just smacked that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see
Man, this
that.
is wild. This is like 30 points. These are 30-point moves, wicks, back and forth.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Buyers got rejected right there. We got till 50 still. Watching this price action.
Delta
Also,
micros,
it's more liquid.
Yeah, it is.
Is NQ? Is that size showing back up in the NQ? Nope.
Nothing.
3,000. 3,000. Reloading on the offer. Reloading on the offer. Reloading on the offer.
So you do have Andre from 29.55 up to 29.85. That 30-point range, there's negative 1,300 delta there. So below that, that is a sellers are going to win here.
Okay.
This is
above it, I'd
looking
maybe
heavy.
give some covering, but yeah, this is looking really good here.
Sell you more. Sell you more.
I might get back in with you here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I might get back in for a target of 29,000.
Yeah.
I'm going. I'm looking for 29,000. Let's do it.
29,000 evens last trade. 29,000. 030. 030. 020 now. 020.
There we go.
Sell you more.
Break through it.
Back in.
Yeah, I'm short. I'm short from 036.
ES selling off. NQ or ES. Go here. Gold continuing to gold. Ooh, yeah, there goes your 29,000s.
We didn't get through it yet. Man, Broadcom just continuing to sell off.
What's green?
NVIDIA.
Is there anything green right now?
I think the semiconductor index was for a little while.
Walmart is scratch. Everything else is red.
Again, we bounced off those 29,000. Got 29,000 003. A little buying coming in here in the damn gold. They're going to be so quick. Is this just short covering?
Maybe. I'm looking for 29,000 evens. I might even add to this.
500 on the bid here in the S&P.
Oh,
62s.
really? Okay.
Pulled some of it. Yeah, pulled most of it.
Well,
nothing in the NASDAQ right now.
Are you short, Jay? Are you short?
Yeah, I am. Short 2. I got a bad price. I'm short from 17s.
It's not a bad price if it go lower.
Wow. Not if we go lower.
Yeah,
gold selling. There's tug of war going on in gold.
S&P selling here. Delta pairing back. We're only positive 1,200 now in the NASDAQ. We were positive 4,000. Positive 2,700 now in the S&P was positive 6,000. Just need to see some new selling coming in here. I'm short 2.
Hold on. Gold.
They're holding 1 off. I'm still short 1.
Let me get back in. Gold started it. Sellers continue to gold $9 from year lows that printed earlier today. Gold 41.63 last trade, 41.53. Year lows. 50-50 tilt. Quiet. This is
somebody's back on the offer here in the S&P's 900 lot 73.74.
Really?
900 on the offer. Yep.
All right, let's get through these 29,000.
Get short with these. I'm sorry, I got short. I'll sell you another 5 micros. Here's a new 5. What's this one gonna do?
Gold wants to go, man. If gold, it looks like it. It looks heavy here. Ton of negative delta here at these lows in gold. They got stuck earlier, but let's see if they make another run.
Yeah, I'm watching. Yeah.
Cody, you still short as well?
Yeah, I'm still short. I'm short from
these
35.
Buyers, 35. See, the buyers keep trying. Ooh, buyers just got rejected again. There's a lot of war going on right now.
Break through these 29,000 here.
Yeah, these buyers are giving it their best shot right now, but they keep getting met with selling. There's got to be some stops. We need 29,000 even. There we go, 28,000.
There's a flush. Man, 50 points just like that.
Here we go. For our friend S. Lee that says he shorted the bottom. It's only the bottom unless it keeps on selling.
Remember when Jay said he got a bad price?
Oh, man.
Good price now.
Yeah, we're selling. All right, let's stay locked in, guys. Stay locked in. Stay locked in here. We're continuing to sell off. We're in the midst of a 300-point sell-off in
80,
the
90
outlook.
771. Let's see. Get some follow through here. 906 is my real target.
906. Why do you have an actual price? Why?
Two ATRs on the 30-minute from the high.
Look at that
year
flush.
Yearly lows in gold.
I'm out.
Gold
100
yearly
points.
lows.
Another 100 points. Damn.
Nice job. I don't think we're done.
And it's not a target to get out, Dre. I don't have an exit. I'm just going to manage at that point.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll cover 5 of these. Sounds good. Very good. Continuing to, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Round 3? Round 3?
Bet your ass I'm thinking that. It's not going to make it easy. Dakota.
9,
like this.
Yeah, I got out at 920s. I'm flat.
ES also seeing a 50-point sell-off. ES down 50 points here in the last 20 minutes or so. ES trading 73.51. Gold making new yearly lows. New yearly lows in gold. That price would be $41.47 and 30 cents. Dow continue to sell off. I'm selling more than NASDAQ. Keep going.
Broadcom's down 4.5%.
We are selling here. Gold is getting
down
heavy
2%.
short. I'm heavy short now. Heavy short.
Hey, so is the 3,000 contracts that filled on the offer up there. They're with you.
Say more.
Hogue said it, man. He didn't love the participation from
Fail
buyers
upside auction. Listen to fail upside auction. Get 20 off here. Okay. Keep selling this thing off.
Only I had a runner from way up there.
I'm just trailing my one guy now.
Yeah. We are continuing to sell off new yearly lows in gold. Gold, new yearly lows. We are seeing an absolute round 3, baby.
771 is IB low. 100 points from here.
771.
Could go quick.
We could go test overnight lows.
You're gonna take some heat on these shorts, which is okay.
Agreed.
But Jay, yeah. What was your fill? 117 or what was it?
29.17. It was a terrible price until it wasn't.
150 points.
We are continuing to see this market sell off. You saw Drew Dosek when he came on here. He's repeating itself. New yearly lows in gold. Gold. What's the 10-year doing? Is the 10-year? Are rates going higher?
Ken, you only got one on. One is enough, man. I'm up $270 with a one lot in the last 5 minutes. Don't think about what you have right now and manage that position.
Stay locked in, boys. We ain't done.
Absolutely.
And we're selling here in gold, 41.39 new yearly lows, and we have the Dow selling off, but we are looking at NQ continuing to. Nasdaq's down about almost 400 points. 400 points in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, John Ross, nice read. John was talking about the options data. I know we don't have Jack on this week, but John was talking about some options that looked like it had the potential to get us moving to the downside here. Top of the hour, 30 seconds.
You guys thought I was crazy for shooting it up there.
I'm flat.
Should I get out of these shorts?
Nice trade, Jay.
I'm not gonna stop that. No, I want to get them short more. I'm gonna sell them. Oh, they keep selling this. This is round 3. Well, it's not financial advice. It's starting to feel. I'm getting a sense that perhaps we're seeing some pattern recognition. There's
0.75% down in the Nasdaq right now.
Yeah, we were up 1/4%.
If they flip this thing from green to red on this 5-minute top of the hour,
they did.
I'm short. Shit, I'm short.
1% puts us at 823. I might get back in with you here. I don't mind taking pieces as we go.
Keep adding on this. There we go. Watching.
I'm enjoying watching this.
We might take some heat here. Gold's catching a bid. This might. They just keep selling this shit.
We might go see overnight lows. This is where we open. This is the New York session open right now.
Round 3, yo. This is round 3. Did you get back in, Jay?
Yeah, I'm back in. 52s, 852.
Oh man, they just sold.
Take a little bit of heat on this.
Yup.
Should I say it again? I got a bad price.
Selling them. Bad price. We might see some little profit taking here in gold. Gold again making new yearly lows. Gold is down about $100 in the last 30 minutes or so. NASDAQ down about 400 points in the last 30 minutes. ES down about 60, 70 points.
Bring the selling. Something.
All right, I'm out there. Flat. Wasn't I short from too higher? Yeah. Again, just getting in and out, reading the flow of the markets. These are extremely volatile markets, so I don't mind taking profits.
Hold on. These buyers might get faced again. If these buyers get if these buyers meet some selling, I should
960s.
Oh, got stopped out. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why, right? I can be short from higher. It kind of evens out. It plays out the same way. But just taking pieces as they go. It's basically just scaling in position. But nice bounce there. You saw it in gold too, Dre. They brought it right back up.
Yeah, gold started, but we'll see if it's just short covering right here. Guess what? Guess what, baby? 50 tilt markets are absolutely rocking right now.
Got some more where that came from.
Again,
what these markets are providing, man, is two-sided trade. I know I see Dan Emmons in the chat just said NQ long's working, right? There is two-sided trade in these markets. The one thing we love as traders is the volatility that it brings. Why I had these 906s as a target here was for this reaction, right? Can they sustain price below 906?
Did they? What do we get to?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Still a lot of time left.
They might sell gold here. They might short gold right around these prices.
Okay. Thinking about fading this bounce. I'd like to see a push back up towards 29,000. See how we react. But I don't mind selling this.
Me neither. Me neither. Right here. Okay. Well, what do you think? These markets are volatile right now. I bet we can ramp this thing up. Let's bring in my guy James. Come on in here. Let's see if you can add some fuel to the fire. What's happening?
What's up, guys? I don't know. These markets are already rocking and rolling, so I'll try and make this quick because I'm here to tell you about the things you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep and Topstep TV, and that includes following us on Reddit. That's right, guys. I'm talking about Reddit again because we want you to go and upvote and downvote to your heart's content. Our Reddit community is growing by the day, and if you're not a part of this community, go ahead and click on the link that's going to be dropped in chat and join the Topstep community today. Think of it as the new digital era trading floor. You can meet up with other traders, post your wins, post your losses, rave about Topstep, and rage at Topstep all in one convenient place. If X isn't for you, if you're not a Discord person, maybe Reddit is. Reddit, it's the front page of the internet, and now it is where you can go to find all Topstep updates. We got Topstep employees, we got us in there. There is tons of support when you need it. So go ahead, check out the Topstep Reddit today and build that community with us. On the ground floor, I promise the water's warm. Then come back because we're talking about group coaching today, and group coaching, get your questions answered. If you've been watching the stream and you've seen anything that makes you think, hey, wait a minute, go ahead and write it down. Click on the link that's going to be pinned to the chat and submit your question now, and then tune back in for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time today as Hogue, Ray, and Hoop sit down and answer your questions live. If you tuned in early, you caught Ray on the opening call. Well, now you can catch Ray in group coaching. If you have any questions directly for Ray, Hoop, or Hogue, be sure to click on the link that's in chat now and get those questions in. We do try to get to each and every question, but if you don't hear yours, don't worry. We save all questions and try to get to them when we can. It pays to check in with group coaching each and every day at 12 p.m. Central Time. Then guys, later today, coming up in Fast Markets, we're having the midweek market highlights with Jessica Inskip. She's joining us around 10:40 a.m. She'll be sitting down with Jay for a look at where the markets have taken us so far this week and where they think they might be headed. Stick around if you've missed any trading action from this week, or if you're just curious about what's ahead, then you don't want to miss the midweek market highlights with Jay and Jessica Inskip. Again, that's coming up later today at 10:40 a.m. Central Time. So stick around. And also, we have another special guest joining us on Topstep TV today, and I am talking about Jack Schwager. So getting ready for an incredible power hour afternoon as we sit down with the market wizard himself. Jack Schwager is a true titan of the financial world and the mastermind behind the legendary Market Wizard book series. For decades, Schwager has spent hours unearthing the minds of the world's most successful hedge fund managers and traders, capturing the brilliant insights that changed the industry forever. He isn't just an author, he is a deeply respected expert with a lifetime of experience as a futures trader, researcher, and hedge fund co-manager. Whether you are a seasoned investor or just fascinated by the psychology of success, you won't want to miss this rare, unfiltered look into a financial icon. Again, that is today at 2 p.m. Central Time during Power Hour. Tune in as Andre sits down with Jack for an interview you don't want to miss. Because here at Topstep TV, we only bring you the hits, baby. And speaking of hits, all eyes are on SpaceX this Friday as they get ready to launch their IPO. And again, guys, this has been valuated at $1.77 trillion. Now, if you're out of the loop or you just want to get caught back up, I'm going to throw it to Topstep's very own Eric to tell us more.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room, SpaceX IPO. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know that SpaceX is going public at roughly a $1.75 trillion valuation, which makes it the largest IPO in history. The question that everyone's asking, is that valuation justified? At $1.75 trillion, SpaceX would immediately become one of the biggest names on the NASDAQ. If it performs well, it can attract massive amounts of capital and add fuel to the already strong tech market. But if investors think the valuation is too rich, it could cause some serious volatility around the broader NASDAQ. And that's where futures traders need to start paying attention. The NASDAQ has been on an absolute tear over the last 10 weeks. Markets don't move in the straight line forever, and major events like this can sometimes act as a catalyst for a shift in sentiment. Now, am I saying that the SpaceX IPO can cause a correction? Not necessarily, but when one of the biggest IPOs in history hits the tape, it is absolutely something that NQ traders should have on their radar. Whether it becomes a celebration of AI, space, and technology growth, or a reality check on valuation, it's likely going to create opportunities. Now, personally, I don't follow IPOs too closely, but this one's going to be one hell of a fireworks show to watch.
Eric, that's right. Good stuff. Who we got? There he is, lower left-hand corner, Mr. Enrico himself. Enrico, what's happening, my friend?
Good afternoon.
We are rocking right now. What's good?
Hey, Dakota. Hey, Jay. Hey, Andre. Man, this market is violent. And yeah, I've been just sitting and quite, I would say, even stunned. Every 5-minute candle is almost 100 points. And yeah, it's... getting into a trade is really, really hard in terms of like, if you don't pick a good location, you have to have a really wide stop loss. And yeah, enjoying the volatility, but haven't gotten any good trades yet.
Let's change that. Let's see if we can
change that. Indeed.
We got it. More selling here. We got more selling here in
we're
the NQ 28,828. We are looking at more than a 400-point sell-off in the NQ over the last 45 minutes or so. How about the S&Ps? The ES down about 60 points in that same time spent.
No, I had an entry even at the highs. I think one of my trades was around 2,936, and I was like, that 120 point stop loss seems a little bit too wide. I want to find a better trade location, and that's that. Now we are like almost 300 points down from there.
Dakota, you were talking about taking a short up there. Did you get back in?
No, I talked about it. I should have taken it. I was looking for a little bit more of a bounce, but man, this market is just heavy. We're down 1% here in the NASDAQ. Broadcom's down almost 5%. NVIDIA is still selling off. These markets are moving. We got the VIX almost.
If we get continued selling here, because now gold's slowed down on the selling. Crude hasn't been doing too much. If they continue to sell now with gold kind of off its lows, this is going to feel like institutional.
Yeah, we could take out the New York session lows, which is these 770s.
Oh man!
And then we got overnight lows at 600.
Yeah, S&P is going for it here.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's tempting right here.
It's teasing.
Yes, it is, Enrico.
It's for me. It's a situation is
you get a better price.
We've extended so far. You sell it. You know, it feels like you could be caught. Everything else
have
leading
we
up to this point? Yeah, that's fine.
Damn.
I'm short one from 832.
Are you nice?
Short one, my grade 832s here.
832. 832.
Someone in the chat said Trump about to speak. Is that
right?
true?
Okay.
Tempo,
S&P just made new lows of this day.
I'm short. I'm short again.
30 points. Flushing through the 70s.
We're closing in on initial balance low in the ES, and we're beneath initial balance low in the ES right now. Like
771 in the Nasdaq.
Still got 20 minutes to go there. Okay, sounds good. 832, short from 832.
Selling continues. New York session lows. We're testing them.
Pretty much. I gotta shave. Gotta take 5 off here.
And we're breaking through them.
Yeah, we're at IB low right now. Buyers are gonna try to step in or gonna be short covering here. If they don't, if they're gonna try, this could be.
Gold
They're not trying in the S&P just yet.
They're gonna try a little bit. I'm thinking they might try a little bit. They might even see
if they hold 800s.
This candle might turn for 5 minutes. This one might even turn green. If it doesn't,
sellers are taking it, man. A little pop got sold.
Round 3, man. Those 1,000 lots, man. Those 3,000.
They told the story, guys. They told the story.
Yeah. They're happy. They're sitting very happy.
71% short tilt in the ES. ES trading 73.29 now. Beneath initial balance low. Should be some profit taking here.
I'm out back above IB low if we get above there. Other than that, no target on the downside. Just let it go.
What's the lowest? What's the lowest price we've seen this week in the NQ?
Yesterday, 227. 227 quarter.
28,227.
Yeah. 500 points lower.
Oh my gosh!
Just yesterday.
Okay, so there's plenty of room. There's plenty of room to the downside. I did not know that. A little profit
trade.
taking.
Oops. I just got out by accident. Got me, Dre.
What?
Broadcom just
what did I do?
5%.
No, I accidentally closed my trade. I was moving
so
the orders around.
Took profits. You accidentally took profits.
I don't know if I wanted to, but we're back above the IB anyway, so I would have got tagged out. So
here we are. All right, I'll close this trade flat. They're gonna try here. Okay, again, there's your No, this is. Oh, here you go. If this, Enrico, what are you seeing here?
I'm looking for any retracement into EMAs. If you have a strong trend day, that's what I want to see. Share my screen quickly as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking for this white staircase, which is 28,945 on 5-minute 9 EMA. Kind of aligns with 200 EMA there as well. That will be my place. And actually there is VWAP, overnight VWAP is in the same area. So any retracement to that area, I probably want to jump into those shorts.
Shorts, very good.
You have to ride the trend. I got burned on Friday.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, try to get long. Yeah, well, that was different. Yeah, Enrico, that was Friday. But then now that we're seeing Friday kind of repeated, we saw it yesterday. We kind of perhaps see some more here as well. But at least we have pattern recognition. You recognize it. We got to pull up in the chat. Will we break London low 28,610 in the NQ? We got 140 points to go.
We just sold that 70-point bounce.
Yeah, I know. It continues.
Equity still selling off here.
S&P looks heavy here. Russell's selling. Yeah, everything is going.
I don't.
Liquidation week.
Yeah. No.
There we go.
This is
new session
week for sure.
Damn, we're not done. Okay. Wow.
Shit. More All right. Wow. You got to keep getting back into it, right?
I didn't like it because gold came off the lows there, but if this is running without gold.
70-point bounce just got ripped.
So a really interesting spot on a higher time frame is the daily 50-day moving average. That's all the way down at 28,018s. It's 1,200 points from the high of the day in the NASDAQ. We've seen 2 days already this week, or in the past 5 days, of over 1,000 points. It's a spot that I'm looking at on a higher time frame for the market to maybe find some longer time frame buyers. But we got close to it yesterday. It's at 28,013s today.
Okay.
Flushing through 700s here in the NASDAQ.
Yes, they are. But I don't.
There's a little bit of buying. There is a little bit of buying.
Enrico, what price were you looking for? Perhaps
now it's 850s. The EMA kind of follows the price, so it's coming lower and lower. 850s, yeah.
Okay. Have you taken any trades today, Enrico?
Yeah, I was scalping it. I was in profits. I was in small losses, profits. Like every single candle in the opening was around like 120 points on 5 minutes. And then you just had to be on the right direction, and that was favoring shorts. Had to be a little bit more patient with shorts in the beginning, and now I'm
okay. What about 7-7? I'm gonna let this 5 minute candle play out. You can go without me. We got tilt 50-50 on the tilt. We're still pretty quiet on the headlines. It's gonna go.
Another 70-point pop. Buyers trying to.
Gold now found a little downtick here. Again, gold making new yearly lows. Yeah, low of the year. You know that June statistic. What happened?
What was the stat?
All right, the statistic is in the S&Ps, last 60 years or whatever, the high print of the year in the S&Ps never occurred in June. All the other 11 months, it's occurred. So all-time highs, year highs, were printed in June. I might get back in. The statistics, would suggest that sometime later this year, new yearly highs will print.
We just hit all-time highs
without us.
Less than a week ago. So
just waiting for SpaceX. I'm short again.
Nice. Nvidia down 3%.
Get him, Jay. Let's
get that London low. Pull up in the chat. Will we break the London low? It's at 610s. 91% said yes.
All right.
Let's go.
Cohen.
70 points.
Is 91% short.
Right. I'm in with you. Is it Wami short?
We are flushing. No, I'm hands off. I'm happy with where I'm at right now.
It's not puking. Let's more selling gold, more selling ES. This is gonna be
Trump speaking.
What
now?
price
Come
you get?
On, Mr. President.
Speaking.
Please not now.
Going flat. Why they just
speaking right now?
Yeah. Gold selling off. Gold selling off. More. God, come on. That's when everyone's gonna puke. I'm get stopped out. Out of the shorts. Is he speaking? Okay.
All right, same thing. Back above IB low. I'm not going to overmanage this one.
Above IB low. Remember yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. All shorts covered. Once the president started going, all the shorts covered due to the uncertainty. That might be what we're seeing right here. So
we're seeing that's 100 points.
We had like 800 point pounds yesterday. It was crazy.
Yes, we did it, Enrico, and it's pretty much coincided when the president started speaking.
It was madness.
It's incredible. Are you loving this or what, Enrico? You got that new whip, that new body. Are you loving this, man?
Of course.
Yeah, man.
It's my statistic wise, I always been favoring shorting because the ATR rises. I'm not a bear in any way, but I just like shorts because it makes usually the market more volatile, like we see right now. So it also means that there's long opportunities that pay quite well. We get those big 100-point bounces, we get big moves. So for me, when market is more short-sided, usually those times don't last very long. But I enjoy it so much more than that all-time high every day. I was pissed at the market every day. The market opens, we are up 500 points. I'm like, I don't know what to do here. So now
you and me.
Yeah,
you and me, my man.
I tried to short it so many times.
I'm flat there. Yeah, they're
flat,
gonna.
flat.
Yeah, let's wait. Give the president his space to speak, and then.
All right, let's recap here. Let's recap what we've been seeing here in the first 2 hours of fast markets. We saw a nice rally off the bell in the ES and the NQ and the Dow, and then about starting at an hour into it, right when initial balance. We jotted those down. We saw, but then along the way to the upside in the NQ, you heard Jay and the guys in the chat, the folks in the chat, using that level 2 data on Topstep X. 1,000 lots kept coming in on the offer side, on the right side of the ask and the NQ there, and they kept coming back in. They got filled, probably about 3,000 total, give or take, and we eventually saw this thing roll over. Yep. We saw about 400 points in the NQ and about 60, 70 points in the ES. And we saw gold make new yearly lows.
It's only been an hour, too. I came on right about an hour ago, and that's when we were just breaking through session highs.
Okay, we're at initial balance. Poll results are back. Will we break London low of 28,610.25? 86% said yes. Nope. So far, I was in that 86%. So far, we're wrong because here comes 20,800. Enrico, 850s, correct?
Yeah. Right now, I see the 9 EMA being on ES, it's 7345, and on NQ, it's 860s right now. That's where I'm looking for reaction. If I get reaction there, I'll probably short with the tight stop loss.
800s. 29. What a bounce there. I'm happy to be out. I'm happy to be out.
I'm thinking, yeah. This is, I'm thinking need right here. Short 3.
No on that?
Short 3 micro.
Yeah. Let's see. What are we down? Here we go. All the components. Red. Walmart's the one holding up 0.8% up right now.
It's the only one.
Wix is at 21.
Wix is at 21?
Yeah,
2162.
There you go. I'll sell more. Don't tell me. What am I short from? 791. 28,791. I saw it kind of lines up with that right at the opening bell. But we are look at this baby go. What a turnaround. What did the president say? We saw this yesterday, and you even called it out, you dummy.
200 points almost.
Almost a 200-point bounce, baby. 28 to mark, two-way action. These markets are fantastic. They really are.
5 minutes.
Even if
they are.
Yeah. This is, I don't want to say
we
this
want
is
the
good as it
volatility,
gets, but this is good price action. And I know if you're down in the there's opportunity to get it back, or it's all about managing your risk. Make the losing trades paper cuts. That's the name of the game. Let's see who else is taking advantage of these opportunities. So you can bring in our live funded leaderboard here. Wow, big numbers again. Chris up 30,000 large. Garrett up 21. Scott up 16, almost 17. Matthew B up 15,000, and Charles up almost $15,000 as well. Massive numbers. Take advantage of this price action. The equities, crude oil is in a range. Crude been in a range between $89 and $90. If this goes green on the 5 minute,
new 5 minute candle here. I might try
reversal.
Yeah, it is. It's a very strong one. We crossed 761, but the crazy thing is, we got it by like 100 points. So too much of a risk if I don't want my stop loss 200 points.
Here we go. Get out of these shorts. Yep. Here we go. Man, price action. 200 plus point bounce in The NQES, we are looking at a 30-point bounce right now in the ES as we trade 73.42. We have a New York session range in the NQ or the ES of 73.28. 80 points, 80-point range.
950s here is VWAP in the NASDAQ. They definitely stopped selling it down there. For now,
did.
London close coming up in about 4 minutes. We got S&P VWAP 73.59s.
I'm short from here. Only one micro.
Enrico short.
Okay.
What you got?
I might join you. What price?
836.
Come on, Enrico. Let's do this. This is your plan, man. This is your plan.
Mm-hmm.
Gold. Ooh, I might join you here.
Gold at an interesting spot here.
Yeah, it is.
41.55 up to 58. Ton of negative, heaviest negative delta on the day there in that area. So if they don't,
this.
Yeah,
I'm in with you, Enrico.
Sellers got to defend here in gold.
I'm in with you. What? Why is that funny? Is that bad? Why is that funny?
No, I just want you to hold my hand. I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, we got this, baby. We got this. You saw them trying to buy this thing. They're trying to walk this thing up. Every time they walked it up in the NQ up to, I'll call it 28,870, 860. Boom. Seller said, nope, I don't think so. Thank you coming out. Now we just need to follow through here. Things have changed slightly to when the president started hitting the wire, but I'm not. The lows may be in, and we also have London close in 2.5 minutes. The follow through. I'm not holding your hand. I want to ride in that car. I'm gonna sit shotgun in that car of yours, that Audi. Yeah, man, giddy up. We're gonna all gas, no brakes, man. That thing is sick.
Let's see. Are we going to make another run at it? Again, IB low, 28,771 in the NASDAQ. Back above it here, but
gold or crude just down ticked a little bit.
Dakota, what's the high of that 3-bar reversal you were talking about?
The high of it is going to be 865. Yeah, that's a wild 3-bar reversal. Like,
yeah,
maybe you could get in on 1 or 2 micros, but typically my risk would be down at 660s, which is like 200 points worth of risk.
Yeah, this might be president related.
If you are looking for the legend Jack Schwager, he will be on during Power Hour later today. So make sure you stick around.
Got my Schwager back.
Seeing some orders coming on the tape as well. We had on ES 275.
Cruise selling off. If gold pops here.
Go bed and turn my swag on. It's the second Soldier Boy reference this week.
Should I try that reference with Mr. Schwager? I don't think I will.
I don't know.
I am going to ask him this question. Tell me what you think. Mr. Schwager, if someone has completed, we got London close here in 60 seconds. If someone has completed an audiobook, can you say that you've read the book? Can you say that you've read the book?
100%. I do.
You can say
100%.
You say you read the book. Yeah. Andrea,
you got all the information.
Yes or no? Put up a poll in the chat. She'd give you a 50-50. She's Switzerland over there. She's Switzerland. Give me nothing. Let's see if we can follow through here. London closed for 25 seconds.
I read the audio. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I'm a visual learner.
I'm just saying, if you complete the audiobook, can you say you read the book?
London closed, 10 seconds.
London closed, 10 seconds. Here we go. We need this thing to follow through. Don't go green. Well, poll's up. If they flip this thing red, poll is up.
I'm saying yes to that poll. Well, all the audiobooks I've listened to in the last couple of years, yes.
I said yes to that poll too.
Okay. Keep this on off here.
Here we go. Another run at the IB low here. 771s in the NASDAQ. Guys, I'm trying to figure out a way to get in here.
Shoot something. They stopped the selling right there. Come on, Enrico. riding that audio. Yeah, something changed. I'm getting out. The
oil selling here, 89.46.
Yeah,
something
they
changed. I'm out as
put
well.
the stop on the something's changed. It was
I took a
all
small
good.
one there.
Yeah, are you back? Did you cover it, Enrico?
Yeah, I got small profits, probably 5-10 points. I didn't like the momentum.
Something changed. Something changed there. The selling was going all good, and then the buyers. Good job.
Oil selling here.
Yeah,
I'm long 827.
I like
All
it.
right.
Nice read. That's buddy trading right there. That is absolutely buddy trading right there. Nice cut, Enrico.
I hope so.
Any headlines?
I would be probably willing to see how the market reacts 950s.
Okay.
Right now it seems far away, but that's the overnight VWAP. A lot of EMAs aligned there as well.
Okay.
We're not out of the woods
We're in
yet.
consolidation right now. Dakota, you're long from what price?
827.
827. Okay, we're in the consolidation right now. So, yep, gotcha, Jay. Again, Jessica Inskip will be joining us here in just a few minutes. Jay will be handling that, the Hall of Fame.
Oh man.
Hey, Hall of Famer, I'm told I gotta let you. You gotta go, but we'll see you. You'll be back. Yeah, don't go.
Well,
come back, Jay.
So the good thing is we're in the hands of another Hall of Famer here. So you got this, Trey.
Wow, Mutual Admiration
I'm
Society.
in here.
Mutual Admiration Society. Wow. I don't know. Oh, keep that poll cooking. Is listening to an audiobook considered reading the book? About 50-50 right now.
Floyd Mayweather, like,
we have a 10-year auction also. We've got a 10-year auction at noon Central. Go click like. We're a little light on the likes. Light on the likes. Click like. Click subscribe. Got Enrico in the house. We have Mr. Dakota himself in the house. Click.
There we go. Okay. Nice little visual over there.
Mm-hmm. Enrico, what do you say? Audiobook? Did you read the book?
I used to do in a way where I read the book at the same time I was listening audiobook.
Of course, because you're the man. Of course you did. That's of course.
Which one did you finish faster?
The book itself, the physical book.
So
but it wasn't like a reading hack that I read somewhere that if you listen at the same time, you kind of get the information faster, so you read faster. And tried it. For me, I have a little bit ADHD. For me, it was a little bit kind of made me confused in some points, whether audio was lagging behind or I was with my eyes lagging behind. So I prefer reading the actual physical book. There's a lot of beautiful places in Estonia where you can just go sit down with the book, have a private moment.
I'm coming there. I'm coming out there.
I'm
coming out there. I want to see these beautiful places. Reading the book. I will say this. What's the poll at? What do you think, what if Mr. Schwager doesn't like the nonsense joke? Just get out of here. I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm nervous. Again, he's got the new book, Market Wizards. This is the 7th in the series, I do believe. It is the next generation. Talking about discretionary traders like us, the prop space. The book was released yesterday, and it is the next generation, much younger, and some of these traders turning $5,000 account into $100 million account. I'm not kidding.
Wild.
They verified it too. Obviously, they blew out a couple times along the way, but we'll see what. Some insights there, but please do tune in 2 p.m. Central Time, Power Hour. We'll have that. All right, we take the poll down. 55% saying yes. I'll say this. If you read the book, reading is done with your eyes, correct? I don't know. Reading is done with your eyes. Audiobook is done with your ears. So did you really read the book?
Yeah, I think the proper thing is I heard the book.
That sounds weird. I listened.
I know.
I
mean,
I heard.
You get the same knowledge as someone who read it, though.
Well, that's the counter argument. It's one of those dumb questions I ask. What's the difference between dollar cost averaging and adding to a loser? Like, you can argue both sides. It's just one of those silly things.
Yeah.
Or your fingers if you're blind. 100%. Yes, absolutely. Good point. 100%.
And you say you fingered the book?
I mean, yeah, to some extent, I guess you did.
Boo!
That was deal. That's the boss. What?
I'm just gonna let that one sit.
Andrew, you got a better one? You got a better one. What'd you do?
Come on,
what is that?
That's not me. I don't know who that. That's when I had like black eye.
What? I mean, you listened, you read, yeah, I guess. One of your best ones ever, Dakota.
Anyway,
right.
I'm long. I added to my long from
long.
766.
Yeah,
let's get back to
we're in this consolidation. We're going to see this consolidation right now. We are also ask Jessica when she joins us, Jay, if you don't mind, is if you complete an audiobook, can you say you read the book? Can you say you read the book? I'd like to stay tuned to find out. 50-50 on the tilt for now. Dakota, you still long?
Yeah, 766. Long 5.
766. Long 5, 766. What? Well, okay, market. It's changed, right? This has changed. The
push and hold above
trend has
800
changed. The velocity, the velocity has changed. The personality of the markets has changed right now. We're consolidating around the lows. Well, I shouldn't say the lows. Gold has kind of found its spot. Dow might be taking a peek here to the downside. Let's Dow down 500 points in the last hour or so.
I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out for scratch.
Nice.
We're not seeing any. We're not seeing it hold above 800 like I wanted it to.
Also, get those group coaching questions. Yeah,
5 minute 9 EMAs though. There is
crew popped. Crew popped about 30 cents right there. $89.71. Gold maybe rolling over. Again, new year lows in gold. In gold, that price will be $41.35. $41.35. Just printed about 25 minutes ago. Let's see this. Okay. Is there more selling on it? I mean, what's your risk? Where's your risk on this one, Dakota?
I'm flat. I scratched that one for break even. We failed to hold above 800. I'll get back in if we can find some buyers. But
what about selling?
I mean, it's working. It's working if you are short. There's a flush.
Okay. All right. New session lows. New session lows here in the Dow. Dow is leading the charge to the downside. Dow 50,285 would be that print. ESN. Ooh, and then that just happened. All right. With that being said, we got to, I want to say, Dakota, we'll see you on slow markets later on this evening. Who will be joining you today on slow markets? Real quick, and then I'll throw it to Enrico.
Ooh, it's Wednesday. Usually Coach Jay joins me. I'll keep everyone updated.
Okay, I think that was an awkward way to stop your sentence midstream like that. But that was awesome stuff. I love it. Enrico, couple words before you get out of here. Nice trade, nice cut. As always, great seeing you, my friend. Couple words, and we'll throw it over to Jay and Jessica.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm looking forward for you actually coming to Estonia, man.
I'll be there.
That can't be empty promise. Well, what I would say is the volatility is up. If volatility is so high as we have right now, it's really easy to make money, but it's really easy to lose money as well. So lower your size, have tight stop losses, take cuts early if you don't see trade playing out, and let the winners run. That's it.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay. With that being said, I'd like to bring in Jay and Jessica. Take it over from here. Fantastic stuff as always.
Thank you, Andre. We got it from here. Chat, welcome back to Topstep TV, Research Director at stockbrokers.com, Jessica Inskip. Jessica, how are we doing today?
I'm doing good, Jay. How are you?
Doing great now that you're here. We got a lot to talk about. Little midweek update. We are seeing some volatility in the markets that we haven't seen for a little bit. It started with Friday, maybe a little bit of a change in structure. We got data coming out this week. Of course, we got the SpaceX IPO on Friday. So where do we want to start?
Yeah, we could start with some interesting aspects that I'm seeing with the market. I definitely want to talk about the CPI print as well, but I noticed this yesterday where almost around the same time we saw the VIX spike. And I actually was on the trading floor in the stock exchange talking to some of my friends and traders, and we were dissecting some of the charts together. And the big takeaway that we came up with just its breadth. It was a rotation out of what was working. It was a mean reversion, but the equal weight index was still holding up and those other factors. Now today, it seems like we have a different story. It's relating back to the Iran conflict. And I think that has to do with some information that we saw in the CPI print that we can certainly go over. Meaning I now see oil spiking, not to astronomical levels, but it's increasing. And we see headlines with Iran, and the VIX is also increasing subsequently. So I think it's interesting to see what the markets are digesting. Again, a very bullish backdrop, but technically we're testing some levels. We're testing some support levels that are leading, again, to more mean reversion. And so if that breadth doesn't hold, then that's where I would exercise some caution. So again, for my levels, it's around that 8,300 on the equal weight index for the S&P 500. So mean reversion, but then it's also the CPI data that we really need to go through that I think is interesting if we peeked through the hood there, or under the hood rather.
Let's talk about it. So we got PPI coming out tomorrow, but we did get CPI this morning. Forecast came in line with expectations, 4.2%. The prior number was 3.8% year over year, so a little bit higher than the last reading that we got. We got the core CPI coming in line with expectations as well, slightly up. And if you can, Jessica, can you please tell me the point of the super core CPI? It doesn't include much. Why even put out that number? But we'll start with the big number, the CPI year over year.
Yeah, sure. So I think on the headline, what we saw is the risk is there of creating uncertainty, and the media can do that, saying this is the highest levels we've seen in so long. And that may be true. But if you remember when we first started talking, Jay, something that we were talking about in regards to Jay Powell and Jerome Powell, how he would dissect this type of data is looking for the pass-through effects of tariffs first. I saw the first print of that, but then we're also seeing the first introduction of Iran conflict showing up in the data. And that's what I think is leading to the change and shift that we see within the markets today, inclusive of the liquidity events. So meaning I'll do this thing where I say a statement and then I'll dissect it. I did this on TikTok one time and it worked out really well. So why not? So softer goods prices and cooler core services ex rent offer some reprieve from hawkish fears. So that's the headline statement. But what that means is there are two pieces of this report that really lean dovish. The core goods, they actually fell 0.1% month over month. And core services ex rent, which is that super core that you were asking about. So core services, you take out rent. That strips out shelter, and that came in cooler than feared. So it's still increasing, but it's cooler than anticipated. And what that means is this is where you can see sticky inflation. This is demand-driven inflation. This is consumer-driven inflation. So when we're considering, okay, this is a hotter inflation print, is this going to cause the Fed to raise rates? Or do we need to be in a more restrictive environment to tackle the demand side of the equation? Because that's what they can do. When we raise interest rates, it's tackling the demand side of the equation and stopping consumers from spending. From the data, the consumer-driven data is actually the one that's cooler than anticipated. So that's actually good from what I see. Now, is that we got a little bit of reprieve this morning, and I believe it was attributed to that. But, and again, because that's wage heavy. And if we see wages increasing in tandem with that, so it's looking kind of to paint this picture, to put the puzzle together. What are the components of CPI and PPI, or the inflation prints that we look at, that are really driven by consumer spending? Are wages increasing? How does that affect that? And then that would help me understand what the Fed should do, and then looking at the market's subsequent reaction. And the market's reaction was a little bit of a reprieve and repricing and of more volatility on the front end of the curve, but nonetheless, the price action mirrored that thought. Now, what I think is interesting, if we look deeper into it, and what we saw increase was actually airlines, and that has to do probably with jet fuel and the Iran conflict. So now we see some Truth Social posts coming out, some more headlines around what's happening with Iran. We have some overnight as well. Oil increasing. Now that goes into this really interesting situation that the Fed finds himself in, because we do see one data point of perhaps that tariff-related inflation coming down. One data point does not make a trend, but that's Powell's stance. What is our new Kevin Warsh's? And now
Great question.
We see the first introduction of Iran conflict introduced into inflation. And now if that leaks into goods, then what will the Fed do? It puts them in a very precarious situation. And normally we would look through oil because by the time the Fed actually acts, it subsides if it's a shock, but the longer the Strait stays closed, the lower the probability of that happening it occurs. So essentially, what I'm looking at is we need a resolution to this conflict. That will absolutely put us into right back where the bull rally focusing on AI and the earnings narrative that we need. But right now, I'm focusing on inflation because that's what we're going to be focusing on next week as well. And I think the market's kind of digesting that as well. So that's the way I interpreted the data. It's great from a tariff aspect, but now it's introducing the oil prices seeping into the inflation data. And we do not want that. We know we would see it, but seeing it now with the Strait open is a bit of a concern. And that's where I think the volatility is coming from.
In the words of Aaliyah, the late great Aaliyah, we need a resolution. We have so much confusion, Jessica. There are headlines flying around about the conflict in Iran. Seems like every day.
Yes.
We had the president this morning saying Iran took too long, and now something needs to be done. And that uncertainty we see continue to play out in the markets. We're seeing some volatility come into the NASDAQ right now, some aggressive selling. I think we are supposed to be getting some comments from the president here. Last thing on the Fed, and then I want to talk about inflation coming out tomorrow and then SpaceX on Friday, because that's a big one. A lot of people think we're selling off because of SpaceX. Next Wednesday, we have Warsh's first meeting as Fed chair. Right now, looking at the Fed Watch tool, 97% probability of a no change. I think that's kind of baked in already for the next couple of months. If we're not expecting the Fed to change, is there any rhetoric that you're looking to hear from the Fed chair, specifically from the new Fed chair? Any words that you're looking to catch on to, or maybe the algos catch on to? And we're seeing some selling coming in here in the equities.
Yeah, there's definitely some selling pressure and some levels we can absolutely talk about. There is a gap I'm watching. So 4 levels for all those traders there. I'm just going to give it to you. It's a daily candle low of 72.94. That's my area of support. We had a gap up that day. So I need that gap up to stay. So let's watch that level as we discuss this. So from Kevin Warsh very specifically, it's difficult to dissect what because I don't know his person.
Really quick here, Jessica, we just did get, speaking of Iran, we got this every time you're on air, Jessica, we get another headline. The president saying we will be attacking Iran hard. We have the right to resume attacks. Gives us the right to attack Iran. They should sign the deal. Iran should sign the deal. It's a good deal, but he says we will be attacking Iran hard. That's where we're seeing that selling coming in there. But back to Warsh. Sorry about that.
Oh no, that's all right. That was a great. Please stop when that happens, because this attributes to what I'm talking about is the oil seeping into inflation. And that's really what we're looking for and how that impacts earnings. But again, we've had some really, really great earnings levels that we haven't seen coming out of recessions. That is the strength of these earnings. You normally see this coming out of recessions. Such a strong statement. But hopefully oil doesn't impact those earnings. And that's the real concern. From Warsh, I want to understand how he feels about that. Is he going to look through this oil shock, even though it's an elongated oil shock? If he has been handpicked by this administration because he is more likely to lower interest rates, again, speculation, and I used an if statement there. How is he going to talk about that? What does the future of interest rates look like? So we need to get an idea of his personality. Powell was very transparent with us. He had lots of press conferences. He would do that Q&A, and the Q&A is where I found so much insight. So I want to see what Kevin Warsh says, his personality, and then that will help understand the baseline of when things change. And so we can get an idea of what he's looking at. So I'm hoping he's straightforward. I know that's not an answer at all. The answer is I need time to understand.
We got to find out who he is, right?
Exactly. And there's a double down on DNI for short-term extension on foreign surveillance laws. That's also coming in. Saw that a lot today. But that's going to be the big thing next week. But notice what I think is interesting is the market does not like uncertainty. Kevin Warsh is uncertainty, but there's going to be more certainty once he opens his mouth. Uncertainty goes hand in hand with volatility. When you see these volatility spikes, it just means hedge increases because the VIX index is made up of SPX options that are 30 days out, normalized, that have a bid and ask. And normally you have to assume that the market tends to have a net hedge at all times. And those net hedges increase with times of uncertainty, hence why the VIX increases. So if you really want to go into the data, just pull up an SPX options chain and it's fun to look at that. So that's a component to consider. And then on top of that, which we haven't talked about yet, is there is a huge component of the AI narrative and software narrative that's going to occur today, and that's Oracle earnings. Oracle makes a huge, is one biggest component of that software ETF, and they're going to give us an idea into demand, which we saw, but that clear path to profitability because of raising a lot of cash and understanding the data center story more. So I think there's a huge lens on Oracle, and if that looks really good, then that could also help bolster markets. But tomorrow, I'm sure the SpaceX IPO is going to take over all narratives, in which case, understand that that could be a liquidity event, which is purely market mechanics. So fun from a volatility perspective, but just look at your levels. People might be freeing up cash in order to get into that IPO. It might trigger some circuit breakers on the exchange, which will be fun to see. But nonetheless, technical analysis is more important tomorrow than even the fundamentals, in my view.
Awesome stuff. I did want to ask you about that. So you said Oracle earnings after the close today. What semiconductor ETF are you looking at? I'm looking at SMH right now. That's down about 3.3%. Is that what you look at as well, or are you looking at a different one?
Yeah, that's the one. SMH.
SMH.
Yep.
Got you. Looking at SMH down 3%. We got Oracle, the biggest component, earnings after the close. All right. You said you were talking to some friends on the floor of the exchange yesterday. There's a lot of narrative right now in social media. We talked about SpaceX, biggest IPO in IPO history, whatever you want to call it, tomorrow. Are people actually selling to prep their for buys tomorrow? Is that what's happening? Is that what we're seeing in the markets?
So that's such a good question. We can't see that specifically because we don't know why investors are, but it's almost like the red light, green light theories. You say it so much, you speak it into existence. So it has to be a part of the equation at some point. And it is true when we sell out something, you buy something else. So that's why we say, oh, the market's selling off. We see people going into consumer staples. That's a flight to safety. So just purely looking at where different aspects of the markets are, we can't see the IPO allocation. But what we do know is that it is oversubscribed. So there is a lot of demand and we have to have capital in order to meet that demand. So that theory is a very educated guess that it is freeing up cash, especially as you see a rotation out of the semis and not so much energy, but something that has been really driving the market higher. That's giving me indication and validating that theory. That because then there's also broadening as well. It's not necessarily out of everything else. And usually, just like, I know I reference this a lot, but it's just the most recent example of market mechanics, the yen carry trade that happened a year or a few years ago. It's purely just a cash raising market mechanics transaction. There were people had to meet their margin calls all of the sudden because rates were rising over in Japan. Because of that, what was sold off, and sometimes if you deal with margin calls, you don't get to choose what's sold off. In the institution side, maybe a little more. Nonetheless, there is a sell-off of the best performing stocks and sectors just to purely raise capital in order to meet those cash requirements. And so I see this, again, not the same, but market mechanics certainly echo it, if you will. So yes is long answer, Jay, but yes is the short answer.
There we go. We will see that SpaceX IPO tomorrow. Again, Jessica Inskip, Research Director at stockbrokers.com. Jessica, before we get into those fun questions, I got to ask anything else you want to leave our audience with for the week. We're going to see you back on Monday for opening call, but anything that we should be watching out for that we're blind to right now. And then I'll get to the two fun questions here.
Sure, it's definitely rates. So even we see the VIX spiking and oil going up, we don't see yields increasing. And that is a very telltale sign of how the market is perceiving things. So just watching where money is moving and the harmony of it, I think, is important. I know I talk about yields a lot in here, but it is important. Just watching the 2-year, the 10-year, and the velocity of that, and understanding why there is a sell-off is extremely important. I would have a much bigger alarm right now if yields were increasing, and more importantly, the equal weight index was not holding that support.
Awesome stuff. So watch out for those yields. That's the second guest we've had on during Fast Markets this morning, chat, that has mentioned the yields. We had Drew Dosek on earlier. When the pros are talking about it, we should probably be paying attention. You heard Drew mention that 5% level in the 10-year yields. All right, Jessica, 2 quick questions. I know your son's a ball player. We got the Knicks playing tonight. Game 4. Do the Knicks get it done at home tonight?
You know, I have no idea. I hope so for the New Yorkers, but
Right.
I don't follow that as close as I do. My son, on the other hand, I could call him up and he would certainly let me know. He was even concerned if I was out in New York during the latest Knicks game because he's so sweet. He's 15. Nonetheless, I hope so because I think it would be a great win for the city. And I'm in New York right now, so it'd be fun for me personally.
Go Knicks. Go. Let's go Knicks. And then last question. We had a poll up in the chat. We have a legend coming on the show later today for Power Hour, Jack Schwager, who wrote all the Market Wizards books. I don't know if you've read them before, but Jack's coming on with this new Market Wizards book out yesterday.
Nice.
To an audio book. Does that count as reading the book?
You know, I think it does because you're still dissecting the information. However, there are lots of studies that from your cognitive functions of your brain, you should still be reading it, not necessarily listening, if you want to think about what it does to your brain. But as far as consuming information, I say that I've read a book when I've listened to it, an audiobook all the way. I'm an audiobook person, but I'm also a multitasker. I like to listen to audiobooks or podcasts while I'm going for a walk or a run. So I'm going to say yes, you read it.
There we go. I agree with you there. And sometimes you just need a great audiobook to fall asleep to. Jessica Inskip, research director at stockbrokers.com. Thanks for joining us for a little midweek update. Again, we'll see you next week. But Jessica, enjoy the rest of your week. Are you going to be on the floor for the SpaceX IPO tomorrow?
I will be, but not at the NASDAQ. I'll be over at NYC for a little bit,
Gotcha.
which will be interesting. So circuit breakers are there. So I'll report back, Jay.
Awesome stuff. Well, looking forward to hearing that. Again, thank you for joining us here on Topstep TV. We are going to go to a little bit of a break. We got power players come up, JD, Antonio, and Dolby time. If you haven't done so already, chat, hit that thumbs up button and make sure you go follow Jessica over on her socials, as well as the host of the Market Make Her podcast. Again, Jessica, thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
My pleasure.
Topstep TV, let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time for Power Players, and we've got a Power Player here for you right now. In the middle, Antonio is back to trade it up with us during this 11 o'clock hour. You guys all know Dolby time over there, my other bookend. Let's roll right into it. These markets are moving. Headlines are flying around. The president just came out a few moments ago saying, we took out 2 Iranian ships the other night, and now he says, I think Iran will want to make a deal. We'll see, though. There's probably going to be a rebuttal coming out any minute, but let's get into these markets because these headlines are moving markets right now. Antonio, what's going on, my friend? How you doing in these markets today? You navigating well?
I'm doing well, chilling like a villain. I'm flat right now. Did an amazing job last night, to be quite honest.
Ooh, nice.
Came out about 4.5R up. And just waiting for another move now, to be honest with you.
There you go. There you go.
Kind of like shorts. Just off the rip here.
Always liking shorts?
Yeah, I mean we got a nice range. We'll do the range thing real quick. 4-hour range has been pretty well established. So the 4-hour range lows, maybe even a daily low, it's going to be about 28,640s, give or take, with the daily range high being around 29,205. And then from there, we've been stuck in this 15-minute range towards the bottom. And it's really clean. It's 28,900s down to 28,640s. We're in the middle of it, unfortunately, right now. But it does feel like this is getting pretty heavy here. So I'd be looking to see if we could kind of get to the south side of this range, around those 28,630s. Of course, the best time to take a trade is whenever you're in the green room, because we're already down about 70 points. But something I've added to the chart is this the ATR. Probably going to start utilizing that a little bit more. We're in a high volatility market, so I want to make sure that our stops are in. It's got to be funny out here, right?
Antonio, you just put a trade on?
I did.
All right, what do you got?
Talk us through it.
I got
What'd you
short from 770s, putting my risk at about 830.
All right. We've got initial balance low right here, 28,772 half. We are trading right on top of it, just below it now. NQ looks like it's just been jockeying for position around initial balance low.
Oh man, I like your trade.
Playing both sides of it.
Oh, I like your trade. Would you get 770s?
Yeah, grab 770s. Not looking for much, to be honest, because we're in a pickle here. So if we can get back down to if we can get back down to the previous daily low, I mean maybe I think it might have been from Monday, then I'll be happy. That's my draw. It was my draw from last night. This is the trade I took last night. Got in at let me see, 925s. And just rode that down and just trailed it, to be honest with you. And then got trailed out at about 660s. And then I went to sleep.
Perfect.
Nothing wrong with that. That sounds great.
Yeah,
Trailed
I put
out in the money. Here we
another
go.
failure to seek high model.
Mm-hmm.
Failure to seek Asia high. And then I just got in off of that.
Well done. Well done. Nice trading.
Get rewarded.
This trade's looking nice again. The president has concluded remarks, everybody. Make it a slowdown on headlines for a few minutes.
Okay.
I might get
but
locked
Trump
out for the day.
Was it profits?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong at all.
Yeah, I would love that. Man, those lows do seem tempting, though. 28,630, 640. And I do agree with you. It's a pretty tough location right here because we're pretty much right in the middle of the 15-minute range. 28,762s. Of course, as a range trader, we'd want to be maybe like those 870s for the volume profile. It's a little bit more of a dip to it. This is more of like a 50-50 trade. Also, it's pretty rich trade, too, because you don't want to have your stop probably at like 920s or so. That's almost like 170 points. 170 points. I guess so. 170 points worth of risk. A little bit rich. A little bit rich.
Sushim90 in the chat says, as soon as I clicked one micro buy, I was down 60 points. Amazing. Slippage is real. Be aware of it.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking to slip through all of those lows, so look out.
Try using a limit order next time.
Yep. Then get called stingy when you don't get filled because it was off by 2 ticks. That's day in the life trader that uses limit orders. It's okay though. It's okay though.
You're allowed to demand better trade location, or
it's true.
Be at the risk of slippage. Take your choice. Take your pick. Antonio, we got to know: have you been practicing after your performance on the reversal challenge Friday? Have you been practicing that trading style at all?
Oh, that old thing? No.
That old thing?
I feel like we got to change up his intro, though.
We did talk for a few minutes in the green room.
What's
up? What's the intro?
Basically, that trading style is just the same as mine. It's just looking at what I've already had marked on the chart and how long I'm convicted to hold whatever position that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically the same, but you got to be able to pivot on the dime. And typically when you're holding a trade, you're not pivoting on the dime. You're managing mentally on the dime.
Yeah, I like that. You crushed it, man. You crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. I was just saying we got to update like Antonio's intro. You know how in like Game of Thrones or in Vikings, it's like, you know, Antonio, you know, son of so and so, Slayer of Kings. It's got to be like Antonio, winner of reversal challenge, all-time record holder, so on and
First
so
of his
forth.
name.
First of his name.
Yeah,
Got some accolades, man.
Let me polish my crown.
That's right. We gotta pass one around, man. We gotta get one made. Where's the marketing team at?
I'm pretty sure you can do an AI crown for the frame.
We could.
We can figure something out.
Yeah. If you got a Burger King by you, you just gotta swing by. Put some tape over that bad boy. Get it worked up.
Hoop said, "What is my walk-up music?"
Yeah.
If you smell
yeah. Whatever
it's
YouTube
an oldie
allows.
but a goodie.
Yep. All right, selling off here.
We're approaching the lower end of this range you were talking about, Dolby, in the NASDAQ. Antonio's still in this trade.
I want to get a short.
Low initial balance, low. Let's see what the S&P is up to.
Shout out to VWAP George. I see you, my boy.
Hey, there he is. George of the VWAP.
George.
George of the VWAP.
That's right. First of his name, George of the VWAP.
So I guess now I'm Antonio of the reversal challenge.
Yeah, you are. You're champion, man. You have the crown. Highest single P&L in the reversal challenge history.
Was that your first time or second time?
Yeah, it was.
His first time.
First?
Yeah, he had the beginner's luck multiplier on one of the most volatile reversal challenges.
I was wondering if
we
you
didn't
were
even think we were going to be able to
luck.
up contracts is the crazy part. We didn't even think we were going to be able to up contracts.
All right, we're short one at 760s. Momentum is highly suspect.
Yeah. Honestly, we didn't know we were going to have a reversal challenge that day because we were so close to
a circuit breaker.
To a circuit breaker, yeah.
Yeah.
And
how often is that?
Off and all of that is nuts.
It was nuts.
It wasn't so much the circuit breaker. Circuit breakers
7%
don't count after 2:25 p.m. Central Time though. Circuit breakers are gone.
Okay.
They're disabled. So you could do anything in the last half hour of trading. But there was that Topstep 2% rule.
We were about to be down 5%.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems like the market knows.
All right, look out below.
Look out below, indeed.
Yeah, we actually got short one here. We're short 28,760.
Oh, let's go. 10 points.
Yeah. We got in on that. So we were looking at the 1 minute range. Also, we're kind of stuck underneath the midpoint. So it's kind of just a range under range sort of formation, utilizing the 1 minute range high to try to get short here. I'll tell you, yeah, we're looking for lows here. Let's see if we can get like 28,640. I think would be a great target for this trade. If we can get below these 711, 700s, I think we're in great shape. The ATR in the 1 minute is 43, almost 44 points. So I did set our stop to 43. I actually changed from dollar amount to points just to be easier to set the stop here. So I don't have to do the math. Just got to look at it. 43, 43, perfect. I think we actually had a great trade on, I think it was yesterday, but the stop was too tight. And it was one of those situations where if you had made that adjustment prior, you end up making 200 points on the trade. I think we were long almost the bottom of yesterday's bounce, but got stopped by 4 or 5 points. But if you double that, now you're well within the money of being able to enjoy that. So we're going to adapt, man. Every little market state has its own little uniqueness that you got to kind of keep tabs on.
Yeah, you always got to be, I guess, innovating or evolving. Everything works until it doesn't, You just got to keep rolling with the punches. That's the game.
Right. Adapt and adjust, or you will destruct.
100%.
Shout out to the homie Orlando in the chat.
Oh, yeah?
Who's that?
Oh.
Orlando.
Orlando. Very nice. Very nice.
Speaking of getting some love, Antonio, you were out in the wild. Is it true that someone spotted you?
We got to hear the story,
man. I was in the Dairy Queen drive-through. Aren't you that guy that's on the YouTube on Topstep TV?
Come on, really?
Yeah.
Were they trading? Making dilly bars at the same
I
time?
hope they weren't trading. They had to make my shake.
What was the order? Let us know. What does Antonio get? King of Reversal Challenge.
I was trying that new Fruity Pebbles shake. Pause.
Okay, nice.
Ooh.
Was it good?
Oh, it's fire. It's you can't eat more than one of those or have more than one of those in a month.
Is that your special treat after a nice winning day? Oh, it's a toe taker, huh? If you know, you know. The old toe taker. I've got a ton of mine still. I'm good.
Jack's hating. He wants a blizzard. I had to try the Fruity Pebbles shake, man. It just looks so tempting. I had to try it. I got a small though, Jack, if that makes it better.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
Is that your
indulge too much?
Is that your special treat after a good trading day, or just a guilty pleasure?
Oh hell no! My special treat is a 16-ounce Fort Worth ribeye.
Yeah, there we go.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. A Dairy Queen shake. That's just because you can. It's because I'm an adult. No one can stop me. Get a Dairy Queen small.
The power of free will. I sit on the fridge and eat cereal watching my iPad.
That's exactly
what a life.
Right.
What a life. I love it. Let's check in on the tilt real quick before we go too deep in the woods here. 52% short ES, 53% short NASDAQ, 69% long crude, and 60% long in gold also. Crude getting long. Let's take a look at a crude chart, see what it's up to. We are on the highs in crude oil. Volume's looking decent. Nice jump in the last half hour or so. I'm assuming it's all based off of headlines coming out of the Middle East by the president. Those comments have ended for the time being. There was a U.S. CENTCOM headline out a few minutes ago saying the U.S. disabled a non-compliant oil vessel in the Gulf of Oman, which violated the blockade by attempting to transport oil from Iran.
Mm.
I didn't get to mention this one, but Trump said we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil nightly. I assume he means Iran. Yes, he does. Trump on Iran. We've been taking out millions of barrels of oil nightly. Is this just a big smash and grab? No? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that Venezuela. Now they're going down to Iran. Who's next? Cuba? You got any oil over in Cuba? Take that too.
Wherever you can bully someone, that's where we're getting this from.
Yep. Man, ATR makes the trades feel a lot better. I'll tell you that. Definitely more risk.
You like the ATR, huh?
Just it
what
feels
time
like
frame are you looking at it on?
For 1 minute, it's 41 points. But I feel like if you're normally running around with say a 20-point stop or something, and the ATR is like 40 or 50, then you just feel like you're going to get whipped out of a perfectly valid trade. So the risk is like a hell of a lot more. It's 41-point ATR, but it feels like it gives your trade a better chance to actually succeed here. Back to entry.
How you feeling about this trade, Philby? Still liking it?
No, but we'll see.
We're approaching initial balance low again in the NASDAQ. Again, that is 28,772 half. 28,772 hook, and it's lining up perfectly with a 9-period EMA, almost to the tick.
I mean, I like that we're down on the day and we're short. I like that the midpoint is rejected numerous times. I like that our entries acted as resistance numerous times because we're short, so that's good. I mean, I like that I guess we have lower lows within this 1 minute range. And I guess the one thing I don't like is that maybe the trade would be considered expensive for a range trade because we're not at top of volume or top of the range as far as the entry. We like to see this 760s probably closer to 850s because then your stop would be outside of the range, but our stop is well within the range. So that's kind of like my bull bear case for the trade. But hey, as long as we're in the green, it's good. Is it technically the best range trade? No. We just got to get under 707s, 700s. Antonio, what's kind of your thoughts here?
I probably like it just as much as you do, but that you don't have to like a good trade.
It's true. Yeah, whether or not we like the trade does not matter. Plenty of trades I thought were
information here
ended up being winners. We really just have no idea what's going to happen after.
I almost opened the oven door and reduced my risk, but I think I'll leave it as is for now.
Oven door, it's all right. Hey,
unless I'm going to break even, I'm not going to touch it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And my break even for this trade would be 667.
667?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, we're still doing the no-touch challenge. It'll be much easier today because I think we're using appropriate stop losses, whereas before the volatility was too high relative to what we normally risk here. So I agree with you. I mean, if we can get underneath these 700s, maybe break structure of this 1 minute thing we got going on, I'd for sure be interested in lowering our stop down to 775s or 780s. But pretty sticky
feel like
so
the
far.
buying's getting absorbed. They're just trying to hang in there because it was such an aggressive move. So hanging in there right now during this, this is our slowest session normally, typically. So them hanging in there with these lackadaisical buys now, I mean, you just might as well just pull out the fly swatter and just keep on swatting.
Swing away, right? Swing away. Fire at will.
This is actually a good example too of we talk about going to break even a lot. If you're a short 760s, you'd have gotten tagged at break even. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 times. You would have gotten
Enough
tagged
times to
out for
piss
break
you
even.
off.
Oh, bro,
Just
8
enough
times. Keyboard is getting frisbeed out the window. But this is a situation.
I'm hitting the keyboard against my forehead at that point. Damn the window.
Yeah.
What's more efficient, having a wide trailing stop or moving a trade to break even? I hate scratching
That
trades.
depends on
also,
your
by the way.
fortitude. I believe that depends on your fortitude, because you can go break even and not lose the conviction of your idea. But if you weren't really convicted in the first place and you go break even and keep getting stopped out, then at that point you're really pissed off. But going to break even, it only helps you if you're convicted in your bias and if you are really going to stick with that, that move. I mean, maybe you paid for information on that break even.
Yeah. Personally, again, this is not trading advice of any kind, but I will only move a trade to break even if it's if I'm trading multiple contracts and I got to run around. It's the only time. It will have to be in the money or lock some profit in to move a trade to break even. I despise scratching trades.
I'm with you on that. I've said this numerous times, but I've lost more money going to break even than I've lost in outright losing trades. What I mean by that is that I've gotten stopped out on so many winning trades at break even that would have been winners if I had just touched nothing. That we're talking, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1 sort of risk reward thing. Here's the other thing too, is that you can only go to break even on a trade that's moved in your favor. And if a trade is already moved in your favor, why are we trying to get it to break even? How come we don't go to break even on trades that show us in the red for the majority of the trade? Does anyone in chat do that?
I remember you saying this before.
Does anyone in chat do that? I still don't really do it, but it makes me think a lot. So I think about before I go to sleep is that how come I'm not moving trades to break even if I think they suck? But I move trades to break even that are showing me green, but maybe haven't had the profits. Let me know, chat. I want to know.
Yeah, I want to know too.
It.
Let's put a poll
Let's
up.
think
Let's
think about it.
How do we put that in poll form?
Yeah, I don't know. Ooh. Man, Antonio, every time it gets down there, it is. I feel like we are this close to having this thing.
Oh no, they're absorbing that weak ass buying. They are absorbing the mess out of it.
Yeah.
Something's gonna happen.
Yeah, they're gonna lock me out for the day for profit target.
We're also offering one at 28,797. It's like 10 points below our stop.
Here we go. It's 11:30 a.m. Central Time. I'm checking for headlines once again. There was a very ominous headline out just a few minutes ago. I'll read it to you. It's from Con News Reporter. Says about an hour ago, a B-52 strategic American bomber was detected on flight tracking sites heading from the American base in Sicily towards the Middle East. The plane turned off its transmitter. The flight path is still unknown. Is it bombs away? Is that what that means?
They went completely 0 dark 30.
Race for impact. I think we're going to get another headline soon, right? All right.
As long as it moves the market down.
We will definitely begin getting some more action. I just got this feeling. I shouldn't say definitely. I don't know, but sometimes you get that feeling. A little calm before the storm happening here.
Mm-hmm. Someone in chat was saying, how do you go to break even on a red trade? Well, take my trade that I'm in right now. Imagine that it's inversed, that we're actually long 760s and our stop is at 685. If we're floating in the red for like 90% of the trade, we do get an opportunity to get break even on that. So that would be a situation in which your trade is spending the majority of its time in the red and not the green. Then it's like maybe that's the time to get to break even on that trade.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Obviously, if you're if you're who has like a 5-point stop or 10-point stop, then yeah, it's not happening. You're just taking the hit. Ooh, it was close. It was close. Any volume down here at all? It doesn't really seem like it.
There should be some stops.
No,
down there.
Volume has really petered out since we opened up this segment.
Okay.
You could see it. I'll pull up my NASDAQ chart here.
Ooh.
I keep those volume bars down on the bottom. And yeah, markets have gone sideways and volume has dropped off. Those volume bars on the bottom represent the number of contracts traded per each
I really
candle.
couldn't even care if there's not much volume. I just need there to be a lack of buy-in.
Yep.
And shout out
we got
to
Hoop in the chat.
5'4" Fox in the chat, showing love.
Oh yeah, in there every day. We got Hoop in the chat. Can we get an update on Delta, if you please? Talking about no more buyers in the market. Let's see what the Delta looks like. While we wait for that, we're going to bring Gabe in for just a minute. He's got something to tell us about Kalshi. The popular prediction market Kalshi says it's implementing new rules to crack down on insider trading. How would they want to do that?
The federally regulated platform announced it will soon require users to disclose where they work before betting on certain high-risk markets. In some cases, a user may be blocked from making a trade based on their employer. Kalshi's new rules come amid rising concerns about insider trading and follow recommendations from an advisory committee that called for tighter security measures. The company says it's also rolling out new whistleblower features to report abusive trading activity.
You think they're overstepping, or is this a good move?
Nah, it's overstepping, dude.
Would you give Kalshi your social security number if they asked for it? Ooh, a little pop there.
Yeah, we got tagged.
Something happened.
Yeah.
Not yet.
We'll see if we were short 2 for a little bit. We'll see if we can get back into a short here, but further up on the chart.
Yep. Hoop, I got your message. Thank you. Hoop's going to refresh his data and get us a nice new clean Delta reading.
Where did we get stopped at? 805s? 805 quarter? Or if this rolls over, that could be some dirtbag activity right there by the NASDAQ.
You feel me, bruh?
Yeah, I'm all aboard dirtbag activity. All aboard.
I had to put that on the bottom of my. I had to put that on the bottom of my charts. I did. It's staying there too, right in yellow. Dirtbag activity.
Yep.
We got to get some swag for that. That's a good one.
Yeah, we still short. So. No more DBA. I can't even say that without getting sued. I'm done saying.
Dude, Dakota's coming after you.
I don't think he trademarked it yet, did he? It's a race.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
It don't matter. Dirtbag activity it is. I'm not acting it.
All right, we're trading back above initial balance low. Say again, Antonio?
No acronyms for that one. You got to say the whole thing.
That's right.
Look at Dakota in the chat. What's up, coach?
Back on the bull here. Still just a range, but we're anything above like 830s. I'm a little bit more intrigued to short, to be honest.
Yeah. It looked like we were megaphoning on 5 minute for a little bit. And now it's almost looking more like a diamond formation. We had ranges expanding and now ranges contracting as volume dies. Makes you think a breakout of this range is imminent.
We're smoked.
Smoked on that one.
Antonio's out.
I'm going to see if we can re-up on the short here. But at 900s.
Not me. I'm going long one.
All right.
Long one, okay.
Long one from 848. I'm going to put my stops at 769.
What was that entry price again, Antonio? 848?
848.
Got it. Here we go. Let's see what happens. A touch of increased buying power coming in, but nice lesson in not getting married to a bias also. Got to be flexible. Flexible with a bias. Strong convictions loosely held, as the trader-in-chief MP would say.
Exactly right. Where's he at? On TV, MP. It's been too long. He is due. He's overdue.
Yeah, it's been a while since I was on with my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this long. They are giving some strength outside of this fair value gap they left. So we'll see what they do with it. If not, we'll just call it. Call it a day. If not, how about that?
Call the range, and lock it up. Nothing wrong with going home and profit.
No,
that's a good day.
Nothing at all. Looks like we're going to get smoked both ways here. They're collecting orders.
Got to go down to go up. Got to go up to go down. We're going to see if we can get short 876, top of range.
Ooh, market maker Drew in the chat says this thing about to get smacked. Give us some context. Why do you think that? What's going to smack this thing? Why would they?
Is Reverend Market Maker saying pull out your wallets?
It's time for the collection.
You feel me, bro? Reverend Market Maker.
That's hilarious.
Take out your wallet.
Another swag idea.
I know they're loving the lingo, gang. I know they're loving it.
You got a little shop set up. Some trader swag going on.
No doubt, no doubt. I have a few T-shirts made before the year's over.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm a buyer.
Maybe some keychains, lanyards.
That'd be cool.
Dirtbag activity lanyard.
Oh yeah.
We need the bottle openers for sure.
Uh-huh. Oh, good call.
You walk outside with your dirtbag activity bottle opener because you got dirtbag activity.
Now we're thinking.
Take out your Reverend Market Maker punching gloves, your boxing gloves, your Reverend Market Maker boxing gloves.
Yeah, Coach Dakota's in for that one. He's doing some boxing. 5-minute ATR is 101 points.
101 points on a 1 minute ATR. How about that?
5 minute.
5 minute.
Which is still absurd. Still absolutely absurd.
Mm-hmm. Pretty wide. No new headlines coming out. Tilt is pretty flat in the equities right now. 59% long ES
as well.
Yeah. Look at this push down again, man.
We're right back
look
to
at a range. Yep. You look at a range, and there's no way we're going from the low to the high. So I got to get in right now. And then it goes low to high. It's like, damn, had I just waited for the setup, would have had the entry that I wanted. Could have gotten 850s. Could have had it stop at 900s.
Smoked again.
Range be ranging. Always does. Oh, it doesn't.
Right? Is it, Dolby, are they just giving us the answers right now? I'm looking at your chart. Are they giving us the answers?
Kind of are. Kind of are. It's something I struggle with all the time. It's like, because you really want to get in and like participate with some of these trades, and then you look at the range, and it's like, man, there's no way we're going all the way back up there. And then it happens. It's almost better just to put your orders in. That's why I have this little stuff written down here. Trade the largest range, find low volume node, draw what you see. This is just like the basic stuff for range trading. And if you go back and look at the trade, like where was the trade relative to the range? And it was 797, which was pretty much right in the middle of the range. 760s, lower end of the range.
Well, I like it if they close below 750s. I like the shorts. If not, I believe it's going to keep on chopping.
I mean, it's a really profitable chop. Talking like 100, 150 point chop range. Make a lot of money in that.
Yeah.
I mean, do we buy 720s now for that? I mean, maybe. That is the range. Yeah, I mean, I got to. 712s, let's go. Did 712s.
I just feel like they left a draw. I feel like they left a draw. I still like 542s as a draw.
Okay. We need a catalyst, though. We need something to start moving these markets.
Well, all of these buy candles that I'm seeing on the 5-minute chart, they get swallowed by aggressive selling. So that's giving me some type of indication that we want to push lower because we're not getting very much conviction in the buys. And just, you know what? We're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. 765, 766. Short.
You just get in?
Short. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
766.
766
All right, here we go.
short. Targeting those 542s.
All right. I was kind of busy during
There we
fast
go.
markets today.
There we go.
We're getting some movement.
We're looking for longs.
Nice sniper entry there.
Yeah, nice.
Way to recognize
There
a
we
trade.
go. Sometimes you just pay for information, gang.
Yeah.
Like that.
As Hogue would say, the best trades happen very fast. If you're not paying attention,
Yeah,
you're gonna miss it.
Sometimes you
Buyers
just pay
come
for
back in.
information.
Mm-hmm.
We got a bid at 705.
A little more follow through.
Yeah, we'll see.
Like a nice trade.
I like Antonio's
I was a
trade.
little
below.
I like it too. Yeah, looking good. We're at least playing.
Let's see if we can scout
just in the
this
low
a
of the
little bit.
range. You're jumping in.
Oh,
Nobody wants a piece.
We missed that by NASDAQ. Low of 706. We were bidding 705. See if we
You're
get a
trying to get
second
in
chance.
long.
I get in long.
Okay.
All right, we're in.
You just got it there for sure.
We did. We did.
All right. We've got competing positions going on here.
No.
Antonio short.
Let's fade it up, my boy. Let's fade it up.
Nothing but love. Just trying to get a little scalp-a-doodle.
Here we go. Testing the low of the range. We got some wicks down here to cover.
Super smokes.
Oh, I was trying to say, I was a little busy during fast markets, but I was listening.
Okay.
Did I hear Mandy say she got her first 100-point NASDAQ trade?
Yeah.
Here today? Did that happen?
It
thought I
did.
heard
Shout
that
out
correctly.
Mandy. Let's go.
Yeah, that's awesome. So here's the situation.
EBC.
Yeah. Do you go break even here because the trade showed red? So now that we're kind of close to our entry, do we flatten the trade because we took so much heat? This is like the situation in which maybe it would have paid off that time.
Let's go for degenerate gambling.
You got it. You got this one. You got this one. That was a great trade.
Very nice. Very nice. One more time. What's the target again, Antonio? 540, did you say?
Yeah, we'll go 540.
540. Got it.
And NASDAQ had to go up to go down every time.
And some sellers in the S&P too. We're moving. We're cooking. Current low of this candle in the NASDAQ 28,664.75. 664 orders. Let's go around the horn. What are the other markets doing? S&Ps are selling off. S&Ps are on the lower end of the range also. Bitcoin still trading inside the initial balance. Dow looks like it wants to make a new low. Crude's still hovering just below the highs. Gold is on the move lower also. Shorts are looking decent.
Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. No headlines coming out.
Nope.
Nothing left on the eco calendar for the day. Oh, we got a 10-year note auction coming up at the top of the hour. Everyone be aware of that. Things get a little wiggly at 12 o'clock Central Time, you know. There's a 10-year note auction. Current yield on the 10-year note, 4.54%. VIX is at 2192. It's just below 20 or VIX is picking up a little bit. It was below 21 when we started the opening call this morning. It was up about 5%. Now it's up about 10%. 2192 last print on the VIX. Take that back. 2188 last print. Last print on the US dollar index, 99.899. See where stocks in Europe closed. Stocks in Europe, DAX closed down 0.97%. The FTSE closed up 0.27%. The CAC 40 closed down 0.511. And the Stock 600 closed down 0.08. Pretty mixed. Mixed close in Europe.
Is this a long opportunity or continuation to the downside?
That baby's looking heavy.
It does look heavy.
It's feeling heavy, yeah.
It does look heavy.
Bring on the dump truck.
Hey, there's a lot of room underneath this 15-minute range low. A lot of room.
I'm telling you, I'm back up that Brinks truck.
A lot of room.
And I adjusted my target just for the sake of kitsch to 500.
Man, just stuck in this range. Totally stuck. That'd be pretty nasty.
It's about to shoot out like a slimy booger.
Oh, here we go. We got visuals. We've got visuals.
One of those snot rockets watch is about to happen.
You need some torque to perform that move successfully.
It's true.
Same in the markets.
That is true.
Something's got to happen.
Is this more DBA squared activity here? Could be. Could be.
It could be, man. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
Points, sell off almost 200. Bid back up almost another 70 points.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're still in the green, though, man. Your entry was dynamite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 766.
That was an excellent entry.
It's a little woodsy in that area, but if it can stay under there, it's going to trade under there.
Mm-hmm.
This would be one where I would potentially be looking to go break even, maybe at New York low.
New York low?
Which is, New York low is 626.
Yep.
But yeah, it's gonna shake some hands out here for sure. Definitely gonna shake some hands out.
Yeah.
Very not nice, NASDAQ.
I think that's the nice way of saying dirtbag activity. Shake some hands out.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Just sticking with the range. Turns out they were giving us the answers the whole time.
Yep. They just had to run it a little bit. They just had to run it. We tried getting long. It was just stop. So our stop was, I think, 25 points, maybe 20 points or so. I think if we had it at 1 ATR, it would have been, maybe would have survived. I think we would have gotten stopped by a tick or two, actually. I mean, Coach Paul recommends twice the ATR. So that'd be an 80-point trade for 1 micro. That is a very wide.
There is some comfort in that. For sure.
80-point stop and a lot of comfort. A lot of room for activities.
Plenty of room for activities.
Don't steal my line, Antonio. That's my thing. That's my thing. Oh my goodness. I got vacation in 2 weeks. I'll give it to you while I'm gone. Keep it alive. All right, back to within range. 700s to maybe 28,000 880s. We will see. When's this thing going to sell off? We think maybe 4 hour? Maybe now? Maybe right now?
Maybe.
There's one more piece of news, it feels like.
Little.
Like
little.
one Jenga piece away from this thing, toppling over, it feels like.
Yeah. Looking at the eco count, we're pretty much done for the day, except for this 10-year auction coming up at the top of the hour. I don't think that's going to be the catalyst we're looking for heavy movement going into the close.
Mm-hmm.
But we could just stay quiet until PPI tomorrow. It's CPI today, PPI
This was
tomorrow.
actually a good segment. I'm not upset at all.
Good. Ooh, look
It wasn't
at that.
enough
That hour's up.
dirtbag activity to piss me off.
Not enough dirt bags to move this thing. That's
Yeah, me and Dolby won.
that's probably not quotable. That's not quotable.
Wow, good time as always.
Always a blast. All right, guys. We're going to step aside
Oh,
for a
we're
couple
getting
minutes.
heavy.
Group coaching is...
It is
Ooh, here we
getting
go.
heavy. Ooh.
Little follow through. It's just another tease. Just another tease.
I believe in you,
All right,
NASDAQ.
guys.
Do something here.
Group coaching is coming up next. There is a form pinned to the chat right now. I'm going to be here for group coaching. So is Coach Ray and Hoop. If you've got a question for one of the three of us, or the three of us collectively, grab that form right now, fill it out, click submit, and we are going to answer your questions live here on Topstep TV in just a few minutes. That's coming up next. Antonio, thanks for coming on, man. Always appreciate it. I believe you're back again Friday to defend your crown in the reversal challenge on Friday. Looking forward to that. Should be an excellent one. Ooh, we got Tyler G coming in for it too. That's going to be a competition.
Let's go.
Let's do
And
it.
Dakota.
Let's do it.
Dakota's there for it also. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
That'll be a good one. All right, guys, we are going to step aside. Dolby time. I'll catch you later. Group coaching coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Guess what time it is? You don't have to guess. I'll just tell you. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. It's the time of day where we take your questions. That's right, you in the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. There is currently a form pinned in the chat right now. If you got a question for one of us, by the way, if you're listening and not watching, it's me, JD, Coach Ray in the middle, and Hoop. We'll do intros in just a second. But if you got a question for one of us, or the three of us collectively, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we're going to answer your question live right here on Topstep TV in the next hour. Coach Ray, haven't seen you since the opening call. How's it going, my friend?
Long time no see. Long time no see. Doing well.
It's been hours. I feel like I never see you. How you doing in these markets? How'd it go today?
Not too bad. I managed to get in on a nice trade in crude oil today after the EIA report. So
very nice. You want to talk us through it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do it.
So basically, again, one of the days that I actually focus in on crude oil is when we have the inventory report, because that gives me kind of a little bit of a view, maybe increased volatility in the markets that could maybe provide some opportunities. So one of the nice features that I recently been added to the Topstep X platform is this initial balance indicator, which I have displayed on the screen here. And basically, you can see that we got a really nice, bullish engulfing candle on the 15-minute, right at the edge of initial balance low here. And we got, and one of my staples is to wait for this channel break or price event that would indicate that there is, some sort of momentum behind the move. So I got in right at this 90 level, which is obviously a little psychological level for folks, And so I got in on it on this 90.01, and then I used the extension levels to kind of help and support me in a potential target here. So this being the 100% extension of the initial range, and that kind of offered me a location where I could exit my trade. So I had a couple lot trade on this, a couple of micros, I should say, and got out at I guess on average on both of them at 90.86. So happy about that.
Very nice trade. Very nice.
Thanks.
Is that your only trade of the day?
I did take a little bit of a scalp trade long, but that was kind of from IB mid to the edge of initial balance. That was more of a little bit of a scalp trade. But it's funny is the amount of point value was worth a lot more than what I did here.
Yep. I hear that. I see you're using the initial balance range extensions too, and it looks like that one extension to the upside held very nicely, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's the extensions I use the extensions as targets. So this is 50, 100, and then 200%. And again, like I said, you can then 100% extension is a very nice target level for a lot of these initial balance extension trades. So I like putting them on there because it guides me and provides me reference levels where I can use and then I'm not part of the equation, right? I let the charts tell me when I should be thinking about exiting.
Yep. This is actually one of the questions that we got from a trader in the chat. I'm going to read it off to you real quick. It's from someone calling themselves the Dark One. Ooh. The question is, I know Topstep has been adding indicators, but some of them I have no idea what they are used for. Can you provide brief descriptions of what the new ones display? And Coach Ray just went through that. If you're in the chat, go ahead and rewind a little bit. That was an excellent summary of the initial balance indicator used in real time to place a trade, a profitable trade also. So very nice, very nice. We also have a opening range, a new opening range indicator. You can go to that indicators tab at the top of your platform, click on indicators, go to opening range, and you can you can set an opening range on your chart to whatever time frame you want, and just have that pretty much plastered on your chart for the day. So there's a couple nice new features on Topstep X, and Coach Ray just displayed a real-time example of how we used one to his benefit. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Nice job, everybody.
Absolutely.
Hoop, you using any of these new indicators on Topstep X? You got a favorite?
I've been session shading. I could show that. Use it in gold. I like it to kind of see how each session kind of goes. I mean, this is a daily. I tried to stay patient all night. We're short up in gold. Looking for this area I'd kind of drawn out a couple days ago. And shout out to my guys last night, Tyler. Just talking about larger time frames. As scalpers, we get so 3-minute, 5-minute, and I've been looking at this on the daily and I messaged Jay last night. I said, 4160, it's going to be a target, and it took a while to get there, but at least now between the sessions, and you can see, I've shaded them a little bit different through Asia to London and into the New York, but yeah, I mean, it's just I can kind of see what's going on in a bigger lens of what each session's doing. So I can see how volume's acting at each session. So yeah, the initial balance, that's also in my color scheme in there as well. So yeah, a lot of new indicators and tools that once again, you have to be careful you don't put too many in your charts, right, JD? I mean, you can get a little bit.
You won't even see the price action anymore.
Yeah. What is that? Oh, there's candles in there somewhere. Yeah.
You're gonna cover up all the real good information,
Yeah. Right.
100%. Have you ever looked at somebody's chart that had so many lines on it that you literally could not see the last price traded on the chart or where the market was at all?
As a guy who sat in chat and look a lot, there was one guy we had, I can't remember who it was, and I looked at it, chat's like, chat's the greatest critic, right? And I'm like, absolutely. Hey, the guy's a paid out trader, he's successful, and whatever he's seeing, he sees it. The rest of us might not, but if he's successful with it, power to you, So, yeah.
Exactly.
Looks like we're dipping towards the lows too, JD.
There we go. Let me pull it back up.
You almost
on the lower end of the range, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Antonio, are you in the chat? Are you still in the short?
He's in short. Very nice.
Antonio got short in the last segment. Yeah. Real DB activity. Back to the indicators before we finish that topic off. Just a few things for context. It depends on what market. If you're looking at the initial balance, a lot of people define the initial balance as the very first hour of regular trading hours, right? So you have to be aware of different regular trading hours for different markets. Each market is different, or each bundle of markets is different. So equity index futures open up at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance is 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., right? There's a default setting on there, so you have to be aware of this so you can change the settings. Markets like gold, treasury futures, and currency futures have a different opening time. They open at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance is 7:20 to 8:20 a.m. Central Time. And then you have markets like crude oil and natural gas. Their regular trading hours open is 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance is 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time to 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. These are all things you need to be aware of when you're setting up your initial balance indicator on your Topstep X platform. 100%. Just a little heads up for everybody. Explain opening range, please. Who wants to explain opening range? Didn't we just do that?
Yeah.
We do it every morning.
Yeah, I mean, opening range is simply kind of similar to initial balance, but I kind of look at it as kind of a subset of initial balance, and that can range anywhere from a minute to 5 minutes to 15 minutes. You establish the range high and low of the first 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, and then that establishes the range. And basically, what you're looking for there is just once you establish the range, you're looking for some sort of trigger to enter into a trade long or enter into a trade short. If you get a close above or a close below, and that triggers you into the trade. Very mechanical, something that we do in the opening call on a daily basis, right? So
Yeah, and it's not a flat time frame, right? JD, when gold was, you guys were trading gold, when it got super volatile, you know, you went to 1 minute. If you went to 5 minute, when gold was flying, the amount of exposure you would get in the 5 minute versus, remember we used to have all the votes, right? What do you think we should take? People would go, take a 15. And I'm like,
15, take the 15.
Massive ranges. And I'm like, it's just a lot of, you just open up risk, right? It's been a little bit better lately. So ORBs, what do you think, JD? Ray, they get hot and then they're not.
Right.
Exactly. It's an opening range breakout trade is a very low probability trade setup, right? But your risk to reward potential is so extreme that you only need to be profitable 20% or you only need to win 20% of the time to be profitable taking those trades. Does that make sense?
Yep.
If you're managing risk correctly. This ties into another question that we got from a trader saying, why do we trade micros and not minis? And the simplest answer to that is there's a set amount of risk that we want to take on our trades here. We have daily loss limits just like everybody else, We don't have an unlimited amount of cash being fed to us to put on trades live on TV. So it's like every trade that we put on has to be risk averse, right? So in an opening range breakout trade, we never want to take more than $150 to $200 worth of risk on one of those trades. It just doesn't make sense, when we can trade very small and take out exponentially more than that on the winning side, So it's all about how many swings at the plate you want each day, right? If you're setting a daily loss level for yourself, say you're in a 50K trading combine, you've got $2,000 worth of drawdown. How much is that worth to you? How many swings at the plate is $2,000 for you? Are you full porting immediately? Are you just cycling accounts, trying to get to that funded level? Or are you actually taking the time to think about your risk parameters and how much you should be risking per trade and then basing your entry and exit structure off of that? Do you actually have a trading plan? Or are you just swinging for the fences every time?
Right.
Someone want to take the reins on this one too? Coach Ray, you've been coaching traders for a long time now.
Yeah.
When it comes to trading micros versus minis, there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
But that difference, we all know what it is, right? Managing risk based on drawdown.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like anything else. It's if we want to, do we want to stay in the game, right? And if we want to stay in the game, we need to manage, as you mentioned, JD, we need to manage our downside, because if we knew exactly where the market was going to go, then that would be a completely different story. But we don't, right? So we basically manage our risks, we manage our downside, we basically manage our trades in the event that something bad would happen, right? So again, we're not in necessarily this. Again, this is a business, right? We're not at a local casino, betting on black, right? So we're trying to get into a situation, high probability price levels to support maybe the probability of securing a trade that's going to be profitable to us. That's all we're doing. And in the event that it doesn't happen, it doesn't bust us out of our account, or doesn't cause our account to go on tilt. So that's really what we're trying to do here.
Exactly.
Too, JD, I mean, if you look at a 3 minute on gold, if you're going to take 2 ATRs on a 3 minute, you're risking $12. You want to trade a mini and risk $1,200? You're risking 2 ATRs on one gold in this environment. Yeah, you could be right, but you could blow through your capital for the day. So when I first started, all we had, JD, was minis. There were no micros, right? It was just regular contracts, crude, ES, NASDAQ, all of them. So, you don't have much of a choice. Now traders at least can manage that a lot better inside the market. Like, Ray, just think today, if all you could do is trade regular crude instead of micros. I mean, you couldn't do it. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to do it on a 50K, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely.
It's a great tool for managing risk, micros, and it's going to give you longevity in this business. And like I said, if you're using 2 ATRs, go look at that. And on a 30-minute, it's $22. So you're risking $44 in a 30-minute trade in gold on a regular contract. It doesn't fit, right? I mean, the risk is just too much. So
a single trade. A single trade should not be the deciding factor on whether you sink or swim, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We're here for longevity.
Right.
Another thing to keep in mind is volatility. We are seeing some volatility in these markets. We're seeing ranges expand. We're seeing increased volume. We're seeing wide ATRs. Dolby's in here talking about ATR. The last segment, the 5-minute ATR in the NASDAQ was 100 points. That's wide. Those are wide swings that these markets are taking. Does your trading plan, does your strategy allow for that type of volatility? When it gets like that, is it more sensible, more economical to scale down and widen stops so you can stay in your trade a little longer, give it more room to breathe, and let it play out, rather than decreasing your risk parameters and just getting stopped out immediately? These are all things to think about. All right, let's check back in on these markets real quick. NASDAQ's at the lower end of this range that we've been talking about. The tilt has gone flat. We're dead flat in the S&P, 50-50. Basically 50-50 in the NQ also. Ooh, look at crude, though. We're switching over to crude. We got 80% long in the crude tilt. We all know what happens at 80% in crude, and we're seeing it. Oh, I can't believe we missed that one. Is that the hottest indicator on the planet, or is that the hottest indicator on the planet? This is not trading advice of any kind, but we've been seeing it for a year now. When that crude tilt hits plus or minus 80%, it's like a reversal is just imminent, something to keep an eye on.
100%.
I'm not saying it works every time, but it's working right now. All right. Let's get to another question. We did the micros versus minis. Could you, Jeff Metzler, sorry for using your full name. My apologies. Jeff M says, could you discuss Delta with us? How is it traded? I can get the number, but I'm not exactly sure how to use it in my new volume trend strategy. We talk about Delta quite a bit here. The way we use the term trading futures versus options is very different, right? So when we refer to Delta in futures, we are talking about the number of market order buys versus market order sells. And there's different ways to read that information as it comes in, So for trading on the highs and you have a high positive delta, that means the buying power is strong. It means buyers are coming in on the highs to continue pushing the market higher. But the inverse, there is an inverse to that too. Who wants to take the first shot at this? Hoop, I know you look at delta quite a bit. We talk about it quite a bit on here.
I mean, the biggest thing that I look for is more. We always talk about delta divergence, right? So if you have the ES being down today, typically you would see negative delta in terms of going congruent with the market, right? It's the other direction that always gets you to, perk your ears up a little bit and take a look to see if you get trapped sellers or trapped buyers inside of a market. And that's what, when we talk about squeezy, you can get to a point and you see it. That was one thing Ray and I were talking about in the room before we came in here. Hogue was talking about negative delta in gold near, on the way down. And that was one thing I was a little bit concerned about was, are you going to trap a bunch of shorts down there and then the market starts to rally and then everybody just kind of runs for the hills, right? So it's more the divergence part of seeing it being the opposite of maybe market direction A little bit can be a little bit the time of day. Like if you see, we always talk about typically retail traders have to be flat out of their positions by the end of the day. So if you get a negative delta divergence later in the day, once again, it doesn't have to happen, but if it's occurring late in the day, it can get a little violent as you get into MOC in the equities, right? But once again, nothing's 100% in this business. We all know that. I just like to know to see, Jay will talk about it, and we just want to know how strong the buying and selling is at any particular point in the day. That's where Bookmap has also come along, and people use that and looking at that as an order flow type tool. So I use it and look at it, but I'm mainly looking for that divergence where it's not congruent with what's going on in the actual market per se at the time. That's how I treat it.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Hoop. Coach Ray, is Delta on your radar at all? Is it something you look at?
Yeah, I mean, I look at a kind of a variation of that. I look at volume delta, and again, this kind of captures net the same kind of information, right? So if I'm in a long trade, right, I'd like to see volume delta in my direction. I'd like to see that there are people placing buy market orders in whatever direction that I'm in. If I'm in a short trade, well, I like to see a negative volume delta, and that gives me kind of an indication that I have volume coming into my direction. So, and then when we have divergences, like Coach Hoop had mentioned, well, I need to be on the alert for maybe a potential reversal away from my trade. Maybe I need to start maybe tightening up my stops, just to make sure that I secure as much profit as possible. So volume delta for me is kind of, I use it more of as a management tool. Once I'm in a trade, I'd like to see, that the volume, it's aligned with whatever direction trade that I'm in, right? So if I'm in a positive trade, I'd like to see positive volume delta. If I'm in a bearish trade, I'd like to see negative volume delta because I know that I have volume coming in my direction.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Those divergences are something to keep an eye on also. They can create anomaly shifts in the market going to the end of the day, right? You guys both mentioned it. You see massive negative delta on the highs of a trading session. Is that fuel for a squeeze, or is that longer time frame traders coming into the market? It's difficult to tell, but it usually creates a reaction. So something to keep an eye on. Hope that helps you guys out. Check back in on these markets. Crude is back on the highs again. We saw that 80% positive in the tilt. We got a little sell-off. It looks like they have regrouped and started buying again. Oh, wait. Yes, they have, because we are now 82% long in the tilt in crude oil.
Wow.
I kind of want to trade this right now. I kind of want to trade it.
Me and you too. Me too. I hate trading though.
There's a 50 lot. I'm looking at the micro contract. There's a 50 lot, one tick above the current high. Current high 91.49. There's 50 working at 91.50, which is a decent sized number for micro crude. Also on the 40 bid, 91.40 bid for 60. Looks like somebody's trading both sides of the market here.
It's in rollover.
We're looking to trade both sides of the market.
Yeah, that's why
rollover,
too,
rollover. Yeah. I always discount rollover.
Yeah. Crude it never
50 lot traded out. The 50 lot just traded out at 50. Put on a high of 91.53. Nice pop. Was it a liquidity grab? Are we going to see a couple ticks pull back with the way that tilt is looking?
100 lot up there at 92 even.
92 even in the micro?
See that?
Oh, yeah. Look at that. I see it. They're still 82% long in the tilt. Longs are getting paid right now. Longs are getting paid in crude. Sound off in the chat. Who's trading crude? Are you on the long side of this market? We've got an 80% plus in the tilt right now, which means more than 80% of Topstep sim traders are long crude oil. Are you one of them? I should say over 80% of Topstep traders trading crude oil. Yeah.
I think a lot of traders are trying to smell an impending attack or something is what it feels like, here.
Mm-hmm. Still inching higher. 91.65 is the current high. I don't know. It's like sometimes you want to fade it, but sometimes
headline risk gets you to walk at that, right, JD, a little bit.
Right?
Yeah.
There you go.
It's the truth. Trying to pull up some news. Yeah. He's on Truth Social right now. This one's a couple minutes old, but U.S. Energy Secretary Wright says the U.S. is about to rejoin the International Energy Forum.
Yeah, and we're doing snatch and grabs with oil, huh? I guess, too, according to the president today. So, new lows, yes. We just snuck below the low.
There we go. Antonio, are you in the chat? Are you still short the NASDAQ? All right. Let me look for another question. Yes, gold taking out lows. Thank you. 70 Boot 11 Shark. Interesting name. Hang on a second. Let me find the right question. Talk amongst yourselves for just a second. We got a couple questions, couple new questions just coming in. I got to vet these before I read them verbatim.
Oh, you got it.
Just a little proofreading.
No size in the NQ. I'm just looking on the dome to see if there's any size in the equities too. No, nothing. Nothing over 100 lot underneath. Some size this morning though in NQ there was, that's for sure.
Yep. Here's a good one from Noman. Speaking of volume, Noman wants to know, how important is overnight volume profile for the NASDAQ and the S&P? Or is it okay to just focus on regular trading hours? There's different schools of thoughts circulating around this very topic. I know guys like our good friend and mentor, Mr. John Hoagland, will only look at profiles for regular trading hours in any market that he's looking at. The rest of the session, overnight session, you consider just noise, because it's the important players trading during the New York session, the institutional traders, the big guys, the guys with long-term positions. They're the ones that ultimately determine trend, right? Those are the guys that you want to know what they're doing. The smaller time frame, shaky hands, pea shooters, as Hogue will call them, the retail side, we're the ones trying to pick each other off in the overnight session, The big players aren't really in there moving markets around unless there's a global event happening, and then people get on board the market. But for the most part, your institutional traders are trading during regular trading hours. They have jobs just like everybody else,
Well, we got that from Dalton, right? I mean, because I took a Dalton seminar, and that was a question I asked him as a guy who watches all the overnight trading. And he's, once again, you look at his charts and they're all, RTH, regular trading hours, no extensions. Well, they have a lot of gaps and they just look different, right? If you look at a regular trading hour chart, but that's market profile, right? I mean, that's a big context of how market profilers look at the market, right? And I get it. But the other thing I guess I always play devil's advocate on it is, especially since COVID, the amount of volume now that trades in the overnight, and especially when gold took off, I mean, there was volume, JD, and you saw in the overnight that you'd see 100 lots, 200 lots. You wouldn't get that during the New York session in gold. But when Asia opened and then when the Shanghai market would come in, there's some huge amount of volume involved. So I think you have to be careful of the context you take it in, right? But man, I mean, there was just size in silver, size in gold, and this is outside of, quote, COMEX hours. So, but when it comes to equities, without a doubt, the biggest two volume bars you look at in a 30-minute chart will always typically be on the opening and on the close. So
and the close, yep.
Yeah, I think it's you got to be aware of it, right, JD? To me, maybe outside of other markets. Yeah.
Yep. We talk about the MOC orders quite a bit, the market on close orders, the institutional numbers, the dollar amount of stock that's being bought or sold on the close of the New York Stock Exchange. There's also the MOO orders, the market on open orders, which do the same thing, but on the open. That's why you get those big influxes of liquidity and volume right at the open and right at the close. People are doing their business. People plan their business ahead of time, and they know when that market opens, when that bell rings, they want in or they want out immediately. And that's how they do it, And they spend the rest of the day studying whether or not they made the right decision and what they're going to do tomorrow. But Ray, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, I use it. I mean, I actually look at what happened on the prior sessions with respect to volume profile, because it gives me it's part of my pre-market routine, just to be able to arrive at sort of what the market sentiment is on the market. Were they overnight net long on the market? And that obviously gives me a view of what the market sentiment is. So I do a fair amount of looking, not so much historical, but I definitely look at the prior New York session just to get a sense, are we opening above or below or in range? That definitely gives me a view of what potential market we're coming into. So, right. So yeah, I do use it as part of my pre-market routine.
Absolutely. It's very important to look at, volume is a useful tool. Some people discount volume and they go basically, you're strictly off price action, which is, to each their own. There's 1,000 ways to peel an onion, Personally, I like to know the strength of a move based off of volume. I like to see changes in direction at peaks and troughs in volume, Those are things I've looked for during my 25 years as a commodity futures trader. You start to notice patterns, right? It's also why I look at the ladder when I trade. Also, I love reading the tape. There's volume. Yeah. There's a volume histogram on your dome. Also, you could read volume right off there. There's plenty of ways to do it, but I find volume to be valuable. I know Coach Jay does too. All of Coach Jay's trades are he takes volume into account for every trade setup that he has. It's important.
JD, you always talk about volume and the validity of a move, right? If it's on low volume, do you trust it? Right? That's the,
exactly.
Oh, we're grinding down, and you'll see it, whether it's day to day. But when shout out to Jay and talking Jay trades, but you can look like, if you look at this 3 minute on gold, and that I won't say the middle finger staring at you, but it kind of is. That high volume, area that stuck out was a reversal, right? I mean,
exactly.
You always look at it where the selling comes in and it comes in and keeps coming in, and then the volume picks up, and then it just stops or it slows. And those are what you're looking for. I mean, Ray looks at for a volume profile. The simplest way is to have the volume counter on the bottom, right? And JD, Coach Paul and I have had conversations about this, especially when the other day the selling and the equities became so strong that you used to hear that, right? The selling would just be constant, and it would just keep coming and coming and coming. And then when you'd get that lull of sound, that was a pause, and this is what you would see in a move here, where all of a sudden, in the next 3 minute bar, the volume drops off. Maybe the market's kind of found, an area to bottom out in. But volume is, once again, volume. It's not long or short, right? It's just trying to tell you a little bit of what's going on.
Yep. I was just looking on my desk for a rubber band to demonstrate the rubber band effect, but I'm sure you can all picture a visual of how a rubber band works, right? You stretch it, you stretch it, you stretch it. It gets tauter and tauter and tauter. It's harder to stretch. That's your volume drying up, right? As you're creeping up, and then you just let go, and what happens? It comes right back, It's the rubber band effect. That's how That's how I try and look at volume versus price. Is it the end all be all?
You read the dome, right? So look at if you go look at the ES ladder right now. So you can look up and down like for the last 20, call it 15 handles. But man, you can see right there at basically 304 and 303 and 3/4. See how there's over 1,000 contracts traded right at that price, and they stick out like a sore thumb, right? So you're going to see if the market gets through there, then maybe it rotates back to where this is where you're looking at a volume profile on a dome. So I just see those two like over like over 1,100 contracts traded there. So just areas to keep an eye on, right? So
absolutely. Anything else we want to add to that topic? I think we're good, huh? I've got something to share with everyone. Let me get it set up here. We didn't get to this during Fast Markets Day. We had a lot of great guests on Fast Markets this morning. We had Jessica Inskip from stockbrokers.com. We had Drew Dosek from Verified Investing. Was that guy great or what? I love the way he went through his chart analysis. I found that very interesting. But that means we missed a couple things. So we're going to pick up some slack here and go through payouts and P&Ls. We got a little trader data to share with all of y'all. Here are yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. We are going to start with P&Ls, folks. Take a look at this. Another massive trading day. Siva Garli, very first day in the live funded account. I hope somebody in marketing is listening to this. Very first day in the live funded account, trading 150K live funded account in the S&P and NASDAQ. Put up $92,000 on their opening day. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I know there's different schools of thought behind this one too. Is it good to come out swinging and winning immediately? I don't see why not, right? Some people take that as take it any way you want. I'm just going to say great trading day for Ziv Garli. Way to come out. Way to double that, more than double that account on day one. Got a nice little cushion. Put together a nice string, and you're going to get a nice payout in your first week of trading. That's awesome in the live funded account. Naomi, 27,702 in a 50K live funded account trading the NASDAQ. Took a little break the last couple months in and out of the markets, maybe trading once or twice a week, but back on track now with 27 grand going into the kitty. Nice job, Naomi. G-Way, 19,894 in a 50K live funded account trading the NASDAQ. That's put together another, G-Way just put together another string that's 5 winning days in a row. Not in a row. I'm sorry. That's 5 winning days eligible for another payout. Go get that money, G-Way. Make sure you are paying yourself. Edon, 19,864, also in a 50K live funded account. Edon's trading a couple markets we don't talk about too much. He's trading the euro, micro Bitcoin, a couple of other things, and doing very well. Took a $5,500 payout just last week, trading some markets that we don't see a lot of people asking about on Topstep TV, right? You have a lot of markets available to you guys. Don't forget about that. Hemura, 16,627 in a 50K live funded account trading the NASDAQ. $30,000 total in live funded account payouts for Hemura, going back just about 3 months. So putting together a nice string of winners and paying themselves for their effort. Nice job to all these live funded traders. All right, let's take a look at payout numbers from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. Up at the top, Alyssa M, 21,570. Scott, 16,124. Uraj, 11,123. Michael B, 10,579. And Miko rounds out the top 5 with a cool 10,575 going into the wallet. Big shout out to all these live funded traders, showing everybody what is possible in that live funded account. They're pulling money out of the live markets and paying themselves with it. Pro ball trader stuff right there. Pro ball stuff. All right.
I just thought of George Costanza when he threw that 93,000 number up there. I'd just be, all right, see you later. I'd be done. See ya.
Go out on a high note, right?
Yes. Right, exactly. Leave them wanting more. Just see ya.
Oop, are you looking at crude? Are you looking at crude? It did it again.
Mm-hmm.
It did it again. 82% long in the tilt. Pulls back a buck. How about that? Is that a coincidence or is that a pattern? I don't know. What's the difference?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, we're seeing a little rippy in equities. Yeah. Equities put in a new low. Sticking with that range, though. This is the word of the day is range. It doesn't want to make a huge move outside this range. We're testing lows and coming back inside.
Mm-hmm. Rollover.
Who's trading it right now? Who's trading it? All right, let me find another question. We got a few more that just piled in here. What's the difference between day trading and investing? What is more risky?
Oof.
What do you think's more risky? Investing is long-term positions held for many, many months, years, decades. Day trading, smaller time frame trading. You are in and out of the market rapidly, many times per day, and you go home flat. You're not taking positions home. You have a 401k, that's an investment. You're putting money into an investment pool for your long-term planning, right? That is an investment. Day trading is right here, right now. Zero-sum game. All accounts are cleared at the end of the day. Margin call, sir. Hoop. You ever had a margin call?
No, but I got a tap on the shoulder. I got a tap on the shoulder that if I didn't have another good day, that I'm going to need to write a check and put some more money, on the floor, Judy. Once your account would start to get at a level where, the higher ups were not comfortable of what you were trading. And once again, I didn't trade much over maybe, a 5 to 10 lot in hogs or cattle. But yeah, it was a different world back then too, right? I mean, a lot of great traders would take monster hits and still be able to trade the next day. So I got a tap on the shoulder saying, hey, you might want to think about bringing a check in tomorrow. But yeah, I mean,
cool off.
That's the reality of having your own account, in a prop. It's different, right? I mean, you're in a day and you're out in a day. You can't carry a position overnight. Investing it's riskier. Is it riskier? I don't know. Ask people who bought,
Apple
Peloton.
in 1985.
Peloton. How about Peloton? Let's go the reverse. During COVID, everybody was buying Peloton. So, it was the next thing. A lot of people own Lululemon, and look what's happened to that. So, yeah, I mean, it's all relative, right? I mean, once again, it's just how you identify the risk, So it's a different world. Time frames are different and things like that. It's just like people who come from swing trading that go to prop who have to be out the end of the day. It's a different world, different risk, and different leverage, right? I mean, that's the other thing. How much capital do you want to use throughout a day to stay in a trade for 4 or 5 hours? So
yeah, right.
That's another thing people talk about. Yeah.
Oop, you compelled me to look it up. I had to look up Peloton stock. Trading at 560. $5.60. Oh, $5.58.
Wow.
Yep.
And the height of COVID. As soon as everybody got stuck at home, everybody bought a Peloton. I got one. I don't have a Peloton. They were unavailable. They ran out of stock everywhere. You couldn't buy them. They cost like $5,000 at one point. Like you couldn't find them anywhere. They were going on the secondhand market. Used ones for like $3,000. I bought some off-brand one. It's decent. It's health club grade product, but I still paid $1,000 for that thing.
Yeah.
They don't trade publicly. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't buy that stock. I did not buy Peloton stock. Yeah, talk about striking when the iron is hot, right? How do you see that kind of move coming?
Yeah.
Brad Sims started with 10 shares of Apple. I have 770. Nice job, Brad Sims.
One of the first stocks my dad talked to me about was Philip Morris. Everybody was still smoking back then, right, Peter? I mean, that was another one, right?
Smoking inside, too. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Did you have different jacket for when you went to work and one from when you went out with your wife or with your friends? Yeah.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. Well, so, real quick, we talk about cigarettes. Coolest thing ever on the floor, JD. Remember, used to be able, there was a smoker's break room and a non-smokers, right? And originally you could smoke in either one, and then as it went away, they got rid of one. And the last day that they were going to keep the room open with a smoker's break room, I shared this back at Discord and talked about this. Praz, who was one of the biggest traders in the S&P, he probably spent $10,000 on cigars and just laid boxes of cigars out all over the break room and just told everybody to go to work on the last day. So literally it looked like, out of a cartoon. There's just smoke pouring out of the break room, is a defiance to say, but yeah, it's crazy. Then there was no more smoking. Look at the equities pull back here on that Trump post.
Let's show our age, guys. How many of you, I want to ask, Oop and Ray, I want to ask you guys, but raise your hand in the chat if your very first car came with an ashtray and a cigarette lighter in it.
Ooh.
I want to know. Let's run a poll.
Cutlass Supreme, 87.
Mine did, yep. Yeah, mine was a 91 Cutlass.
Yeah, I had a Ford F-100 pickup, 1968.
Ooh, there you go. That definitely came with an ashtray and a cigarette.
Everything was metal in that car. Interior,
And a
exterior,
baler in
with
the
the tank.
back. Yeah. These equities.
All right. Looks like we're trading with like-minded individuals in the chat today. Good job, everyone. Thanks for being here. A couple of headlines coming out right now. Trump effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the Strait. That's coming from Truth Social. Last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, which has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the Strait. Little clandestine oil movement for you guys. How's that for a headline?
Yep.
Oh, the poll's actually up in the chat. Did your first car come with a cigarette lighter and an ashtray? Yes, no.
Yeah. Thanks, Toby.
Came with an ashtray too. There you go. Show us your age. All right, guys, we are gonna step aside. We've got Trade with Topstep coming up next. Gabe is stepping in. He's gonna be here with our buddy Cole Query and Coach Vince. That's gonna be a great hour. And then Power Hour at 2:00. Don't forget, guys, we've got a legend coming in for a quick interview with Andre. Jack Schwager, author of the Market Wizards books, is going to be here at 2:00 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you are here for it. Set your alarms, set your timers, make a mental note, write something on a post-it, stick it to your forehead, do whatever you got to do. All right, guys. Ray, thanks for joining us. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning on the opening call. Oop, I'll catch you later, my friend. We are out of here. Trade with Topstep coming up next. Take it away. Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, what is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Good afternoon. It is time for some trade with Topstep, and we are joined by our good friend Cole. Cole, what is going on, man? Happy, what is it, Wednesday? Yeah, happy Wednesday.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and tap in with the markets real quick. I know markets are rocking and rolling. The last 20 minutes, we've gotten some headlines coming across, so I'm going to just kind of recap what we're seeing. Real quick, the last couple comments we've gotten from the administration about the 50-minute mark here in the last hour. Trump on Iran said last month directed a great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the strait. Also said the effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait. We are seeing some continued comments. Iran Foreign Ministry, U.S. struck vital civilian water infrastructure. We're seeing a little bit of volatility coming across the board here. I know NASDAQ and the S&P and the Dow all kind of making a bid off the lows, same with gold. Even micro Bitcoin's rallying a little bit. Crude oil is down a little over $1.20 a barrel from the highs. All across the board, definitely some volatility coming in. Cole, I know you said in the green room that you are flat currently, but you did have your eyes open for kind of what we're going to be looking at next. What levels or what are you kind of keeping your eye on right now? What are you looking for your next opportunity?
I'm looking for a break of this range that we had earlier today in the around 900s, upper 900s. If we get past there, I might be interested in taking a long, just because we found the same support, that we did in the pre-market session right before CPI came out. So we could get a bigger rally. We got some big Iran news and stuff to take us higher. So it's possible, But just giving the market a little bit of time to see what it wants to do.
Yeah, I hear you there. I do like the the 900 and the S&Ps. You also got those kind of 7350s that would kind of correlate with the highs of this afternoon range that we've been getting from the late morning into the lunch hour so far. So yeah, I do agree. I think that's going to be a pretty important level to see if we can reclaim and maybe stay above. Otherwise, we may just fall right back into range, and it might be a good rejection point to see maybe possibly new lows of session or coming back to at least kind of drift lower back towards those lows. I did notice that, I don't know if you were keeping an eye on things, but we did end up the overnight low, which technically I think happened pre-market around 740. And the NASDAQ is sitting right at about 610, 28,610. And we came just a few points in the last 30 minutes from taking out that low, but we left that unchecked. So I'm interested to see maybe we get a move back down to those overnight lows. But that's kind of what I've got my eyes on right now.
Yeah, that'll be nice. I mean, it's possible too. But there's pretty much no support there, I don't think, past that level, that overnight low. So we could get another push. The market's been liking to consolidate a little bit and then start making another move down like we saw yesterday. But if we get that break, I mean, we should have some good momentum going to the downside.
Already seeing a little bit of rejection right back underneath those 800s, about 40 points, we'll say, from that little 5-minute high that we just made. We rejected the 832 half candle is where we came off of on that 5-minute candle closure, and already back down a little bit here. So possibly an opportunity to short the highs of range. Only downside is that kind of the extremity of that high is right around 900. So you're taking a little bit over 100 points of risk potentially just to chase now, which is quite a lot of risk, even on one micro. Are you finding yourself right now with the added volatility sticking to essentially one micro, or what's your position sizing lately been?
I'm like 2 micros is a lot. I was telling the chat this morning, micros are the new minis. There's so much volatility in this market.
It is insane what you can do with just a single micro right now. Absolutely.
Even for like trend traders, if you're trying to trade structure, the retracements are like 0.5%. So it's very difficult to manage your risk unless you're using like 1 micro. I mean, depending on your account size, but like for the majority of traders, it's a pretty good amount of risk.
Agreed. Well, chat, what do we got? What are y'all looking at right now? We short, long, Any price targets y'all are looking at? Looks like Coach Vince should be joining us pretty soon here. Definitely. All right, looking for longs. Aaron says. Marvo says long. Logan's looking for a short to those 700s. Okay. Tristan's long 1NQ from 677, looking for 900. All right. A little bit of a split for sure. Also seeing that in the tilt right now at about a 57% long tilt in the S&Ps, 56% long tilt in the NASDAQ, 53% long in crude, and 54% long tilt in gold. Not a whole lot of heavy hit and tilt numbers right now. So Cole, I know you're basically more focused on NASDAQ more than anything, right? In past conversations we've had, that's kind of your product of choice. Are you looking at crude at all, even just knowing you trade primarily NASDAQ, but there's been a lot of news pertaining to crude? Is that something that you've even looked at in the last month or two?
In the last month, maybe like earlier toward where we had the beginning of the war, when crude got all that volatility. Because beforehand, crude was moving at relatively low volume, so it was nice to trade. You didn't have so many news catalysts to mess up your structure if you're trading that. But now I kind of just use crude as an indicator to see what NASDAQ is going to do or what ES is going to do for trading that. But I try not to touch crude just because of that volatility.
Sure.
We traded the Dow.
We already deal enough with it. We already deal with enough volatility in the NASDAQ. Why add another? Yeah. Go ahead, though. I cut you off. What were you going to say?
Well, the Dow was nice to trade as well. But now, the Dow is kind of trading like gold, just the way that it wicks, Gold, it trades structurally really nicely, but the retracements, on the wicks, you mostly see things like this. You have a big candle, and then it engulfs most of the move, and then it continues the trend, but it's hard to find an entry. And so that's why I kind of stick to NASDAQ. Is I guess the more time you spend with an instrument, you just kind of get the heartbeat of it. So I spend the most time on NASDAQ, so I feel most comfortable trading with NASDAQ. I'm not like experimenting.
Yeah, I hear that. What is it, a moving average that you're using in addition to some simple structure and support and resistance levels that I've got?
I got the 100 MA on the 1 minute. Okay. Just for like general trend. On a day like today where the market's kind of consolidating in the afternoon, just to see where maybe a little bit more of that bias is.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have somebody in chat that has asked. I know we've discussed this before with you, but your Discord community. You have a small group of people, of traders, people of faith, and do some Bible study sessions together. There is one person asking if that is possible to join Bible study with you guys. Is that something that you allow nowadays? You filtering it all for people getting in there?
The Discord is free. We have a community. Some people are really experienced, some people are beginners, but we really join on our faith, keeping each other accountable. And we all have the same goal, which is to be prosperous, expand the kingdom. And, trading is that specific niche that is kind of hard to find, that sort of community. And so that's kind of the platform that we have. And then, of course, we have Bible studies on Tuesdays. Yesterday we talked about, I think we did Acts chapter 4 through 8, but yeah, the Discord's open. I can drop that link in here in the
throw that in the green room in the VMix chat, and I'll paste that in there for that guy. But yeah, that's great, man. I know our church is actually opening a new, we'll call it series on the Book of Acts right now. So I'll nice. See that now. All right, let's see what we've got. So crude oil kind of getting beneath this previous little 5-minute low here from around 11.55, like 90.50 a barrel, just kind of peeking below that, finding a little bit of support right now. We just got our first green 5-minute candle here. to close in the last 20-25 minutes in crude. Equities, of course, kind of stabilizing near these, we'll call 760s right now in the NASDAQ, 7320s in the S&P. Dow trading just above 50,300. Let's see here. Oh, is that your wife in chat? Is your Keely?
Oh yeah.
Funny. So that's my husband. That's what's
awesome.
up.
Hey,
Shout out to the missus. Shout out to the missus.
Very cool. Yeah, Keely should be getting started in the combine here shortly.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Yep.
Love that.
Awesome.
Let me see. I think I just got.
I think I'm going to try a short. See if we can
All right.
bust through this low. And on this 1 minute to close though, I like to wait on the candles to close before I confirm the entry. Because sometimes when you're at the very end of the candle closure, you get just a couple more bids go through and it changes the structure. Now I'm not really interested in shorts just because of how we closed. I was hoping we would come back down and try to take this low out and get some continuation. But we're right back in the range, so never mind.
Yeah. Might be a better location a little bit higher here, for sure. I mean, we still got about 100 points until that 900 level. Maybe we have a little bit more gas left in the tank to try to reach a little bit higher. I can imagine that since the last 2 hours, almost 3 hours, we've just been stuck in this almost 300-point range. I imagine there's probably some shorts that have been building in these 800s that maybe we need to go look for a little bit of a liquidation a little higher here, but I like the candle closure theory or concept that you're looking for, just to get a little bit more confirmation. In case there's a little bit of a wick scenario that gets presented here.
You don't want to get drawn into the impulse candle, and if you wait until the candle to close, wait for the candle to close, then you get a little bit of a better story. But here on the 5 minute, on the left side, there's hardly any wick on the down candle, so it tells me there, someone's down there that maybe wants to test out some shorts.
Sounds good. I think I see Coach Vince in the green room. Should probably getting him in there. He is. There's a doorbell. What's up, Vinny? 2 ticks. What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Technical gremlins this morning. How are you this afternoon? How you guys been?
Doing well. Doing well.
Very good.
Cole, I saw you're looking to get into a trade.
Yeah, I'm looking to short unless we break through this high.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Vince, you got anything cooking right now, man? I know, obviously, Cole's keeping an
Not
eye on
earlier.
a possible short. Okay.
Yeah, I was in a trade earlier today. I'm up I didn't take anything in my XFA today, but I'm up 241 in this combine. Just kind of looking for an opportunity. We're just grinding around here for the last hour or so. So just, you guys are looking short, huh?
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if this market stays range bound, I think shorts are a little bit more favorable. One thing we were pointing out before you joined, Vince, was that the pre-market low in the NASDAQ, so pretty much the overnight low from ETH, was 610 even in the NASDAQ. And we came just a few points off in the last hour from dipping below that, but we haven't quite done, haven't quite reached for that low yet. So I think maybe there's some more opportunity to go lower. Sounds like somebody just maybe took a stab at something. Was that you, Cole?
Yeah, I just hopped in the short. I was looking for the break of this low, and we just got it.
Nice. I like it. All right, so you're short 1 MNQ. What was the price that you snagged on that?
752. 752 quarter.
Okay. And what's in this type of volatility, how much distance or how much breathing room are you really looking to get it? We're getting a nice flush here, by the way.
So this candle, the candle right before I got in, had a lot of volume behind it. So if we come all the way back to the top of that, I'll just be wrong, and take whatever loss that is. So I think that's about $80. If
Okay.
we get back into this area, I'll go break even on the trade. Looking for that overnight low to get taken out. I think that's the 610 that you were talking about earlier, Gabe. If we get there and we get a break, then we should have just a decent drop. So I don't even have to take profit on this. I'll just trail it, break even first, and then we'll go for whatever stop loss we can at that point.
Okay. Sounds good. And I imagine so that couple 1 minute bars that you're talking about here with volume, we're looking at maybe just right around those 790s, right? For an invalidation if we reclaim.
Exactly.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, let's see if we can get a little bit of continuation here for coal in that short 1 MNQ right around those 750s, 752. See if we can get a little bit of a flush here. Have that little 1 minute swing we made right around that 690 price level. Maybe we can dip below that and maybe see some sustained selling underneath the 700s. But for now, manage this as we go.
Yeah. Want to stay below 28 770s. I'd like to see us hang below that.
For sure. Yeah.
But we do have a neutral center day here in the NASDAQ. So, I wouldn't be surprised at some point today we rotate back up to around 29,000. But I could be totally wrong. But we are building some volume on the lows of the day, the last third of the session here.
Yeah. I like Cole's location of where to bail if we don't see that sustained selling underneath. It's hard to want to give this too much, or I should say too much could be defined differently by individuals. But of course, if you really wanted to give this a lot of breathing room, you'd really kind of need to consider that 900 high from about the lunch hour, noon. But that's just, even on 1 micro is potentially just too much risk, depending on what your risk appetite is. But so I like it, looking for that aggressive kind of move down. If we don't get it, then we don't get it. We look for better location and you just cut it and not get too attached to it. It's kind of my typical approach as well. Is if I do chase price, looking for momentum and we don't get that momentum, much easier to just cut, look for a better price.
About gold, huh? 41.37. Boy, what a blow off top we had when it hit that 5,600.
Yeah, gold has been gold has, we've been looking at that downtrend here, even just in the last, really the first 10 days, first 10 calendar days of the month of June. We're $400 an ounce lower.
Yep.
Jeez.
Nice steady flow of selling.
Almost 10% down.
Yeah.
That's insane.
All right, let's see. So we retested, it's like we retested those 60s, 65. We kind of made a high of about, 765 even. Now about another 40 points lower. Let's see if we can get a little flush of this 700. Hole in this short here.
Cole, where's your CYA on this?
792.
Okay, nice.
By the way, for that person who asked in the chat, SpaceX IPO is Friday, and we are indeed going to not only have a little bit of a watch party for price discovery as that begins to trade, but we also are going to do a little bit of preparation tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned tomorrow. We'll have a couple guests coming on to discuss the incoming IPO and maybe their thoughts. And particularly one of that I'm really excited for is we have, in addition to our typical name, like we have, you saw Jessica Inskip today. We have Francis Newton coming on tomorrow as well. But we have one of our guys over in Risk, Cody. Really, really great guy. Looking to hear his thoughts. He's got some experience not only observing and trading surrounding new big IPOs, like for instance, Facebook was a big IPO that he not only observed, but was around a certain desk managing risk as well surrounding that IPO. So I'm curious to hear his thoughts. And then we might actually have Jessica back again potentially on Friday. So there's definitely going to be some preparation that we'll do here on Topstep TV. And in addition to, we'll have a SpaceX chart in the fast markets on Friday as price discovery continues and that first trade kind of rings off. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I heard a rumor that Elon might be ringing the bell on Friday. So maybe we can get that piped in.
Nice.
Should be an interesting way to close out the week after not only CPI, but we have PPI tomorrow. Producer price index coming out in the morning, 8:30. We got some unemployment numbers as well coming out. So it should be an interesting closeout to this week.
Yeah, I'm waiting to watch this one. This should be interesting.
All right, so it looks like we rejected off those 700s. We tried to make an attempt, made a low of about 697.75, seeing a little bit of buying stepping in here, back around the 730s, currently in the NASDAQ. See if sellers want to make another attempt here to push us lower.
I think I'm getting short gold, maybe.
Yeah.
You ride the wave.
What are you liking right now in gold there, Vince?
Maybe like 41.38s if we pull up.
Okay. Sounds good. Keep an eye on those 38s. 41.38 to be more specific here as we trade the 33 handle right now in gold. NASDAQ might be taking another peek at that 700 handle. Not seeing a whole lot of size on the ladder here for the NASDAQ. There are even a couple prices where there are some gaps on the ladder. So a little bit of illiquidity, both above and below, but lots of singles. Not a whole lot of size here in the NASDAQ trading.
I think the market's in shock right now.
Well, the Delta Don is taking the rest of the day off here. Shout out to Hogue. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow with us. But we got Coach Hoop in the chat. Maybe if you got a Delta number in there. I know Vince here keeps an eye on Delta as well. We can get a little bit of a Delta gauge.
Yeah, let's see what I
we're
have.
Looking at right now in the equities. Tilt's kind of eased off as well. Got a 50% tilt just split in the S&P. The NASDAQ now was in the mid-50s in the long side. Now we're building a little bit of a more flat tilt. Although I will say crude, building the long side. We got a 61% long tilt now in crude instead of the earlier 53, 54%. So interesting, some shifting there. Obviously, remember that is tilt data is just the aggregate sim data here at Topstep. So that is just one source of data, not a signal by any means to take any sort of trades. There's plenty more in other context that you could be getting from the market directly, but that is kind of how our sim side of the firm is looking. Oops, says plus 11,000.
2880 Delta. I have plus 2894 in the ES. Let me check somewhere else here.
Positive Delta. Oops, got 11,200. You know, there are a couple different Delta numbers technically to be looked at. Crude looking to flush here. We got the approaching the $90 per barrel price level right now. $90.11, 10 cents trading out right now in crude. Nice little 50-cent flush here.
Oh, wow.
A little bit of buying coming into the equities here. Not seeing a whole lot on the wire here. And on top of that, what's a little bit interesting is I have noticed, I don't know about you guys, but I have noticed as of Friday, the sell-off on Friday, we were seeing red across the board. You know, we've observed a little bit of an inverse relationship in previous weeks when it comes to equities versus crude. But we actually had a little bit of a different story get painted over the sell-off on Friday. I think the only thing that I saw positive on the board was like natural gas. That was pretty neutral, and it wasn't even a big green day. It was just a flat day, but at least it wasn't, you know, bleeding. In addition to the selling we've seen so far earlier this week, we're not seeing as much of an inverse relationship or correlation between the equities and crude, or at least it's calmed down quite a bit. Equity seeing a little bit of selling right now too, by the way, kind of bouncing off those 740s, 720s trading right now. Crude below $90 a barrel, 89.80s currently trading. Let's see if we can get a push underneath 700 right now for coal and that short from those 750s.
Yeah, if we get through this, support, we should just flush, and get back to those overnight lows. I like to see those levels get taken at some point within the trading day, But I'm going to go break even.
Okay.
Now that we're breaking.
Back underneath 700. Coal's going break even. 690s trading. Let's see if we can take out this previous little 1 minute low from the 53-minute mark of the last hour. See if we can get under and stay under those 700s to potentially make an attempt at new session lows. We got some offers being stacked in the NASDAQ. Nothing greater really than about 25, but there is a little bit of size coming in at the 700 level. 10, 15, 20 contracts being offered. Got to pull up in chat. What markets are you looking at right now? We got equities, crude, gold, and other.
Yeah, these are kind of like just sitting here, just blah right now. I think everybody's just on the sidelines anticipating Friday.
Sure. Absolutely.
We did just get settlement,
morning, right?
We did. We did have
it's kind
CPI
of a dud of a day for a CPI day, isn't it?
Yeah. So CPI came in. Let's see. Let me take a look at the calendar real quick. I hadn't actually looked at the report yet. So CPI was actually pretty close. The actual versus forecast was a pretty calm or muted report. We had year over year, 4.2 forecast came in at 4.2%. Month over month came in, forecast was 0.5%, also came in actual at 0.5%. Core CPI year over year, 2.9% forecast came in actual right at forecast, 2.9%. And then the only thing was the core CPI month over month that came in about 0.1% lower than the forecast of 0.2%. So, but yeah, tomorrow we got the producers price index and some unemployment claims hitting at 8:30. All right, back underneath 700 here in the equities. 680s trading right now. Settlement, by the way, in crude, natural gas, gasoline, diesel futures just hit a couple minutes ago. Coal once again is break even from those 750s on that one MNQ short. See if we can stay under 700 now that we've had a candle body close at least on the 1 minute here. Crude trying to find a bid here at $90 a barrel. Never got back up to those 38s there in gold there, Vince, did we?
Yeah, it got really close.
Actually, we were trading 38s. Yeah, in the last 10 minutes, we did trade 38s. Anything that you were seeing over there that made you hesitate on getting into that short? I know we were kind of seeing just a little bit of a 10-minute base build, kind of inside bar
It's
after
kind of
inside
like
bar.
a little bit of a balance area here. We're just below the EMA. I'm going to throw a VWAP on here. Let's see.
See if we get this flush here. Mid 70s. Trying to trade those mid 70s there. Dow looking like it wants to roll as well. 50,218 last trade in the Dow. S&P's trading 73.10s. Gold trading underneath the 41.33 even actually just traded here in gold. Micro Bitcoin trading just underneath 62,000.
Yeah, should have worked in order there.
Seeing a little bit of a follow through here. Crude tilt still about 61% long. Other than that, all other products in the tilt are flat, 50-50. Anthropic CEO, a couple comments pertaining to Anthropic here. We got Anthropic CEO says government should be able to halt new models. Calls for tighter AI safety regulations. All right, just kind of took a dip below those recent 1-minute lows here in the NASDAQ and the S&P. We got the 660 handle that just actually was tested. Made a low of 659. About 10, 20 points higher right now.
Our value low here. It might be a little long opportunity. Short time frame trade though.
I don't mind the longs into the close. I would really love to try to get a little closer to those pre-market lows around 610. That's where I'd love to try to take a stab at a little small long into the end of the day. From
Yeah,
here,
like a rotation up to like 73.42. I might actually take a long here.
Like it. How much room you giving it though, Vince? Since we're so
just
close
to the low of the day, just the lowest session, so about 10 points.
All right, so 7,300 essentially. Knowing that's a big round hole number, would you be generous enough to give a couple points underneath that just for safety, or you prefer just to invalidate it right at the low?
You know, I think if it takes it out, there's some more room down there, maybe like 72.70s. So I'd probably just be pretty tight
just
with
bail.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, if it snaps back, I could always try to get back in it.
Sure.
Well, I'm going to watch this for a minute here. I might take an execution. Let's see what we got.
Okay.
You know, we're still inside of yesterday's range. We're right inside of yesterday's value. We had a triple distribution trend day in the ES yesterday. You know, I really would like to take longs up around 72.70. That would be my, like, really, I would like to see it get there.
Oh, we might well be on the way there, Vince.
Yeah, yep. We're going to watch it for a little bit here. Maybe I woke the market up. I said, hey, I'm going to get long. Maybe it'll start to sell off.
You know, sometimes about 100 points in the money here. Go ahead, Cole. Sorry.
If I'm going to take like an impulsive trade, I'll like just pretend to click on the button, you know, just so I get the itch out. Like I'll go next to the button and click, you know, and see what the market would have done.
That's hilarious, Cole, because I've done it before. I'm in a trade and I'll pretend to exit it, right? Because that's awesome.
Nice.
You guys might have different definitions of pretend. When I pretend, I just click the button anyway.
Oh, man.
It's not really pretending, but.
So what do you think? should we try a long here? What do you think? Looks scary,
I'm
doesn't
looking
it?
for a little bit more. It looks scary, but I'm looking for a little bit of excess. I want to see a little bit of excess underneath this low. NASDAQ's literally about 30 points away from taking out that pre-market low. Maybe S&P drifts a little bit underneath 7,300. That's where I'd love to manage a little bit of risk.
Little sweep and destroy.
Yeah. Look for just a sharp move underneath, but then a quick recovery. A little V-shaped recovery. Reclaim 600 if we can get underneath it briefly.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to hold this area because that's where we have buyers stepping in. So.
Yeah.
All right, I'm long 2 MES.
Okay. Did you get the 04s? What'd you get for price?
Let's see. 04.75.
Okay. All right. Vince long 2 MES from 04s. Got a little bit of a bid here off the 640 level here in the NASDAQ, just kind of retesting this prior 680s where sellers stepped in. Gold also trying to make an attempt at breaking underneath 4130s. Crude oil just rejected 90.50 a barrel, about 30 cents lower, 90.20 last trade here in crude. Obviously, we are in electronic trading hours now that energy has settled. And this NASDAQ ladder just looks thin.
Yeah, the market it's gone right now.
All right, so there's a couple things coming across the juice here. Iran and U.S. officials held talks with Qatari mediators in Doha per Axios. Iranians also refused the trilateral meeting with the U.S. and Qatar. So there's what seems to be conflicting reports coming from the same source. Those are both comments from Axios. So that's interesting. But that doesn't really veer off too much from the back and forth that we've really been experiencing consistently.
Look how thin the ladder is in ES. We got 30 on the bid and offer, like average, 25 to 40 on the bid and offer. There's no market right now. The ES usually has 100 to 150 on the bid and offer. There's nothing here. Nothing here. Everybody's on siesta.
Tom Quimby, that's funny, man. That's funny because I definitely am not Andre. Those are two very different people. But I'm glad you love Dre. Dre's a rock star at what he does. Nobody like him. 150 contracts, by the way, just literally popped up in the NASDAQ above price and then got pulled.
Jeez.
Was interesting. I was at those 660s. Yes.
We do have 120 bid at 7,300 in the ES and 98 bid at 7,302.
Yeah. We did just have about 80 contracts trade out at the 670 handle here in the NASDAQ, by the way. See if we can pop this pre-market low here. Let's come grab these 610s for Bull. Let him get out of that nice short there from those 750s. About 100 points
nice trade, Cole.
In the money still on that 1 MNQ. Vince long from those 04 3/4.
Might not be for long, though.
All right, here we go. Let's see. About 30 points off those lows. 640s trading again. Remember that pre-market low is 610 even in the E-mini NASDAQ. Looks like it wants it. S&P's retesting 7,300. Another 40 contracts just traded at 640 even here. The NASDAQ. About 50 contracts being bid at 635. There's a little bit of volume showing up underneath the market here. That's about the largest. 52 contracts, 635 even. The buying stepping up here, 60s. Go ahead, Cole. What's up?
I was saying, if it wasn't for time, we have Power Hour coming up next, but I think we just smash through this low. Maybe we see it in Asia session and just try to go for new lows, down at the 250s.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So as we get closer to your target, I know we were looking at those lows. It sounds like, or it looks like you've kind of trailed your stop, looking to lock in a little bit of profit. Was that mainly because we're starting to see a slowdown near your target?
Well,
or was that because of the mechanical of reward to risk?
I'm going based on the structure. So we have, just lower lows and lower highs, and then we have consolidation. We got the same distribution, and that's kind of what made us get into the trade up here. So, move my stop over here, move my stop down here. So now if we break back above this, we could possibly have a shift back to the upside because we are in the same area where buyer stepped in last time. I'd like to see us break down, and kind of defeat those buyers, have more sellers step in. But as of right now, I think this is just a good place to be flat if we break above this, So I'm kind of looking at it as I'm just watching the market. I'm taking advantage because I'm in a trade, but ultimately I'm just watching the market.
Yeah, I like it. Will we get another attempt lower here before this hour closes? Got about 15 minutes until our hour begins. Let's see what we got on the cards for today. Oh, man, you guys are in for a treat. Not only do we have Muhammad joining us later for Power Hour with Andre and Dolby, but we do have market wizard himself, Jack Schwager, coming in to start off the 2 p.m. hour as an absolute stellar guest.
Looking forward to that.
Indeed. All right, back below 650 briefly for just a moment. Let's see. 40 points off those pre-market lows. S&P just...
Boy, the market feels heavy.
It does. It does feel heavy. ES just closed a 5-minute inside bar. Same with the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a flush here. How we're going to handle these lows. Tilt, by the way, has flattened pretty substantially in crude. We're back to about a 50% tilt in crude. Was a 60% long tilt, now flat. 50-50 across the board. S&P's same thing. NASDAQ, same thing. Gold has the largest tilt differential, and that's 55% short in gold. That's about it. No new comments across the wire. 640's getting retested here. Now 30's trading out. Is this the flush right here? Just tapped on the 30 handle again. Immediate buyers coming back in to try to support price here at these 630s. What we're going to do here.
Yeah, she's hit the 7,300, I think, too.
Yeah, 7,300 quarter was the low tick there. Looks like it might want to take a peek below.
Coming to get me.
Ince long from 73.04s. Cole's still short, still holding on there. Trailing above 1 minute structure, looking for 610s. Some buyers really doing their best here to try to defend this previous low.
They're trying to get a little bit below value here, but
not doing a
there's
great
just
job.
no volume in the market.
About a 40-point pop there, or 30-point pop, excuse me, 630 to 660s in just this last minute here. Quick rejection, though, off those 660s, back in the 40 handles. Just an absolute rock fight indeed there, Hoop. This 1 minute range, though, 630s to 680s is the 1 minute range right now. That's just absurd to me.
Yeah, the ES is stuck in like a 6-point range for the last 15, 20 minutes.
Clutch short from 730, 73.33s. Nice trade.
Nice.
Nice trade. Marbob looking for 72.80s and then a slingshot. I assume that slingshot means back to the north end of the range here.
Well, like I said, I like 72.70, so that's not a bad hypothesis there.
Man, this NASDAQ ladder is definitely thinning out here. Mainly to the offers above price. A little bit more underneath us than we do have above us. All right, here we go. 630s. Just closed at those 630 handle. S&Ps just flushed those 7300s. There it is. There's the flush. 600 handle just traded out in the NASDAQ. Traded a low print of 72.91 there in the S&P. Still finding some sellers here. Finally busted through the overnight low. Great short there, Cole.
Thank you.
Nice trade.
Looks like
we
you
could still
trailed
see
a little
buyers
bit more now.
It'd be ideal for them to step in, but there's nothing between here and I think it's yesterday's low. Those 237s.
That would be a heck of a lot lower. Can we do it? And that'd be a spicy power hour. Another 300 points from here. But not unheard of in the last 6 calendar days. NASDAQ trying to bid back above here. Had a low print of 579 3/4.
All right, took a momentum short here. I'm going to try to target the 72.80, 70 level.
All right, Vince looking for a little bit of sustained selling underneath these 7300s.
Yes, I want to stay below 73s.
Just a few minutes left in this segment before we get on to Power Hour. And tilt's still flat.
I may add to this if we get cooking.
NASDAQ ladder still looking pretty darn thin. Yeah, only way I really jump into a long here is if we get a nice strong 5-minute close back above the overnight low. Right now, we just, we have about 2.5 minutes until this 5-minute bar closes. That'd be like my first signal for me to try. Obviously, it'd be a pretty small size, knowing I'd have to risk under this 570s. For extra added confidence, I'd be really looking for just candles to start closing back into the 700 handle. And I'd just be looking for 900. It's just a rotation right back up to the north end of the range. But if we stay underneath these overnight lows here, then we could be seeing much lower. Maybe a slow bleed into the close. Or we get some more headlines and volatility kicks in and we just knife.
Yeah. Just push us right over the edge, yeah.
We'll see.
All right, back above the overnight low here. 7300s trading out in the S&Ps again briefly. 630s trading in the NASDAQ.
Keep my finger on the button here. Usually you don't take many momentum type trades like this, so we're going to kind of time stop this thing.
Sure.
Yeah, momentum dying just a little bit for sure. So Cole, you trailed under the most recent 1 minute kind of breakdown.
Right. Yeah. We had that like kind of manipulation pair, you know, where we push up and then immediately smash back down, and we got distribution continuing. So we could, you know, the way that the structure is, it looks nice for more shorts, but I wouldn't be adding here, you know. This is kind of like the target for
if you added, your average would probably come down to about maybe 680, 690 over those two. All right.
So my trading style, I like to target either the overnight high or overnight low. So now that we've taken this level, everything else is kind of just extra, you know. Just walk away with the green day, and then, you know, see if the market prints us some more.
Yeah, you were already green on the day coming into this segment, so I like that. Just preserving that winning day mentality. Well, there's the shot change. That must mean something. We're 5 minutes until the top of the hour. Cole, thanks for coming in, man. Great to have you again, as always. Shout out to the missus for coming in and cheering you on. Shout out to the Kingdom Trading Group and community. Wish you guys a great rest of your week. Look forward to having you back on very soon. Any final words there, Cole, before I kick it over to Vince and we close out this hour together?
I just, you know, I pray that you guys are all blessed. Thank you for having me on as always. Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back.
Sweet. All right, Vinny Two Ticks, my man. What do we got? Any final words before we get out of here?
Nice trade.
Power.
Yeah, nice management, nice trade. Hopefully this short will work out for me. And looking forward to the next segment coming in. And, you know, Dre always brings the market movement at the 2 p.m. So let's go, everybody. Keep your get your seatbelt strapped in, because I think we're going to catch something here in this last hour.
Indeed. And we do have the markets trying to push a little bit lower here, staying underneath those pre-market lows. But let's transition out to power. We got one more hour in the day. Once again, Mohammed coming in shortly after. We have the market wizard himself, Jack Schwager, coming in to hang out with Andre, talk it up about his new incoming book. Super grateful to and excited to have him on. But we are going to step away for just a brief moment and take a break. We will be right back. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Well, this may be one of the most special power hours we've ever had because we are joined by the co-author of the Market Wizards, The Next Generation, the 6th book in the series, Mr. Jack Schwager, joining us here on Topstep TV. First of all, Jack, thank you so much for joining us. Let's get right into it. A question for you. What determined that this group of traders that were interviewed is the next generation? What determined that?
Well, for one thing, they're the youngest group of traders I have ever interviewed. Now, keep in mind that in order for somebody to qualify for me being interested to include them in a book, they have to have done something exceptional, and that involves having a longer track record, like 10 years plus, often 15, 20 years plus. So that in itself precludes getting really young traders. So the fact that this book included, I'd say, 2/3 of the traders were in the 20s and 30s, that's about as young as you can get given that requirement. So that makes it a fit in terms of the subtitle.
I see. Okay, so how young? What was with this next generation of traders? What was the commonality in terms of how early they started? Looking for a 10 to 15 year trading record. How early were they starting then?
Yeah, the ones who were in their 20s obviously started in their teens, high school type of thing. They started pretty early, and or some of them started right out of college. But overall, they started at young ages, and as a group, or the youngest group I've ever interviewed. And there were elements of them that also would qualify as being a new generation. For example, first time ever in a Market Wizard book, not once, not twice, but multiple times, multiple traders indicated that they were avid video game players, and that was actually something that was helpful in their trading, and helping skills that applied to trading. So that's the first time I heard that comment.
Interesting. Okay, video gamers. Yes, I would say, I guess, Topstep, we are a prop firm. And what is different in terms of how, besides their age, their background, how they, and access to the markets and how they got started? You said video gaming. Obviously, in your previous books, dating all the way back to 1989, came from perhaps a prestigious school. They had good networks to get in. These are traders that are going in by themselves or getting into proprietary trading or hedge funds. Their approach and their first introduction to the markets with this next generation?
Yeah, they're all solo traders, and it guess it divides between some of them started with prop firms, 2 or 3, and the others basically just independently. They starting with as little as $5,000 sometimes of just money they had saved and going from there. So they were, for the most part, just independent traders who started with relatively modest sums. Although there is, let's see, think of one trader offhand who did go through a more conventional, did work for some name firms, managing money, and then went off on his own. But most of them are just like independent traders starting with small amounts of money, or in a few cases, got their first job out of college with a prop firm.
Very good. Mr. Jack Schwager joining us here on Topstep TV. This next generation of traders going on their own. They face difficulties. As you state in the book, what was that learning curve like for them as they learn to navigate these markets in terms of blowing accounts, losing money, and then trying to right the ship, if you will?
Yeah, so surprisingly significant number of them kind of blew up at least once, in some cases 3 or 4 times. And And we're talking about people who went on to, in those cases, the traders who blew up, they went on to make 100 million, in some cases as much as 500 million out of small accounts. So kind of interesting that you could have that type of spectacular success and yet early on just lose it all several times.
Amazing. Yes, indeed. And in the book, the traders talk about how long it took them to become actually profitable in terms of not blowing up accounts and just showing incremental progress in their trading journey. What would you say the average amount of years it would take for these traders to actually become profitable and not blow accounts anymore? It seems to be a common theme through all traders alike.
If I was guessing at an average number of years, I would say maybe 3 years as an average.
Years.
Some were kind of treading water. The ones who went through prop firms kind of maybe lost a little bit only in the first year, and then treaded water, and then became more profitable. They didn't experience that. Some of the traders who went on their own had several years of losing money before they finally got to it. One good example, and one of the better known names on social media, because he's been very generous in sort of sharing what he does, never charges anything. Fellow Swedish guy by the name of Christian Kulamagi. And so his story, I think, if I remember correctly, I think he lost it all 3 times. And he said the first time it took him 3 months to lose his account. Then he was a security guard. He's a Swedish security guard. That's how he made his money. And he'd get enough money, like $5,000, and then try again. And did it like 3 times. And the first time, it took him 3 months. And the next time, I don't know, half a year. And then the third time, he lasted a year before he lost it all. And he said to himself, basically, I'm getting better. It's taking me longer to lose it all. And rather than get discouraged, he kind of said, well, that's a sign that I'm getting better at this. And he thought, like, the next time, maybe, I can break even. And then he went on, and he ultimately turned his last attempt of 5,000 into 100 million before he had a significant drawdown, but still retained many tens of millions.
Remember that? Yes, essentially it's getting less bad. Okay, so the aha moment for traders, day traders, discretionary traders, the focus is, what are the commonalities in terms of the success when the light bulb went on, and with risk management or reviewing your trades, what they perhaps weren't doing in the beginning and learned that they needed to do to hang in this thing?
Well, literally for almost all, risk management has to come into the equation sooner or later. And some of them were extraordinarily naive about the sizing. And one interview trader, and I think it might have been Kulamagi, said, "Well, I was all in." And I said, "Well, you mean you literally put all the whole 100% of your assets into one trade?" And yeah. I don't think it was might have been Lucas Froelich, but in any case, that type of thing of completely being oversized early on to the point of putting it all in one trade is something that came up. And obviously, you do that. It's not if you'll blow up; it's when you blow up. And ultimately, they all had to get to a point of having risk management. Some of them seem to have been born, a few of the traders in the book, and I should take a tangent here and say that I either look for people who take a small amount of money and turn it into a fortune, or I look for people who have incredible return risk. So there's 2 traders in the book in particular who have return risk that is sort of should be impossible if the markets were efficient. So one guy has never had a losing month, period. Yeah. Now, we could document 11 years of that. Before that, he was managing money for a family office and said he didn't, I have no reason to disbelieve him. But he literally has not had, but he's extraordinarily risk averse. He'll never make a huge amount of money because he's never willing. He trades literally like a max of about $100,000 a month. That's his size account. He doesn't feel comfortable going beyond that. and out of that 100,000 every year, he makes like 300,000-400,000 without a losing month. And you say, well, why not trade more? It's like, but that's his comfort level. And well, the position, what he does is not totally scalable, but it's certainly scalable beyond the level he's trading it at.
I believe that trader was beating the bots, if I remember correctly, beating the bots. And you're
Yeah,
right.
beating the bots. You got it. You read the book.
To that point, successful trading, is there a theme of perhaps playing more defense than offense in terms of letting, a couple of these traders saying 3, 4, 5, 6 days of the entire trading year is what make up, I guess, their profits for the year. And the rest is just kind of playing defense. And when you have a winning trade, you really let it run. So a lot of traders are in it for, how much can I make on this trade? What is the upside? And the common theme is a lot of these traders in the next generation, I guess throughout the entire series, is playing defense and managing the downside more so than looking for the upside in some of these trades.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination between defense and offense. So defense to make sure that no trade takes you out and does much damage. And offense, when they get very strong on a trade, they really go into it with more size. So you see a combination of the two, a willingness to be aggressive and put risk on the table on a trade where they're really very confident about their being right versus, and on the other times, though, making sure they trade in a way that preserves their capital. So it's really an odd combination of both defense all the time and offense some of the time.
Fantastic stuff. Again, Market Wizards, The Next Generation was just released yesterday. Those go out and check that as well. In the book, you talk about, there's a common, you and George are constantly examining the nature versus nurture element in trading. Are you born with this? Are you born with the personality traits, the characteristics that are to allow you to endure some of the ups and downs in the early trading, or nature? Are you able to learn? And you also talk about the gut feeling that traders have with time. But what would you say, pie chart, percentage-wise, nature versus nurture, when it comes to not just the next generation, but just all of these successful traders you've chronicled?
Yeah, in general, basically, I come down on that most people can probably certainly get better and hopefully get at least profitable with enough devotion and work and research and without having a special talent. So take myself, intrinsically, I'm a terrible trader, and but I just know enough. So I'm just net profitable only because of what I know, not because I have any. I wasn't born to be a trader. I never wanted to be a full-time trader. I just kind of just know enough. So when I do trade, on balance, I'm profitable. But I'm not a great trader. I'm not even a good trader. But I think so. Most people can do that if they put in enough devotion and learn enough. But if we're talking about kind of somebody who turns 5,000 to 100 million, or in one case 40,000 to $500 million over a period of time, over a decade, that's not, I think, in the reach of most people. I think that's somebody who they were born with something in their nature that makes them particularly have a particular talent for the type of trading they end up doing. So like the trader who I just mentioned, who turned 40,000 into $500 million, he kind of says, like, he was, from a very young age, he had this quality of never being fazed by anything. He never panicked. He just was calm. He was always calm. And so he was born with that. Most people would not be calm. Most people being in a situation where the market is just ripping against them, have a position of $100 million in a stock that gets an earnings report and they're short and the earnings report's extremely bullish. Most traders would not be calm in the face of that, right? So that's different for every trader what their particular characteristic is. In some cases, it's also like a matter of the ability to be extraordinarily focused, and that ability to for 12 hours a day kind of focusing, whether it's going through 13D filings or looking at 1,000 charts and picking out the nuances, whatever it is, it's that type of focus and an ability to learn from what they're focusing on is also some sort of talent. So I think to reach the heights of the people that I interview, they do have in their own way, each of them, some inborn talent. Another example, a fellow by the name of Kenny Sharpness, who's also one of the, came up through a prop firm. He basically, I mean, it's crazy. He trades multiple strategies, multiple time frames. He's watching them all at the same time. And he says he's always had ability to focus on multiple things. I mean, I couldn't do that, and most people couldn't.
Again, speaking of Kenny, yes, Kenny also knew Lance as well at SMB. Yep, there you go in the chat. The SMB guy indeed took him about a year to finally get profitable. The first profitable year for Kenny was $40,000, just enough to survive. Mr. Jack Schwager, thank you so much for joining us. I got one more question for you. Before you get out of here. Again, thank you so much. If someone listens to an audiobook and completes an audiobook, can they say that they've read the book?
Yeah. I mean, personally speaking, I probably quotations read more books on audio than I do in actual books. And for example, for myself, I do a lot of walking, let's say, and so or driving, listening to books on driving. But I feel you absorb books. It depends on the person, I guess. But I think I absorb books maybe even more in audio than by reading them. And if the narration is good, it's actually a little more vivid in audio. And I would say in this particular book, The Next Generation, the narrator is I think as a new narrator, not a new narrator, but the first time I used this particular narrator, and I think he may be the best one I've ever had, although I've had good narrators all along.
If you don't mind me asking, what makes the best narrator compared to the rest? What makes the best?
What makes the best narrator?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, voice quality. Few things. Voice quality. Second, the ability to have nuance when they're reading it, not just to read it, but when there's a exclamatory feeling or a surprise feeling or any other type of feeling, to actually read it in a way that conveys that feeling, which this and the other narrators have done as well, but he does particularly well. And for my books, because they're 75-80% of the book is in format of interview, and you have a dialogue going on, you really want good voice differentiation, and that's really important. If you read everything the same way, you kind of say, "Who the hell is speaking?" But all the narrators I've chosen have the ability to kind of do two different voices. And for this book, a couple of the interviews were non-US. I mean, 3 of them are non-US, and so you have to have the ability to do an accent that sounds like it's the country they're from without sounding like it's forced. So there's a lot of talent in it, and but that's what makes a good narrator.
Okay, Mr. Jack Schwager, thank you so much. Also, real quick, your thoughts on SpaceX IPO coming on Friday. SpaceX IPO, overhyped, or this thing's going to go to the moon? No pun intended.
Are you asking me on that, huh? Well, I don't know. I can't say this. One thing, because of all the hype, it'll probably come in overpriced, and even if it goes on very long term to be a big success, you can go back to something like Facebook, where ultimately it was a very big success, but after the initial push, it kind of had a good retraction, if I remember correctly. And I think it may be that type of thing. But the other big deal here is it's got to go into the indexes, and I believe a number of the indexes have changed the rules now, rather than waiting 3 or 6 months, whatever it was. Now I think it's as short as 15 days. So you're going to have forced index buying of of the stock coming in 2 weeks' time or so. So that'll give you another boost of money that has to buy the stock. But once the smoke clears on that, my guess is tonight, I don't know anything, but if I had to guess, I would say it'll probably be vulnerable at that point.
Mr. Jack Schwager bringing the heat. Jack, thank you so much for joining us. That was awesome. Hopefully we can have you again, and good luck. Much success with the Market Wizards, the next generation. Go check it out. Please go get that book. Thank you so much, Jack. We'll see you again, hopefully.
Thank you.
And
let's get
Power Hour started. Thank you, Jack. Who we got here for, man, that was insane. Sure. That was so cool. Thank you, Jack. Here it is, Mr. Mohammed and Dolby time. It is Power Hour. Let's get right into it. Dolby, I'm going to you. That was pretty cool.
That was very cool. I remember reading, Dre. That's what it is. I was reading the Market Wizards books. Absolutely legendary stuff. If people in chat have not picked those up, I highly recommend. Maybe there's a whole box set at this point. Just pick them all up. He interviews some of the world's top traders, a lot of who are actually quite private. You're not going to see some of these top traders on socials posting pictures of their P&Ls. So check them out. Just legendary. Great job, Andre. You nervous?
I appreciate that. I was nervous as hell. Man. I crammed that book all last night. And today, actually, I listened to the book, full disclosure, which means I read it because Jack said it is considered reading. All right, let's get right into it. Mr. Mohammed, the final, we got to 39 minutes till the closing bell. Thoughts, we are selling off right here, right now. NQ making new session lows, 28,515, now 513s. ES selling off. Mo, hit me with some prices and levels.
Indeed. This market is not finding a low yet. They are looking for a low. They are not finding it. And the reason all shenanigans that we are seeing, the shift in the market caused by SpaceX IPO. And anything else, in my opinion, anything else is just another reason. It's just something to make the action, like the CPI, like the SpaceX is sucking liquidity from the market. I have said this before, and I'm repeating that. During Aramco IPO, our stock market just went insane. Everybody's selling, you name it, hedge funds, government. So they are barking liquidity for that IPO, and that is not a joke. They're looking for $2 trillion, man. Yeah, overpriced or not, we can disagree, but they need to allocate liquidity. Is there anything changed since that? No. So that means we will continue sitting off until the IPO. This is my opinion.
All right. Dolby time. Let's do
levels. Do you want some levels here?
Yeah, Mohammed, I'll do above below because we're kind of short on time here. Above below, I'll say put how we play. I'm gonna call out what I think the price of the close will be in the NQ, and we're gonna put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? 28,800. Oh no, 750. 28,750 is my above below. Nice. Last trade. 28,509. Got a Delta update, plus 9,000 in the ES, plus 1,900 in the NQ. But we're continuing to sell off here.
27,750 or 28,750?
28,750. 28,750.
Ray, okie. There's a bounce coming? You hit Alt-I on your charge, Ray?
No, I'm just doing it just to generate some engagement on the chat.
Doing it for the content.
Yeah.
We got a short in 28,554. It's pending. We will see. But I agree with Mo here. I think we're probably going to sell off into close. I'm looking for 28,230s, 280s. There's a lot of room down there.
Yeah. We can see some V-shaped recovery for the buyers. We know that market can do it all time. I'm looking to this. I'm looking to two things. There is a daily support and resistance level, which is very important not to ignore, which is this level. It was the last low before making the all-time high. The last low was at 7,350s. Okay, and we keep smashing this level all day since 3 days. So I'm looking to that level as a target for buyers if they come back. However, for now, I'm looking for a measured move from the high that we made today, with this pullback, with this consolidation in the middle here. So I'm looking to 7,250 to the downside as a target for the sellers. I will not be buyer below. I will not be a buyer until we see 7,307, which is this first leg move down. So if we are unable to continue the second leg and we come back above 7,307, that means they failed to continue the job, which means the reversal is coming maybe to 7,357. So
Okay.
I'm bearish until as long as you are below that level.
Okay, pretty good. Dolby time working offer where again?
28,554. It's kind of just above this like 1 minute range we formed. Yeah, we have a nice little low volume node right at like the 550s. Don't know if we're going to get back up inside of there, but we'll see if we can. I mean, we're broken underneath the 4-hour daily and weekly range low. So I would anticipate this to continue to the downside. Now, those are like much longer term time frame levels. So I guess it could pull down to like 400.
Crazy thing here.
Oh, Mo doing something crazy.
Mo, what? What's crazy, Mo?
7,266. I'm placing to contract to buy. 7,266. This is a demand area similar to the trade that we done in the last market. Maybe that will be the trade of the power hour. Let's see. Just 2 because the market is so strong, and they will take only 10 points of risk.
Okay.
Oh, it's tight.
Tight.
It is tight.
Yes.
Well, 50 points later, Dre.
Yeah, here we go. 28,000.
Wow.
Beneath the 500s now. 28,493. New session lows. New session lows. In the NQ, we have we've got a what? 800 point, 750 point range.
750 point range. Hello.
NQ today. This positive delta's got me puzzled. We got positive 9,000 in the ES.
Panic buyers? Is that such a thing? Oh, nice bounce.
Discount
500.
buyers.
Yeah, going to the bargain bin.
Lower right hand corner, you got the countdown clock. 31 minutes till the closing bell. 21 minutes till MOC.
Dolby, we have seen a lot of these bounces all day long.
Yeah, right, Mo. That's exactly right.
Sell into them, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying. We are trying. I mean, it's hard, right? Because if you're a range trader, you're like, okay, let me trade the largest range I can. Well, daily is broken underneath, 4 hours broken down, 1 hour's broken down, 30 minutes broken down, 15 minutes broken down. So if you're trying to find a trade, you have to get down to like the 5 minute, 3 minute. And that's fine. It just means it ends up being a trend trade. If you have to find a range that's small, it means that the market is really moving in one direction. So just find the smallest range or the largest, smallest range you can. I guess in this case, it's the 5 minute or the 3 minute. We're just going to try to get in order with the trend here.
2 wicks on the NQ to the downside. You see that? Look at the 5 minute.
You know, Dre, I've been keeping this ATR up from yesterday. I think Coach Paul and Coach Jay have finally.
What's ATR?
They've educated me a little bit here. It's at 27 on the 1 minute. When I was on at 11 o'clock with Antonio. Oh, sorry, average true range.
Oh, okay. What is it? And what does it tell you?
So it's basically going to tell you kind of like the expected volatility or like the standard volatility, what kind of move you should expect. I'm not sure how it's calculated per se. It's probably some sort of like standard deviation, if I had to say. So we're short actually 28,554. But in general, so the way Coach Paul teaches it, regardless if you need to know like all the details, basically Coach Paul says that your stop should be approximately 2x whatever the ATR is. So in this case, it would be 60 points. So it's just a way to kind of like gauge stop width. So if the markets are tighter, you should have a smaller ATR, which means maybe you can, size up with a little bit less risk. But if it's really wide, say like 50 points, well, now you have to trade with like a 60 or 70 point stop. So maybe that means you need to size down.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So basically the ATR, Andre, is calculating. It is not expected. It is a calculated the previous 14 candles from the high to low, each one. So the magnitude of the movement is being calculated, taking the average of the last 14, whatever setup you have, but usually it is 14 candles. What is the magnitude of those? So that will give you sort of the current candle can be within that average. So for example, this is 2000 tick chart. Every 2000 tick chart candle average is 4.8 point. 4.8, and it is, as you can see it here, I don't know if you can see it, let me put it in white. So as you can see it, this is going lower, so the magnitude of those candles are getting smaller and smaller as we go. It doesn't mean that the market will go up or down. It will just tell you the expected magnitude of the current candle from the high to low.
Right. Yeah, we just got stopped out on that one. It's a hell of a rally. It was a 100-point rally off the 500s. So we got stopped out on that.
Is there more room? Is that just short covering, or is there more room?
Maybe where'd we get tagged at?
74%. 74%. Going below 28,750.
Looking to sell this now. If I see a strong red candle here,
I'm looking.
That will be the second try to go lower. We still have a target for sellers below. So I will wait for sellers to show me a signal. Strong red candle around this area is my signal.
This is make or break for the longs. About
almost the low of the previous consolidation. The previous consolidation here, if you can see it, this one. No, so they break below it. So that could be just a test of it to continue the trend.
Watching gold here. Gold. Let's see some buyers step in. Shoot. And it got sold right away. I'm thinking longs, man. I don't know. Thinking longs. Call me crazy.
You like longs? Yeah, I think if we can get a little range over 600.
86.
Yeah, there we go. Let's go.
Yeah, with this 5-minute candle in ES, I would wait for it to close. If it's closed strong green candle in the 5-minute, that could determine the low already. So we can take this as our reversed direction candle.
What we got? Quiet on the headlines. Quiet for now, I should say. We had CPI come out earlier today. Came in line, still hot, but not too much. And we saw a continued sell-off in the equities. What's the ES? ES, there's a pop. ES, we are looking at a 125-point range. Last trade ES.
Within the 4-hour daily range low. Man, it's going to be a hell of a bounce, Trey, if it can stick the landing.
It's short. It might be initial, just short covering.
Yeah.
It's
also, Dre, you can see the 7,300 level.
Yeah.
They all call you Dre. Why?
You call me Dre. I love it, Mo. You're the best, man. Absolute best. Let's see if we can keep pushing this thing.
Okay.
I mean, if you're
so the low of
right
7,300, it was support. Now it is a resistance.
If you were flat right now,
I will wait for this.
Minute, yeah, you look short. And I'm out of the longs. Out of the longs. I'll get back in though. There's plenty of room to the upside, right?
Kind of
Cut your losses quick. That's what Jack was saying. That's what
the
next generation will come back in long. Cut the losses
they will
quick.
Not trick me.
Well, what's your position?
Will not trick me. Not today. I'm flat.
Not today.
What?
I'm flat. Looking for a step. Looking for a short.
Mm-hmm.
Buyers need to do a lot of work to convince me.
Oh, yes, they do. A lot of heavy lifting. What is gold doing? Gold did see some selling. I noticed that gold kind of got the party started to the downside way earlier today in fast markets. And we did see some selling there. Wow, 13 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Incoming 13 minutes. Stalling out.
Okay.
Kind of like long straight. Sounds crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Is it too crazy?
This is what they want you to feel.
Yeah, right, Mo?
This is what they want you to feel. Yeah.
Before they come in and slam it.
Delta.
Yeah. The trend is so strong, and
they're going to shake. I mean, we'll shake out the winners. They'll shake out the longs here for sure.
Yeah, but I will put it this way. I will not go long until I lose one short trade.
Like that.
And about to see new lows in gold. Ooh. Last trade in gold, 41.06. These are all year lows in gold. Gold continue to sell off. We bottomed out at 41.05. And positive delta growing, plus 10,000 now ES, plus 2,200 in the NQ. It's got me thinking longs, man. What are they doing? It's more. What's delta tell you? It's essentially saying the more currently, if it's positive, more aggressive buying coming in both ES and NQ. Clear for takeoff. Shit, run away without me. Give me that fill.
Oh man, let's talk more trading. Look at this bid. Up 40 points off the 600s.
It's gonna run away. We'll see if there's follow through. I'm not gonna shake out the longs like they. I mean, this is kind of a level in your Dolby time. Looking at the range.
Mm-hmm.
On the
we might have had a range, like a rejection of extension outside the range. So we had this little wick from like 600s down to 500s, and it just shot right back up within the range. So now we're within like a lot of support. So now the range that we're in is within like 29,210s down to about 20, like right here, right now. So
yeah, if we can get through this, if we can get above these 650s.
Yeah, I mean, if this is our new home, then we're looking at 28,800s from here. That'd be middle of the range. That doesn't seem that hard.
Yeah, Phil. Or do they're holding the bid up here. Dow turning a little bit.
605s.
And I got that hinge that sellers are somewhere there, but they're hiding.
Delta.
But also, if this is truly going to rally, Dre, it's not going to let us in easy. Never.
It's
never
not.
Does.
Well, yeah, you're right. However, there is, if it is going to truly rally, catching a piece of it, of the momentum, I think is more important than getting the perfect price.
Mm-hmm. Should we talk about that at 640s as it goes to 700s?
Yeah, like I'm going to give me a 600s. I can't get fill any of these damn bids. All right, okay. I got in some more here. 28,655. We are looking at a 160 point bounce right now. A rally, I should say, in the NQ.
Big time. That is big time.
Yes, looking at about a 20 point rally there. What am I long from? 639. Long from 639. 50 on the tilt. We got 10 minutes till MOC, market on close. All right, please click like, please click subscribe, please click notify as we are in power with Mohammed. Dolby time. We had Mr. Jack Schwager. Mr. Jack Schwager was on. Crazy. Head fake city.
Maybe 15-minute range high here.
Oh, damn it. Gotta go. If I don't go, yep, I see that, Dolby.
At the top of the V bounce.
This is the moment. If it's gonna go, it's gotta break out like that. No, that ain't exactly break out.
Let's see 7,300. 7,300 is a key level.
Come on. Yeah. And you saw the buying get met with some sellers. Oof, ooh. Gold's finding some buyers.
God, who loves trading?
Gold finding some more buying.
I'll wait for buyers to finish their party.
Yeah. You're going to show up fashionably late, though?
And now crude pops ever so slightly.
Yeah. Once they are weakening somehow, sellers will just jump on them.
I don't like longs. If the buyers win here, though.
We're going to get an offer in at 660. It's going to be a tight stop, though. ATR has come down from the 1 minute. It was 50. Now it's 30.
I puke the long? Do I puke the long? I don't know who's winning. I don't know who's winning the tug of war right now. The buyers or sellers. Looks like those buyers might be running out of steam. It was a 200-point rally. They keep buying up gold, though.
Yeah.
The reason I got in the trade still there.
Yep.
They're just shaking out longs, Andre. Just got to convince you they're just shaking out the longs. No, they're not. Or is this the range? 15-minute.
Could stay in the range, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
in the longer time
that
frames,
also. Where's that delta at?
Melt lower. Let's see.
And cut, what would Jack say? What would Jack say? Cut their losses quick. So
some volume with this one.
Hold the 600s.
Now, I want to see this 5-minute candle, how it was.
Mm-hmm.
I will be patient, man. I will not let this market drag me to a trade.
Thank you. The voice of reason. You got to hold the 600s.
Yeah,
it's not holding 28,000. Yes, thank you. It's got to hold the 600s if it's going to go. What's going on in crude? Crude back to $90.52.
This 5-minute close strong.
Did not kill the longs. Ooh. Let's take a look at our live leaderboard. Put more big numbers. How we looking here? Garrett now in first, 37,000 large. Chris up 30,000 large. Scott's still up 17,000. Matthew up 15,000. Charles up $14,600. Job well done. Way to take advantage of this opportunity.
Money, guys.
Seeing it. We're seeing it lately. Great
Love
to see.
Inverse head and shoulders? Anyone?
Or we just
right here, right now?
Not yet. I can see it here in ES.
It's got to break. Got to break out. It's not breaking out.
Not yet. We need to see a price above 7,300.
I like that bounce off of 600s though, Dre.
For buyers, yeah. If you were flat, well,
I am flat. Well, got any questions for me? Yeah, I tried shorts. Didn't work out too hot.
I think we got Dow
Maybe
catching
too aggressive. Maybe too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, NQ is more clear than ES. NQ is much more looking better than ES for a buy.
Not exactly going. It held the 600s. In the chat, Mo, David says, thanks for calling that bottom, Mo. Did you call the bottom, Mo?
No, but the market didn't reach it.
Well, thank you anyways.
7,266. Maybe he means that one on Monday.
This is a big one right here. Red or green? Red or green? 5 minutes just we have 5 minutes till MOC. Is this going to be a holding pattern? What do we got? In power hour, we have about about 160 point range already in the NQ. So looks like seller's going to give it another shot. What's funny, Mo? What are you laughing about?
Mo love trading.
I was 1 second to buy this market just now, and I remember, no, you will not drag me to a long trade. It's giving me a nice signal, everything, but I mean, my question is, who has control? Sellers.
Sellers right now.
Buyer, they just took it in a range. So this is not my A+ setup. It is not. I like this green candle at the moving average. However, you can see the smoothing line inside. So that is a range.
Okay.
That is a range.
Good job. Thank you. That's 100%. Sellers have stepped on it. Look at this. Just a 100-point sell-off in the NQ right now, last couple minutes.
Short one.
I like it.
590s.
590. Got to follow through now.
Great question. It's always the name of the game these days. Can we follow through?
And that long delta is going to get squeezed, perhaps? Come on.
We have more room to the downside now. Are you done, buyers?
Not, because that delta keeps growing. Or we've got new range, 600s to 650s. Is that what's happening right now? We've seen this before. We've seen this before in Power Hour. Where it'll just go range bound on us.
I mean, I don't know. I can tell you right now, a 25-point stop doesn't feel great.
Not enough. Is that enough?
Not enough.
Did you say?
It's 1 ATR, 30 points. I mean, it moves 20 points, 30 points pretty easy. But all right, we're getting tested here again.
Hammer this thing. Nick in the chat. Yeah, sometimes, yes. You get squeezed to the downside 100%.
See.
We got 2 minutes MOC. 2 minutes MOC. What is MOC? Okay. Market on close. Stands for market on close. At 50 past the hour, we will get the amount of the dollar value of shares to be bought or sold in the NQ on the close.
Okay.
The NQES and the YM.
Looking for a short now. Come on.
You heard him.
Really?
A little momentum.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
A little bit of momentum.
Yeah, yesterday I couldn't yell out the MOC yesterday. Everyone still hung out with us. Yes, we are. Dolby short from 590.
590 half. Yeah, it's
I'm short.
Okay.
Mo short now too.
Short,
We got 90 seconds.
7,239. Short 5. Stop at 99. Let me see now. Okay, we'll take some profit as we go lower.
Nice.
Okay, another one. So I'm short only 3.
Another one. Nice job, Mo.
Nice job, Mo.
You wanted me to buy it, sucker.
That's the best, dude. All right, let's see if we can keep pushing lower here. Oh, I'm the sucker. I'm a gold. Well, I got long. I was a goldfish to the long
No,
side
not
there,
you.
Mo.
I mean the market.
I'm a sucker too. What do we got here? 45 seconds. You're the best, Mohammed.
Okay, I'm short only 2. This. We are in a range. We're still in a range.
Yeah.
So
we can get into these 540s. I'd be interested in doing some stop management, kind of in between, like a breakout and maybe some support here.
All right, here we go. 25 seconds till market on close. What will it be? Buy side or sell side? I mean, if it's heavy buy side, I don't know. If thens.
What a bounce. What a bounce.
Flat. I'm
we go.
flat now.
Yep. And here we go. Ooh.
That's sell side.
Light sell side, 62 million sell side NQ, 300 million sell side ES. Don't get long as I know. Yeah. Those numbers will change.
Too much.
MOC is screwing everyone now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Light sell side. Light sell side.
Wow, what a move.
All right, we got 9 minutes till the bell. 9 minutes till the closing bell. Dow, 300 million sell side. They're just playing games with us, Mohammed.
Okay, this is now. I think this is a buy. Now we have rejection candle.
Feels good, huh?
With one tick. I think this is a buy now.
You do?
But how not do it?
This is got to get through these. Is the game on? Still staying sell side.
This is where we rejected last time.
Yeah, 100%, Dolby. 100%.
I run away.
Well, they'll just hold it here. And don't forget, we have PPI tomorrow. PPI.
Forward. Let's keep coming, Dre. It's keep coming.
Oh. I keep Delta. We're going to keep it in this range. Delta 8,600. It's 8,600 ES. And what was that hope? Positive. Don't forget those MOC numbers. They've been showing their hand at the last second. And they really flashed billions and billions up. Plus 1,900 in the NQ right now. Yeah. Struggling to go.
This is struggling.
Yeah, this is putting a low. This behavior is putting a low behavior.
Out of 5, Dre. Let's go.
No. Micros. Trading micros, man.
Oh, okay,
it is way more liquid. Way more liquid. Possibly slippage decreases. NQ is very, very thin, and slippage is a real possibility.
Man, you really got to trade with a wide stop if you're trying to participate in this.
It's not breaking out. It's just not breaking.
Really wide.
Still sell side light.
What if they try along?
Yeah, what if they go heavy buy side here? Like last second.
They just like flip it up? I don't know, man.
Well, yeah. Starting. I'm with you on the longs, Mo.
That's the scariest trade, Dre.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
long. All right, let's get Dr. Volatility. Hold on, Mo. Let's get Dr. Volatility in here because we asked the folks in Fast Markets to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour. I told you we deliver. Well, with 7 minutes to go, how'd they do, James?
Well, I'll tell you how they did, Andre. But first, I have a quick message about tomorrow because you mentioned PPI. Well, joining us live tomorrow at 9:20 a.m. Central is the CIO of Total Wealth Management, Frances Newton. Just 50 minutes after PPI wholesale data hits the tape, she's breaking down the raw corporate receipt, explaining how sticky energy costs impact the Fed, and showing developing traders how to navigate a heavily divided market between big tech and small caps. Set your alarms and get your risk parameters locked in. Frances Newton drops in tomorrow morning, only on Topstep TV. Again, 9:20 a.m. Central Time. Don't miss it. Now, for your fast market submissions, we had a lot of good stuff today out there on the X, and we're going to start with our good friend Dan Emmons. Inspire others to be resilient. Incredible, challenging week, month, and year in the markets. And if things get rough, keep on jabbing away because my personal best day at Topstep XFAs in a single day, $15,000. And if you don't know, Dan shares views on markets across X in the Discord and right here in Topstep TV chat. Say hello. And thank you for sharing, Dan. But next up, from Wojak. Was able to pass these combines only because of the $1,000 daily loss limit saved me the first day. Shout out to Topstep and Michael Patak. You probably saved me about $280 as well, knowing how easily I go on tilt. Guys, the daily loss limit is out here saving accounts, and it's doing it every day. If you're not trading with a daily loss limit, what are you doing? Go ahead and take a look at that on our website and be like Wojak here. Save your accounts. Moving on from Shane. Thanks to Topstep for the immediate XFA activation, I was able to catch a beautiful NQ short to make a beautiful day one. We love to see it. That's right, your XFA can be activated in seconds, so you don't miss any of the action. Moving on from D's Cuts. Road to funded day 3, up $655. Green for the week after yesterday's tilt. Took a lot of small scalps today with a 73% win rate. Psychology feels good. I was patient and I took quality trades. I love that Topstep has the lockout button. If it didn't, I'd probably be risking my gains. That's right. Topstep X risk management tools are here to save your account. Be smart. Use them. And last, most certainly not least, let's check in with a frequent poster, Neo. Funded account day 15. My personal daily loss limit hit, and I'm done for the day. I'm not going to let emotions take over, and that's exactly the way to play it. Take a look at that calendar. You got a healthy mix of green, and you got some red days, but you know what? You know what you're doing wrong, and you're locking out, and you're coming back to trade for tomorrow. And those are your power hour and fast market submissions for the day. Back to you guys.
Damn, James, bring the heat. All right, so light sell side still. Light sell side. Talking 300 million sell side in the NQ. Oh, Dow. Saw the 49,000 handle. 49,993 new lows in the Dow just printed not too long ago. Gold selling off.
This is close, Trey. I mean, we got these like lower highs that we're making, but
it's
yeah,
just not, either way.
It's any 580s. That 15-minute range high couldn't break to the upside. Still just trying to downside.
Get me out of this. Mo, what's your position? What do you got cooking, Mo?
I'm flat.
Yeah.
I always don't like to trade whenever the smoothing line is flattening like this. So I refuse to take a trade unless this is get outs from either side. So now it's flattened. I'm glad that I exited my trade before MOC.
What did they do to this market? What happened? We made 200-point swings in the first 15 minutes of power hour, and now we are
in the middle.
Yeah, we're between 600s and what happened?
It's hard too, man. We got an ATR that's like 37 points or 40 points. You know, in the last 3 minutes, it can move up or down that pretty easily.
You know, Andre, that
Mo.
Since I moved from NQ to ES,
yes,
I never touch NQ in even simulation.
Wow.
I never.
You miss it.
Never. I committed to that one, and
the discipline.
Man, my life is much better.
Oh yeah, Mo. I mean, it's definitely much more liquid indeed. I mean, we got 2.5 minutes till the close, and we're gonna flip this. A little downtick in gold. Does that mean anything? A little downtick in the Dow as well. Again, what's the Dow? Dow range today. Oh my, Dow. 900 points. So we had a session high of.
Yeah, this is going down. Do you see this elephant candle, Andre, that came after MOC? Told me.
Show it. Hit me, Mo.
Usually this one is not surviving. Usually.
To the downside or upside?
So a lot of people, they bought it. They have their stop here. Everybody knows where their stop.
That makes sense.
They're going stop hunting.
Yep. Get the musket, Trey. Got some stops to get.
Well, they got this market in a trance, but
yeah, it looks like pretty locked up right now. It might be like last 15 minutes.
We got what? We got 60 seconds. 60 seconds till the close.
Yep.
Yeah. MOC not showing one way or another. I am short from a bad price. You don't want to be. They're gonna take profits. No.
Maybe they will close 7,300.
What was my above below? It was awful.
750s?
Yeah, shout out to the 74% said you're an idiot.
No.
Not even close. This market ain't going anywhere. We got 50 seconds till the closing bell. MOC is essentially at 100 million sell side, now 2 million buy side.
I love to add it in the poll, Andre, next time.
Yeah,
above or below or not even close.
Or not even close. This would be a not even close.
I like it if we have it in the poll.
It wasn't even close, and this market isn't going. Last 25 seconds. Last 25 seconds. Now it's a little bit of buy side.
Oh.
Whoever
is buying that green candle is exiting. Whoever buying that green candle is exiting now.
There's the elephant candle. Got crushed.
Yep, there we go. We got 10 seconds. 10 seconds to the closing bell. You know, these shorts are selling off everything. Everything's selling off. I'm short. We got 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. And
there's a move.
Flat.
Let's go.
Wow. All right. Remember this going into there's your hey, there's your long squeeze in the chat, Nick. I believe it was there's your long squeeze. All right, markets are closed. That was quite a power hour. Last 50 seconds we started moving. Dolby time. Mohammed, always a pleasure. And again, major thanks to Jack Schwager, the author of the Market Wizards series. His new book just dropped yesterday, The Next Generation. Make sure you go check that out. We are continuing. And also, shout out to all the bellers. We continue to grind. We keep jabbing at this thing. That being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. What a day. Let's go.
Yo, what a day indeed, guys. Give it up one more time in the chat for Andre, Dolby, and Mohammed for a killer power hour. And man, what a day we had. We had guests dropping in left and right. We had trades flying all over the place. And the action isn't over because we still got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And it's coming up right after this. If you're still ready to talk markets, then stick around because they're going to be streaming for the next hour and a half. And they're going to go over everything that went down in the markets and everything you need to know to be ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. Then when you are caught up with everything you need to know, be sure to come back at 7 p.m. tonight because Coach Dakota is kicking off Slow Markets at 7 p.m. Central Time. Now, Slow Markets is the place to be if you're trading during the nighttime hours, so be sure to show up early, grab your seat, and check in with Coach Dakota. Slow Markets, 7 p.m. tonight right here on our YouTube channel. Then tomorrow morning, we're going to be live again at 7:15 for another brand new episode of Topstep TV. And guys, we are inching one day closer to the SpaceX IPO launch on Friday. And tomorrow, we are stacking the roster with a bunch of people dropping in the fast markets. Coach Emmanuel is stopping by along with Mohammed, Ted, Mandy, Francis Newton, and Cody. We got a whole stacked lineup. So tune in early, take notes, and stay bell to bell because that's just how the day starts. We got more names coming in all the way to Friday when we get that evaluation. Now, I know you guys could watch me talk forever, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap it here and get you on over to At the Buzzer. And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early at 7:15. And as always, I've been James Harden. You've been the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. See you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.